from the high desert and the great American Southwest. I bid you all good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be in the world's time zones, each and every one covered by this program, Midnight in the Desert. I'm Art Bell. Good to be here, and we're going to have a fun show tonight. Reflecting very quickly on last night's program, yes, I know. It was hard, harsh, scary, unfortunately realistic. And that's what we do every now and then. I think people have forgotten how I do programs over the years. They have selective memories, and I will bounce back and forth between everything. The scary, and then there's the other kind of scary. We have ghosts, right? That's good scary. Nuclear weapons, bad scary. I understand, trust me. But I have always done that. I have always bounced back and forth, and people, I don't know, I think they tend to forget that over the years. I mix it up a lot. Like tonight, for example. We're going to mix it up. No bad language. I have two rules. That's one. And the other is only one call per show. I've got people to thank. Telos, Joe Talbot, thank you. Keith Rowland, my webmaster. Heather Wade, my producer. And I want to remind you, if you've got a good idea for a guest, and I mean a really good idea, get with Heather. And the way you do that is producer@artbell.com. Could not be easier. Producer@artbell.com. She loves ideas. Stream guys, lv.net, sales, Pete Eberhardt. TuneIn Radio, of course, Leo Ashcraft, Dark Matter News, and a lot more, really. He does a whale of a job. So, all those people, thank you. Let's read just a little bit of news. We're going to talk about OBEs tonight. You know, there's no question about it. I know you guys love that topic, as do I. We did it not that long ago with President Bennett, but the real guy for OBEs, the original guy, is Dr. Albert Taylor. He's going to be with us this night. Well, Russia launched airstrikes Wednesday in Syria. They were supposed to hit ISIS, but instead they, take this in quotes, mistakenly hit enemies of the regime there. Did a lot of damage, too. So we kind of had a meeting with them in the middle of the day and said, come on, let's coordinate military activity here and do what needs to be done. And they sort of said, duh. So we'll see. It's not good, though. The Taliban is gaining new ground. I don't have any good news, do I? Taliban is gaining new ground in Afghanistan. They have taken another key town. It's just not good news at all. So there are recommendations that American boots on the ground be extended for more time. This is from the Anomalist.com. The world is full of anomalies and curiosities that defy explanation. But ultimately, one of the biggest mysteries resides within our own human brains. It's mostly an unexplored frontier that science only has begun to understand, and this recent research on what's called blind sight is a perfect example of one of those inexplicable mysteries. How are people able to still perceive the world around them when they've got either partial or total blindness? But the fact is, they can. Now, as if you needed any more convincing about aliens, it seems there is a top-secret FBI memo released by the Haiku Center for UFO Research in Tokyo, Japan. And they claim they've discovered a document that proves there is extraterrestrial life. The FBI memo contains details about flying saucers, multiple, being piloted by 3 feet tall aliens, 3 foot tall aliens. Bureau is said to be concerned about the findings at the research center. I imagine they are. Fearing the discovery could lead to members of the public gaining access to thousands of documents. God knows where it might go. The FBI memo reportedly reads, an investigator for the Air Force states that 3 so-called flying saucers have been discovered in New Mexico, described as being circular in shape, raised centers about 50 feet tall, or 50 feet rather in diameter, each one occupied by 3 bodies of human shape, but only 3 feet tall, dressed in metallic cloth of a very fine texture. According to Mr. Redacted, of course, right, the saucers were found in New Mexico due to the fact that the government has highly powered radar set up in the area, and it's believed the radar interferes with the controlling mechanism of the saucers. Isn't that interesting? They actually came to a conclusion, apparently, according to this, about what brought the saucers down: radar radiation. Well, I'd have 2 comments on that. Number 1, the fact that this is included would indicate to me that after Marcel found what he found, it wasn't just all dismissed at all as a balloon or what have you, but they actually did enough of an investigation, if this is true, to have come to a conclusion, false though it may have been, that our radar brought them down. That sort of adds an extra ounce of credibility to the whole story, in my opinion. Well, all right, coming up, Dr. Albert Taylor. He is a #1 Los Angeles Times best-selling author and former, this is going to get you, aeronautical engineer and scientist on the International Space Station. That's right. Dr. Taylor spent 2.5 decades evaluating systems designs on a wide variety of top-secret government programs like the F-117A stealth fighter, the Strategic Defense Initiative anti-ballistic missile program, and otherwise known as Star Wars. He was born and raised in Southern California, so he's a California boy, currently a paranormal researcher, international lecturer, and speaker working on the latest book, which he calls Journey of the Cosmic Soul, a detailed scientific and spiritual study resulting from over 20 years of out-of-body paranormal and astrophysical research. Beyond that, he is a robotics expert, designing and building fully semi-autonomous robotic probes to support his ongoing research of various types of paranormal phenomena. So, there you have it. That's an amazing, amazing background for somebody who's going to talk about what he's going to talk about. I think it's absolutely incredible. The way some electronics operates is incredible, too. Anyway, Dr. Albert Taylor, about to talk with you about OBEs.
Where would you be now?
Wanna take a ride? Your conductor, Art Bell, will punch your ticket when you call 1-952-CALL-ART. That's 1-952-225-5278.
That's the number, all right, but hold your calls because here comes Dr. Albert Taylor. Doctor, welcome to Midnight in the Desert.
All right, thank you for the wonderful introduction, and it's a pleasure to be with you.
It has been how long?
Almost 19 years, I think, that we've been talking since 1996.
I would say that'd be about right, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I found out recently, having done a show with Preston Bennett, that this audience, this particular audience, is really wild, as am I might add, about OBEs. It's the one thing that you can do within yourself that doesn't require expensive airline tickets. It doesn't require special passes or anything else. You can just do it. You can go out of your own body, and I guess you can go anywhere in the world and beyond.
Well, I'm pretty excited about it too, so you can include me in that.
But how you got to that stuff? After the International Space Station and Star Wars and the F-117 and all that cool stuff. Do you still possess classified stuff?
No, I don't. No, that would be probably against the law. So, no, I do have some.
No, I meant
like
classified knowledge.
Oh, yeah. There's some things that I can't talk about.
Okay, let's talk about those.
I don't know when that's going to expire.
Sure. It's expired. Let's talk about that. No.
Why not? Let's talk about it. I'll share what I can.
Anybody who works...
America is awesome. Our technology is unbelievable. It's projected out. Some of the things we work on today are 40 to 50 years in the future for any other nation developing similar tech. So we have a lot of really cool stuff.
We do, and we've got a lot of scary stuff, too.
Yes, we do.
I did a show on that last night. I don't know if you happened to hear that. If you did, I'm surprised you're feeling well today. It was really scary. All right, so I sort of read your background in the government, but if you want to go into detail about what you did, just short of classified, you're welcome to do so. I mean, the International Space Station, that's interesting anyway. What did you do?
Basically, I was responsible for the pressurized mating adapter that the shuttle used to dock to, and the crew would transfer from the shuttle to one of the nodes, which is a command and control node. I was also responsible for the design and components in the command and control node. I was also responsible for the cupola, which is like one of the coolest things on the space station, which is the windows in that like octagonal pattern that the astronauts look out and they look at the Earth.
Yes.
And also I was responsible for the airlock, which the astronauts don their spacesuits, and they exit to perform maintenance and research on the space station.
That is such exciting stuff. My God.
Extremely exciting.
Extremely. So I want to ask you this. How disappointed are you that the U.S. space program seems, what's the right word, stagnant, moving backward, not progressing? I mean, we should be on our way. We should have been Mars, in my opinion, already.
Well, if you remember when 2001 A Space Odyssey came out,
of course,
we were thinking in 2001 we would have all those things. We didn't even come close. We're not even close to that now. We've made some mistakes. We've invested in I love the shuttle, but we should not have invested in just the shuttle. We should have had more than one heavy lift vehicle during that process that we were developing at the same time. That way, we wouldn't be developing it now. The SLS is a heavy lift vehicle, but we would have had it a long time ago. It probably would have made it easier to build the space station also in its original configuration, which would have been able to build interplanetary vehicles in space in a big shed that we designed. So I'm tremendously disappointed. I think we're going to pick up speed and get going once Orion starts flying and all the other vehicles that some of the civilian stuff is doing, and with people like Buzz Aldrin, which he's really pushing the Mars thing, which I think is so awesome. And the latest discovery of water, that is a huge incentive for us to go there. So I think we're going to make up for lost time, but yeah, it has been a huge disappointment.
Actually, I am even more disappointed than that. I thought that by now we would be working on warp-type drives. And there are some out there trying to work on them. But, I mean, to use the kind of rockets we've been using to get into low Earth orbit or to geosync or even to the moon is never really going to get us very far. Maybe it'll get us to Mars and back if those who go are lucky.
If you remember when we were when Neil Armstrong and Apollo 12 and 14 and were landing on the moon.
Yes.
Do you remember that during I think it was 14, hardly anybody was watching it on, and even the major news carriers weren't carrying the actual walk.
I know.
So
everybody got bored.
All of this is, what drives all of this is enthusiasm. And sometimes our enthusiasm wanes when it becomes, repetitive, like the shuttle launches. Mm-hmm. After a while, people weren't watching them until something happened, and then everybody was watching those first 2 launches, and then we went back to forgetting about it.
I know.
So that's why, if we could maintain that enthusiasm, I think we could progress a lot faster than we have been.
Well, if we could be on our way to Alpha Centauri much faster than the speed of light, I would get really, really excited. That's kind of where I had sort of hoped we'd be, but we're not. And there are people on the plus side. There are people, Dr. Taylor, beginning to work on warp drives, that kind of thing.
Right. Yeah, I've seen some articles and videos on things that they're working on, and even different concepts on types of engines. And I think we're going to be able to do all of that, and it's just going to take a time, and we're going to have to be patient. And what's really exciting, though, Art, is that civilian industries are getting involved, and that's what drove the aircraft designs that we have today. Mm-hmm. So once civilians get involved and start making it a profitable situation, because that's how our economy works, that's really what's going to drive the technology and the deeper exploration and the really exciting part of space travel.
In the meantime, we've probably got a better chance of doing an OBE and going to Mars than we do with NASA, at least for the time being.
It doesn't cost anything. It's free.
That's right. No tickets involved. And, when you first told me about OBEs all those years ago, I went, oh, yeah, right.
Right.
This is it's foo-foo stuff. I tend to stay away from real foo-foo stuff.
Right. Right.
But the truth is, it works. Now, I'm not claiming that I have personally done it extensively. I've done it very quickly. I'm telling you the same story I did all those years ago, and I popped right back in, but I was out long enough to say, oh, my God, I was out. So it does work. And then along come people like you, President Bennett, who tell me, not only can you go out of your body, but you can go anywhere you want. Preston says you can walk right through walls. Do you agree with that?
Oh, definitely. You can go anywhere you can focus your consciousness on. And that's a task in itself, because you have to stay focused. There's so much going on, and not everybody's going to be at that super conscious level to be able to do that. Some people are going to be in various lower levels, like dream states, semi-conscious states, semi-lucid states. So if you can focus your consciousness, and you can go there. Most people think that you can focus on the same things that you would experience, that you want to do in everyday life. Like you want to go to the Bahamas or something like that. Mm-hmm. But that's not how it works, because when you get into that other state, which almost is like a hypnotic superconscious state, you're only going to be able to focus on what's passionate to you.
Can we go back to walls for just a moment?
Okay.
Preston said something that I would like you to deal with, and I thought it was just kind of cool. He said that depending on what you're walking through, you can feel a little something as you go through. The more dense an object is not hard to walk through any wall, but the more dense an object, you feel a little something as you go through that density. Is that true?
Oh, it's. I've been doing this for a while now, and I've heard a lot of people share their experiences, and I can always tell when someone really knows what it feels like by details that you don't hear about, and that's one of them. I've talked about it periodically, but I don't talk about it that much.
You never talk about that with me. It's like
20 years ago, maybe.
It's like the cops that hold back important information so they know when they really got their guy.
The thing about the second body, or as Robert Monroe called it, or the astral body, is that it's super sensitive. I mean, far more sensitive than the information you'd get from your five senses or touching something. So when you feel a fiber or even pass through a surface, you feel almost every molecule that's in that surface. And it's so incredibly, you can almost get, that's why I was saying, if you can focus on a place, you can go there, but it's so hard to focus on a distant place or a location because of the experience in the present that you're going through. Just feeling that sensation, you can get lost doing that. I remember in the beginning, I would just lay there moving my astral legs up and then back down through the bed and touching the carpet and then moving up, and I would just keep doing that. I wasn't even thinking of flying or going anywhere, but that's how amazing the whole experience is.
All right. Well, understand. Some in my audience right now are going, oh, come on. Others who have done this are going, yeah, I completely understand. And I have now spoken to so many people with so many details that I know that what you guys are saying is true. I want to be able to do it myself. And just as all those years ago, Dr. Taylor, I can get to the edge. I can get to the buzz. I can get to even the partial paralysis, but then I freak out and cop out and come back, and I just can't release control.
And that's something that only you can overcome, unfortunately. I wish I can get you to the doorstep and tell you all the techniques. And,
yeah, I know.
But the thing about it, stepping through is, and that's a hard thing. I'm not going to say it's easy at all, because there's fear of the unknown. Nature has inbred that, instilled that upon us to survive. So fear of the unknown is a huge factor.
Well, of course
Hollywood
it is.
Stories is a huge factor. All the scary things we hear about that. Religious beliefs is a huge factor. So all those things are, like I said earlier, our senses are heightened. So if you're going to go through a fearful emotion, it's going to almost feel like tenfold, and it's going to be so intense, you're going to think it's real.
All right. Well, here's a question for you. Here's a question for you. You're able to walk through solid objects.
Mm-hmm.
You're also, I take it, able to walk through a person.
I haven't tried that one yet.
Really?
But I would think you could. Any material surface.
Okay.
Living or dead.
That's right. That's right. We're just a bunch of water sacks, right? Mm-hmm. So presumably in that state, you could walk through a person. And if you did, as with other solid things, if you feel a little something when you move through it, I wonder if a living being would feel moved through.
It would, I haven't done that. And I'm going to put it on my bucket list, though, for sure, because I don't see what happens. But I would think because of the heightened sensations that you have, it might be a mind-melting kind of situation. I think definitely you're going to pick up on some type of life force like energy. You're going to definitely be in touch with the astral energy. So I think that there will be something, and because I've heard of people having near-death experiences at the same time, in car accidents, and they were able to feel each other's emotions and even communicate, I think doing that you probably would be able to sense a lot of things. It just may not be two-way.
Well, I'm glad that you brought up NDEs, because I have talked to any number of people who have been actually either on top of or hugging a relative who died, Dr. Taylor, and they said they felt that person's soul pass through them.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all. We are, I think, like I said a long time ago, and a friend of mine used to say, we are the ghosts that we think we see and things like that. We are them. So if we're the same thing, and in out-of-body experiences that I've had, you share a lot of emotion, and not just thought energy, but you share a lot of emotion. So for someone to transition from a living body and pass through a living person, I would imagine that that's going to be a very spiritual experience. Probably not only losing a loved one, but the actual sensation is going to be life-changing.
Well, if you lost a loved one and felt that, you would interpret it instantly. But if you were just in everyday life and somebody passed through you in an OBE state, you might just sort of go, oh, that was a weird feeling, or something akin to that. In other words, there'd be no bump. There would be, though, a sensation of, I don't know, a sensation. I'll try to find words for it. Dr. Taylor, hold on. We've got news, a couple spots, and then lots of open territory for discussion of OBEs from the high desert. I'm Art Bell.
Gonna take a lot of love, change the way things are. Gonna take a lot of love.
It's not radio, but it is what's next, exclusively on the Dark Matter Digital Network, Midnight in the Desert, with Art Bell. Now, here's Art.
Here I am. Dr. Albert Taylor is here, and I just want to emphasize one more time. You know, if you know somebody who is really in pain, or if you're really in pain, I've had this bad back all my adult life. The only thing that has ever helped me, seriously helped me, has been this lumen business, and I'm telling you, it works from me. And after you know what? If somebody out there gets one of these things, and I'm sure you will, for me it's back pain. It works on all kinds of things. But if somebody out there gets one of these things and wants to publicly discuss it here on the air, I'd be up for that. A miracle for me. Now, just before, I want to try and put words to it. We were talking about a person in an OBE state walking through a solid body of another person. And I think I've felt that happen. I could swear I have. It's like, I said I had to put words to it. It's kind of like somebody is suddenly in the room, or somebody is suddenly watching you. We have talked other times about, you know, for animals, for example, they know just before a hunter's going to let go of an arrow toward them. They know just before they're going to squeeze the trigger, they start, and then, of course, startle, and then it's too late. They're probably dead. But is that kind of feeling like something's there, something's with me, just a little shiver? That's what I'm talking about, Albert.
It could, you know, because of there's some paranormal things going on there, ions, involving ions. So you could feel a sense of a chill, a sense of being cold.
Right.
You could feel a sense of being warm also, emotional, extremely emotional. Like happy, sad kind of emotion, not just sad because of the person departing. So, and you know, you got to think about this. We are basically energy with a lot of different organic and material. The person dying is energy with a lot of organic material, but when the body dies, that energy stays, it doesn't die. You can only transform energy. So if that energy passes through your energy field, it makes sense that there is going to be some type of interaction and some type of flux in your energy field. And because we sense energy emotionally, it's going to tap into that emotion that, you know, is affected by that kind of emotional or supercharged energy.
All right. A lot of people in our audience tonight, Dr. Taylor, don't believe this. They don't believe that you can actually travel out of your body. Another segment of our audience knows you can because they have done so.
Yeah,
so
totally
if you were asked for proof that it's possible to leave your body, is it supplyable?
And this is what's awesome about it, is because I totally understand the skepticism. I was skeptical. I didn't think this was even close to possible. I grew up a Catholic, and you didn't talk about that stuff. Even though I was having strange things happen to me, there's no way I thought that I was having an out-of-body experience. I think personally you can talk to me and share with me all until the cows come home about this, but if I don't have a personal experience, it really doesn't matter a whole lot.
Right.
So what's so really awesome about out-of-body experiences is that there's a certain mechanics to it, even though there's a certain spiritual and meditative state to it. But there's a certain mechanics to it that if you do these certain things, it increases your chances of having one. And I suggest to anybody, be skeptical, but be open.
Okay, we'll get to this. But what I asked was, if I asked you to prove OBEs are real, would you have any way to do that?
I think the personal experience proves it more than anything. I can't. You mean like I'll go to this room, like a remote viewing kind of situation, where I'll go to this room and see what's there and come back and report it to you?
Something like that.
I think some people probably maybe can do that. I haven't been able to do that because it's very difficult for me to focus on very, very basic things like visiting Disneyland, and because there's so much, the more I've done it over the years, the more it's become a spiritual, incredible, supercharged you have experiences with the light and death, deceased loved ones, and all the physical things that I thought I wanted to do pale in comparison. So I think that's difficult to do that, and I welcome if anybody out there, because there's a lot of astral travelers out there who have skills maybe beyond mine ever could be. I would say it's definitely possible. It doesn't seem to fit into my experiences.
Okay, well, something like this, for example. Let's say that you journey out of body and you go to Uncle Phil's in Northern California, and you observe something in Uncle Phil's room that's different or surprising or shocking, and you get back in your body and you pick up the phone and call Uncle Phil and verify whether or not what you just saw is the truth.
Well, I can share this experience that I have had, and I've had two interesting ones that led me to think that it's more than just a dream or something like that.
All right.
I had a friend of mine at work who I felt comfortable talking about this, and she said to come visit her, and I thought, okay. So through the process of relaxing and flying, because that's what you do in the out-of-body experience, and arriving at this location, only thing I could do was start, looking around and trying to remember, because it's very difficult to remember what I was seeing. So I saw a chandelier that was larger than it should have been in her particular dining room. I saw a hallway with 3 doors. I saw a window with an odd window in the corner of the room with a telephone pole blocking half of it. And out that I saw an alleyway. So when I came back to my physical body, I wrote all of this down, and we were working at the space station at the time. And I went upstairs. I know, talking about the space station.
What you don't want to do, actually, is walk into your boss's room, at NASA and say, guess what I just did?
Yeah, I know. There was something that was really, we whispered. It was almost...
You would be shuttled out of there so quickly?
Yeah, no, that wouldn't have been very good for getting a raise or anything like that. But anyway, I shared it with her, and what I saw matched her apartment. So I was, that didn't matter to me. I was still extremely skeptical. But this was what really was interesting, is I had an experience with this woman who had a near-death experience. And she was the first person that ever told me, you're probably having out-of-body experiences. And I was really skeptical when she said that. But she said, come visit me. And so that night, because I was developing some techniques on how to get out, I was getting about, 50% to 60% success in what I was doing, is I traveled to her house. I found myself traveling. And that's what's interesting, is you think you're flying alone, but you're really not. You have company. And so I thought I was flying alone, but I wasn't. And I arrived at this location I'd never been. I came, and I thought I was going to crash into the roof. I went through the ceiling. I could see the insulation. I could see plumbing, electrical wire, and then I found myself at the foot of the bed of somebody in the bed. And I'm looking at them, and I see it's the person that I wanted to see, the doctor who had a near-death experience. And I looked around the room, and the first thing I noticed was that I thought she had a cast on her leg, and her leg was broken.
Yes.
And I thought, okay, I don't remember her leg being broken at class, so that's something interesting to remember. And another thing I remember is seeing it was twin beds, and her husband or somebody was, I knew she was married, sleeping on the other side of the room in another bed. I guess they'd been married for a long time, but that might be besides the point.
Right.
I thought, okay, that's good to remember too. So when I returned back and wrote all this down, I couldn't wait to go see her. She was teaching a college course at the local college out here, and I went up to her and I said, something really incredible happened. I had an incredible dream. And she said to me, you know, on Saturday, because this is the same day it happened, I had the experience, on Saturday, I had a dream that you were standing at the foot of my bed. I thought, okay. And I looked at her leg looked fine, it didn't look broken. I thought, well, in the dream sequence I had, you had a broken leg, and you had something, a white cast on your leg. And she said, no. She said, but I do sleep with a heating pad on my leg because I have arthritis in my knee. And I thought, oh, well, that's interesting. And then I said, you know, I know you're married, but in my dream situation, I said, your husband was sleeping way on the other side of the room. And she said, yeah, he sleeps way on the other side of the room because he has sleep apnea and he wakes me up at night. Oh. So I went home. I mean, I went home shocked at this, and I was thinking, could this be real? Could we really be is it possible for a part of us to actually leave the physical body? And does that mean that we have a soul or a spirit of some sort? And I could not go to sleep all night long thinking about this.
So are you telling me this was at the very beginning of your astral travel?
Yes. This was,
wow.
I didn't even know what it was exactly, except for the doctor sharing with me, you probably are having out-of-body experiences. That was the first, I'd read when I was a kid about near-death experiences.
Wait. Doctor shared with you that in other words, you went to a physician.
Oh, no. Let me back up.
Okay.
She was teaching a class at the college, and because she had a near-death experience, she was teaching a class on that kind of thing. Okay. So I went to the class because I was looking for answers on what was happening to me, because it went from happening once every couple weeks to happening several times a week, 3 times a week, and then sometimes 3 times a night. So it got my attention.
Oh, that'll get my attention too.
Yeah. And I was, and this was happening at night, and then I'd have to go and literally fly to Houston Space Center and help train the astronauts on how to assemble the space station in the giant pool there. So it was, let's say, distracting and stressful. So I went to her and to the class. And during the class, she was the first person outside of my family that ever said, has anybody ever felt paralyzed at night? And my hand shot up because I'd never heard anybody talk about that except for my family. And I said, yeah, it happens to me all the time. And she immediately replied, and she was the first person that ever said, she said, you may be having out-of-body experiences.
Were you worried for your mental stability?
Oh, definitely. And matter of fact, that's the first thing I did is I went to see a psychiatrist to be evaluated.
Really? I'm curious. Yeah. What did the psychiatrist say?
Well, I went because I was, like I said, I didn't know about this stuff. So I was thinking, because it was happening to several people in my family, that it was neurological or maybe a psychosis of some sort. So I went to the doctor and I explained to him some of the things, not in detail. I wanted to leave and go home too, but I explained to him some of the details of the things that were happening, and they put me through an incredible amount of testing, MRIs, neurological, ink blot, all kinds of things. Really. And he gave me a flying colors. I mean, a great evaluation. So, but I was disappointed.
Did he give you a conclusion, doctor?
He said that it doesn't seem to have any problem. I'm rational, I'm logical. My job doesn't seem to be affected by anything that would be indications, interaction with people, on and on, all these criteria that I didn't know that a whole lot about, but basically he said, you're fine. But I was disappointed, Art, because I wanted them to find something.
I get it.
I wanted them to find a physical thing so I could say, oh, that's it. What do I do about it? Take a pill, therapy, whatever. But when he said I was okay, I knew that, okay, that means I'm on my own. I've got to go back to the situation that's happening several times a night and deal with it.
Right.
And because I'm a researcher, I thought, okay, I'm going to go back and I'm going to document my descent into insanity. And that's how my book...
Yeah, it honestly sounds like a real... a train of thought that I can understand for somebody who's in the hard sciences and is trying to figure out what the hell's going on in their own mind.
Right.
It's a
and
logical...
I figured I was going to go crazy. I was losing it, Alzheimer's, whatever the problem. And I figured when they found me babbling and drooling in the corner...
Yes.
My manuscript, my book would be laying there, and they could figure out how I got there. That's what I was doing.
All right. So you qualify easily as an expert on OBEs. Let's do this. Let's do how to have or how to increase the possibility of your having an OBE. What would your list of suggestions be, please?
Okay, first of all, it happens to almost everybody every night. We just don't remember. So one of the techniques is to remember it's happening. Okay, that's one of the things. We sleep, depending on how tired you are, we sleep very, very heavy in the beginning, and then we come up to a lighter REM state toward the morning, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, right before we wake up.
Well, I already want to stop you on number one. You said the first most important thing is to remember.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. How do we differentiate? How are we to know the difference between a very, very graphic dream, and some of them are, and an OBE?
Well, because dreams you forget about. Sometimes you don't even remember when you wake up, and even when you do remember them, they don't usually have any profound emotional impact on you. An out-of-body experience will have a profound impact on you. You will not think of it like a dream. It will laugh. You'll be thinking about it. You'll have questions. You may experience that intense fear that I was talking about, because you don't usually experience that in a dream, not this intense. So they will be so different that you will not forget about it.
Okay.
At all.
All right, that's number one. Then number two is... I'm sorry, number two.
Okay. So basically... one of the things that I discovered is that toward the early morning part, we remember our dreams more. We have lucid dreams. That's when I was having a lot of lucid dreams. That's when I would fly in my dreams and things like that. So what I did is I experimented on recreating it when it happened naturally.
In what way?
But what I did is I would go to bed about 10 o'clock at night. I'd set my alarm for about maybe 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yes.
I'd get out of the bed and not just reach over and turn it off, because I noticed when I couldn't sleep sometimes and I wake up in the middle of the night and go back to bed, that's when I would have the experience. So I'd get out of the bed, stay up for about an hour, drink water, don't eat anything, just drink water, and then go back to bed and then lay it perfectly still. And this is really important. Lay perfectly still and relax every portion of your body from head to toe.
Okay.
What's going to happen here is have you ever been really, really tired and you were driving a car and for that brief second you nodded out, just a brief second, and it startled.
Yes. And when you come back to consciousness, it is sheer terror.
Yeah, definitely. So what you've done in this, I call this the interrupted sleep technique. What you've done is recreated that situation, except now you're in a safe environment. So no matter how hard you try to stay awake, if you're laying perfectly still, you're going to reach that point where the body's going to nod off. It's like it would in the car or something. If you hold still, it's going to happen. Even if you don't, you're going to fall asleep. But the thing is because you've interrupted the sleep pattern and given your body, your consciousness, about 4 hours to rest and sleep, when your body drops off, you're going to be at that heightened awareness state. And you may even, when it happens, and this really shocked me because when it happened, that was the first time I'd ever gone from consciously laying there to into a paralysis state where I couldn't move my physical body.
Right.
I actually heard myself snoring, and I thought it was someone else snoring that was very close behind me, which almost scared me.
Oh, I've heard that a lot.
You actually hear your body snoring.
I've heard that a lot.
Sometimes people hear themselves snoring, and it wakes them up. So that's the state you want to get to.
Yeah, I've been in that state any number of times. In the afternoon, I'll lay down on the couch. If it's boring, whatever I'm watching, I'll lay on my back with my hands behind my head, and I'll start to fall asleep. And I don't know how many minutes later, I hear myself snoring. It's embarrassing, actually.
Right. Well, you've come to a fork in the road right there.
Really?
And because you've altered it with interrupting your sleep pattern, it increases your chances of going into a lucid state rather than going into a deep sleep state.
All right. Hold it right there. I love this subject. Go BEs. Dr. Albert Taylor is my guest. I'm Mark Bell, and this is Midnight in the Desert.
As the midnight moon was drifting through the lazy sway of the trees, I saw the look in your eyes looking into mine. Fantasy, someone to share my wildest dreams with me. Imaginary love.
Midnight in the Desert doesn't screen calls. We trust you. But remember, the NSA, well, you know. To call the show, please dial 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952-CALL-ART.
Love that one. Dr. Albert Taylor is my guest. We are discussing OBEs, and I hope some of you have dragged out a piece of paper and are paying attention, because he's telling us how to do it. First of all, most importantly, remember. Secondly, you might set the alarm. I know that this just doesn't sound intuitive, but for 2 in the morning, or 3 in the morning or something, when you wake up, drink something perhaps, but don't eat, and then get into this relaxed state. Do I have it about right?
That's it. And no matter if you try to stay awake, something's going to happen. You're either going to drift back off into a deep state, which I doubt because of the interrupted time period, or you're going to hear yourself snoring or find yourself paralyzed, or you're going to hear this loud rushing wind, I mean extremely loud.
Yes.
Or you're going to hear, because it's a vibrational energy thing, you're going to hear a very loud buzzing sound.
That would indicate the beginning of an OBE.
Definitely.
Okay.
Definitely. It's like a road sign. Those are like road signs. The slower you go through the separation process,
yes,
the more you hear.
All
so
right.
The slower you go, if you go through fast, some of those things you may not experience at all. But that slow process, those are things that you're going to hear as your consciousness transitions from a physical state, which is your body, to a higher vibrational state, which is your astral form. It vibrates at a little higher vibration, so you will hear and feel that vibration.
All right, doctor. All right. Let's say that I'm up to step number 4, and I've got the buzzing, and I feel kind of paralyzed, and I want to take the next step. In other words, I want out of my body. This is where I fail. This is where I get scared and I can't make it. What can I do at that juncture to jump, to go?
Well, there's 2 things you need to do first, is that you need to calm down because it's exciting, and the excitement can bring you back. You need to suspend any kind of ideas you have on what's going to happen. Just be an observer, because if you think about something, you could scare yourself during that process.
Huh.
Yeah, it could happen very easily. And then once that happens, if you can't see already, because sometimes your vision just comes on, if you can't see, say to yourself, I want to see. And it's really, I know it sounds simple, but ask and you shall receive.
Okay.
If you haven't moved anywhere, say, I want to float upward. And that's what usually gets things moving. The difference is, and I've talked to people who've awakened in the state and knew nothing about out-of-body experiences, and one of the things that happens is they find themselves bouncing around the room, experiencing being totally out of control. Well, what's happening there is that you don't know you can control it. It's like jumping in a car and going down a hill and not grabbing the steering wheel. Every bump it hits, it's going to veer off and go in a direction. But know that you can control this by your desire and being able to focus on what you want to happen.
Okay. Now, let's move on. Let's say that the impossible happens and I make it out. Can I then choose a destination, and if so, how?
Well, if it's a person, which is easier than a location, a physical location, if they have an emotional impact on you while you're in the waking state, you should be able to think of them very easily. A loved one, your mother, a dear friend, something like that. If you can think of them, all you have to say is, I want to visit, or I want to be with, and something strange might happen. Is like I said, touched on earlier, you're not alone, so you may not be able to see them, perceive them, because we're not talking about light coming through the optic nerve and bouncing off the retina or anything. We're talking about a sensation. You may feel someone touch you or grab you and push and assist you in the direction that you want to go in.
Yeah, I don't know if I like that.
I recommend, that's the way it is. But think of it more like a guardian angel. I mean, everybody accepts the fact that it's not going to harm you in any way, and that's basically what I'm talking about. You can call it anything you want, but it's the same thing. But I recommend for beginners, stay local. Do it. Get better at it. Stay in the room. Move around the room.
Okay.
Touch things.
All right.
Touch things. Put your hands through things. Move into a different part of the house. Look for, if you have children, go visit and look for the children. What you will find is something really interesting. Like I mentioned with the doctor who had the heat pad around her leg, is that you can interact with them in a way depending on how consciously they are aware. They may not be that aware, or they may be, but you can. The more aware they are, the more you can interact with them. And it's really, really interesting. And like I said, that's why it's so hard to go beyond that, because you have to focus, is because there's so many incredible things you can do in the near vicinity of your body, your physical body.
Just think how you could have messed with her. Turned her heating pad up to 120.
You know, if I could move physical objects in that state, that would be very interesting. I don't think that it may not be impossible in the future for someone, but that would be an awesome talent or capability.
It would be. Anyway, I'm just messing with you. I know you can't affect physical things.
I can only wish.
Right. There is never a case in that state where you can affect anything physical, right?
No, I haven't been able to, and I haven't heard or had any reports of anybody else being able to. But during the paranormal, of course, we have heard and seen video of non-physical consciousness moving objects. So let's say it's not impossible, but it doesn't seem to apply to an astral traveler or an out-of-body experiencer.
Well, when I interviewed Preston Bennett, I asked him what I asked you years ago, and I will ask again now. And that is, can anything go wrong? And is there anything dangerous about it? And his first reaction, like yours, was, oh, no, nothing can ever go wrong. And if it does, you snap right back into your body like a rubber band that's just been let go of. Right? That's the answer.
The worst thing that can happen is you scare yourself because you encounter something that's unknown. You know, this is the thing that I discovered, and I've been afraid of things like this since I was a little tiny kid, since I was 5 years old. And I said this, remember I shared this with you before. Going into the astral plane and not wanting to see ghosts is like going into the ocean and not wanting to see fish. That's where they are. So you projecting, or if you're scared of that, or you have a fear about that, the worst thing that could possibly happen is that you will scare yourself. But not everybody who is on the other side is angelic. That doesn't mean you're going to meet, these wonderful souls over there. People carry a lot of their traits and who they are when they're over there at the lower state of the astral. So
nasty on this side, nasty on that side.
Yeah, so you could have a negative experience with something or someone, but the thing is you always have I call it my ejection seat. You can always return to the physical, and they can't.
Okay. And then there's one more step I'll take, and that is this. Can you be absolutely sure? I mean, we know that, you've heard the old expression, dead men tell no tales, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they don't, as far as I know. How many people every year in the world die in their sleep? Answer, many, many, many.
Mm-hmm.
How can you be sure that some of those people, of the many, 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 didn't die when something went wrong when they were out of the body?
Okay, I don't think you can cause it to happen. I don't think you have that much power because there's a bigger story going on. There's a lot more that you are a part of and that you are important to, and part of that importance is your interaction in day-to-day life and how you affect people. So you can't interrupt that process just by doing something and remembering something that you normally do subconsciously anyway. So you don't have to worry about that. But the experience is the same. If a person is passing, the probability of them having similar disconnection experiences is going to be high like yours. Let me give you an example. My cousin, Robert, passed away years and years ago. And one of the things that happens in our family is we all have night paralysis issues. A lot of my family they're very superstitious. So they refer to it as witch rides, or the witches are coming to ride you at night because you did something bad, or they're trying to steal your soul. So that's kind of a southern kind of superstition that my family has lived with for a long time. Robert, he also had out-of-body experiences, but didn't know that's what they were.
Okay, I'm going to stop you again because that's so interesting. You're saying this has been a genetic trait in your family.
As far back as I can remember. Great-great-grandmother, it's been told since I was a little kid, but I've always thought that's what it was, and it's always been something terrible and horrifying, and none of us liked it. And I was the first one to change and just try to be an observer and discover a whole new aspect to it.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
I find the genetic link very interesting.
I've been all over the place, and I wondered that too. That's because I'm a researcher. I was wondering, okay, is it in my family? Like I said in the beginning, I thought it was a psychosis or a neurological problem. Mm-hmm. But what I've found, having been lucky enough to go all over the world talking to people about this, is it doesn't matter what you are, it doesn't matter what you believe. People of all walks of life have these kind of experiences. And what's really cool is I do this experiment when I talk to people. So let's say I have 100 people in the room. One of the things I start mentioning the different aspects of the separation process. I say, if you've ever experienced this and after going to bed at night, raise your hand and keep your hand up. And by the time I touch on the paralysis, the vibration, hearing your name being called, because that's one of them, right, and flying dreams and all these other things, about 70% of the audience out of 100 still have their hands up. So that's globally. About 70% of people are can remember having these experiences. They just haven't pieced all the puzzles together to figure out, yes, this is something that has to do with having an out-of-body experience.
Well, this is why I believe it. So many people know about it or have done it or wish they could do it that I believe it. I've been told enough. I absolutely believe it now. Couple of questions. Is there something that remains tethered to your body? I mean, there are stories of a silver cord, that kind of thing. What do you know?
Right. Well, I've looked for it. I don't doubt that some people have seen it, experienced it. What I have a theory about that I presented in my book. I think it's like there's something called a duality of consciousness that I've discovered, and that means there's part of us thinks like you and I are thinking right now, and then there's another part of us that thinks on a very, very higher level. The two are not disconnected. So if you're fearful in your exploration, I think that, and I may be wrong.
Like training wheels.
It's like breadcrumbs. It's like breadcrumbs.
Training wheels.
You know, yeah, you don't feel totally detached from your physical body. And a lot of people say, well, how do I find my way back? Can I get back in? The silver cord kind of gives you that warm, fuzzy, or security, knowing that if I follow this, no matter how far I go, I'm still connected. Now, that's how I see it, because I had never found it, and I've been out a lot of times, and I've tried to go as many places as I possibly could, flying even into space. So I've never had that experience. Of course, I'm not afraid, but I would imagine that if I were, it would be a really welcome security blanket for me.
It's like, doing an EVA from the space station with no tether.
Right. Like the old days, we used to have the umbilical, like when Ed White was walking in Gemini, he had the umbilical that he would use. And then later on, when I was in the space program, we used the MMU, which is the Man Maneuvering Unit, which is totally like in Gravity, the movie Gravity, which was totally untethered.
Oh, by the way, how did you like the movie Gravity?
Oh, man, I was so disappointed.
Were you?
I wish, I have trouble watching space movies. I have trouble watching aircraft movies because they use the wrong aircraft. I have problems with this new Steven Spielberg movie with the Francis Gary Powers being shot down because they're using the wrong aircraft. So I know too much about that. I even have problems flying on airplanes because I'm looking out at the flight control. So I had a lot of technical problems with the movie Gravity.
That's kind of disappointing. You saw it in 3D?
No, I didn't see it in 3D.
Okay.
But let me tell you, the technical problems I had is way before I worked on the space program. The astronauts have the capability of maneuvering just in case they get detached from the space station or any vehicle. That spacesuit that they have has these little firing jets. If you go on the internet, and you can see these little jets, and they have the capability of coming back. Another thing is that the physics was all wrong, because when George Clooney and Sandra Bullock were flying through space holding on to the line, and she grabbed onto one structure, and he was way out at the end of an umbilical. All she had to do was just jerk it one time, and that momentum would have brought him right to her. So I had a problem with the physics, but I tried to suspend that and just enjoy it for a theatrical presentation.
I was going to say, somebody who can disassociate themselves enough to actually travel out of their body ought to be able to suspend something or another to enjoy a movie. But I get it. I completely get it, I'm afraid. I don't like to see flaws either. Well, okay.
It's hard.
All right, so...
because, for instance, that new movie that's come out, which I really think is going to be exciting, is the U-2 being shot down over Russia. Well, since I was on the U-2s when I was in the Air Force, I was a crew chief on the R model. They're using an R model, and Francis Gary Powers was shot down in an A model. So, but that's me, That's me.
Well, so ruin another one for us.
I'm sorry. That's me.
Did you see San Andreas?
No, I haven't seen that.
Oh, you should see that. And in 3D at that. Okay. All right. Anyway, back to where we were with OBEs. And you have now, I believe, expanded your research from OBEs to other aspects of the paranormal, correct?
Right. Yes. One of the things I wanted, I noticed that there's a lot of people out there, God bless them, collecting paranormal data. orbs, EVPs, electronic voice phenomena,
Yes.
Different types of digital video imagery,
Right.
Things like that. But one of the reasons I got into it is because I was really trying to draw a connection, because I was having encounters with deceased relatives, and I was trying to see if there was something physically I could do to connect the two. And that's why I looked into the technology that was available today and the activities that people were conducting around the world.
All right, slow up. Slow up. I mean, you just blurt these things out. You were having encounters with dead relatives. Now, that's an artifact of an NDE, not an OBE.
As a matter of fact, I didn't tell you. We didn't. I didn't know that I was going to be going into a realm that we go into when we die. I didn't know about that.
So you're now telling me wait a minute. You're telling me you can have an OBE and go into the same territory you would go into with an NDE?
Yeah. An NDE takes you a little further, but everybody exits in that lower level.
Oh, well,
in the beginning.
Yeah, if you start,
yes, in the beginning,
I don't know. If you start seeing dead relatives, buddy, that's NDE territory to me.
Yeah, but they don't. That's the thing that we think that we go through a tunnel and we get locked away and we stay there. That's not really how it works. No one gets locked away. That may be part of your panoramic past life experience, because you've heard people say my whole life flashed before me, and you hear about people talking about they experience all the emotions that they've impressed on people through their lives. So you may go through that, you may see the light, you may have an encounter with a higher being, and have a past, but that's not the end. You still exist, and so I was shocked when I had an encounter on more than 2 occasions with my deceased aunt, which I didn't expect. I didn't know that's where they were. I had no idea. But it happened on more than one occasion, and it was profound. It wasn't just like, oh, by the way. No, it affected me emotionally, because I'd never communicated with a person in that sense, in that way. Like now we're talking. But in that sense, you not only communicate mentally, but you feel the emotion that person, you share emotions. So whatever I'm feeling, my aunt could feel, and whatever she was feeling, I could feel. And that's the part that profoundly affected me.
Holy smokes, Doctor. You're taking a leap that I've heard nobody ever take. I've never heard
it in my book.
Well, it's always in the book, right? I know.
Yeah. But
is that, by the way, is it your new book?
No, it's in Soul Traveler.
Soul Traveler.
The new book is Journey of the Cosmic Soul. What happens is, though, Art, this is what fueled the fire, is that while we were having this exchange, I suddenly realized I'm no different than she is, except I have a physical body to go back to. That had never dawned on me.
Well,
but it's
pretty
not.
Big difference.
I didn't believe it. I knew it, and that changed everything.
Okay, that's a pretty big difference. You had a body to go back to. She didn't.
Right.
And you said you could feel what she felt. She could feel what you felt, right?
Right, exactly.
So what can you tell me about the other side?
There's nothing to be afraid of.
Well, that's
it's
nice.
Home. It's where we came from. This is very temporary. This is the paranormal. That's not the paranormal. That's the normal. We will be welcomed and loved and not judged. The only judgment really comes from you, judging yourself on how you lived your life.
I know, I'm afraid of that.
There's no discrimination. Someone wrote me and asked me, they said, I'm gay, and if I go on the other side, do they discriminate against gay? There's no discrimination. There's none of that. None of the earthly things that we have here, that we experience here. And that's the part that we do so often, is we try to humanize and take our human experiences and apply it to something that is far from being human or even physical. It's very, very different, and it's incredibly intense and loving. Like the people who had near-death experiences, they all describe when they come back from that experience, it was the most incredible love they'd ever experienced in their lives.
Okay. I'm trying to digest this, that you can actually meet with people who have passed. That is, it takes it to a whole nother level. I have become so interested in NDEs. I've actually told a couple of researchers, and it's the truth. You know, I'm 70 years old now, Albert. If I had an opportunity to go with a medical team that had all the right stuff to bring me back, I would be tempted. I'd be tempted to try a flat line.
Right.
Just to see what's on the other side. But what you're saying is you don't need to. You can find out without flatline.
Yes. If it's meant to be, there's a lot going on, but if it's meant to be and you're capable, you can have an encounter with someone who's passed. I don't hear a lot of people have, because everybody differs on their ability. But the ones that I have heard of, and especially I have to talk about Robert Monroe, he has had, it describes in his 3 books, incredible experiences with formerly living human beings and non-human beings that have lived. Because not every entity or entity that you encounter will have had a human life.
Dr. Taylor, do you think that you have a genetic predisposition to this that gives you a really, really big advantage over other people trying to do OBEs?
No. I think maybe I'm the person that when Bigfoot or the monster is running at you, I'm the person that doesn't put the camera down. So that may be a defect, all right, rather than a bonus.
It is a defect. It's definitely a defect. Anybody who would stand there and not put the camera down as Bigfoot charge deserves every NDE and even permanent thing they get.
I'm so curious. I want to know for myself. It's not about me teaching anybody or preaching or any of those things. It was happening to me, and I was either going crazy or I had to find some kind of rational answer to what was happening, and I had no idea it was going to touch on something that had to do with, the eternity, the existence of a soul, and an environment where souls, live or go back to. I had no idea that. I was thinking, I was taught about heaven and hell and purgatory and those type of things.
So you're honestly telling me that you would stand there with a camera taking video of Bigfoot as he charged you, so that when the detectives came and said, "Oh, look at the arm over there and the leg over there, and we'll find the head," we'll get some people out here and find the head. They'd be able to have the camera. They'd get the camera, and they'd realize you held it until Bigfoot got you.
Well, I may run at the last minute, but I can tell you this. I've been on some paranormal investigations where some really scary stuff happened.
Yes.
And I was the one standing there with literally a couple members of my team ran out of the location that we were in fear, screaming, and I stayed there filming. I'm just curious about these type of things, and I want to know. So, there's a lot of people who are curious. People want to go to Mars, and they don't care if they come back because they want to know what it feels like.
Would you do that, by the way? One-way ticket to Mars?
Got to be a run. No, I want a return trip. I wouldn't even go on the shuttle after I learned all the things I learned about it. So no.
Wait a minute. Wait. You wouldn't go on the shuttle in view of all the things you have learned?
Yeah, no.
Hate to come back to Earth that hard, but what are you talking about?
Reliability. I worked in reliability and maintainability. And what reliability and maintainability is that we predict when an item is going to fail and in how many different ways it's going to fail.
Yes.
The shuttle had 1 million moving parts, and the reliability on everything there's no 100% reliability. And unfortunately, the way the shuttle was designed is that when you have certain failures, it could be a catastrophic failure. So I knew about that already. I knew that it wasn't a matter of time of if it was going to have a disaster was going to happen. It was about when and how many. I knew that. The numbers indicated that, so no, I wouldn't have.
Huh. Did you pass along any of that informed knowledge to the guys who were sitting on those firecrackers?
I wasn't on the shuttle program. I interfaced with them because I was responsible for the mating adapter, pressurized mating adapter.
Yes.
So I was on space station, so they shared information with me. I assume they knew what it was because they shared it with me, so that wasn't my area. If I had been on the shuttle, I definitely would have brought it to the attention because we're talking about astronaut space.
All right, got it. We've got a break. We're going to open phone lines soon. This is Midnight in the Desert.
When I think back, he opened up our minds, and I still can hear him say, oh, talk to me.
Proudly part of the Dark Matter Digital Network, this is Midnight in the Desert with your host, Art Bell. Now, here's Art.
Dr. Albert Taylor is my guest. We're talking about OBEs. That's out-of-body experiences. You can do it. I wish I could do it. I've done it, but just instantaneously, and it scared the fire out of me, and I didn't have the guts to go forward. We're now going to open phone lines, so I'm going to give my phone lecture, 101. And here it is. And you're going to get this a lot because we've got affiliates that are going to be joining or are joining and all that kind of stuff. So when we open the lines, here's the way it works. We have one massive public line, which has many, many numbers that roll over. That way I don't have to go east of the Rockies, west of the Rockies, on the Rockies. I don't have to do that. It's area code, the big public number, area code 952-225-5278. That's the modern way to do it. One number, many lines. Area code 952-225-5278. Now, aside from that, we accept calls by Skype. Now, here's how you do it. It's really simple. If you have an iPhone or an Android, just go and download Skype. When you get it, become a little familiar with it, please. Look around. And after you have done so, here's what you do. If you're in North America or Canada, you go in and you hit the little plus sign on Skype, and like you're adding a contact. That would be us. We're the contact. And so you would put in simply MITD51. And then you'll notice we're on your contact list. It's that easy. If you're outside of North America, it's MITD55. That's Midnight in the Desert, MITD55. And from then on, we'll be in your contact list. And so when you want to call us, you pick up your phone and just press the contact. And away you go. And, Skype, in most cases, for those who know how to do it, particularly when calling from a smartphone, is so incredibly good that you might as well sound like you're right here in the studio. And now one minor extension to my phone lecture, and that is I'm adding a first-time caller line. This is exclusively for those of you that have never called this program. And that number is area code 775-285-5800. Easy enough, right? But you must be a first-time caller, so you only actually get to do this one time. Well, let's think back. There have been many variations of this show that I've done. I guess you could do it again in the sense that, well, you were there during Dark Matter, you were there during the prior show, so you could still be a first-time caller to this show, right? Area code 775-285-5800. Sorry, I was sort of debating with myself to some degree. So we're opening all those lines right now for Dr. Taylor. Doctor, welcome back.
Thank you.
I would like to ask something in the list of questions. I do get a list of questions. I don't very frequently follow them, but I do get a list of questions. And I understand that you are in some way profoundly disappointed in the paranormal community worldwide, and I would like to know why that is.
Well, let me say I don't fault them. I don't think anybody's done anything intentional, but I think that and this is based on the different locations, geographical locations and countries that I've been to, is we have become complacent, and we have gotten to the point where we've settled for very literally tidbits of paranormal data. We've settled for orbs. We've settled for just collecting EVPs that some of them, and very few, are interactive, but most don't make any sense. You'll hear somebody say something, and they'll try to interpret what it is, but it doesn't make any sense. And we've become satisfied with that. But the thing is through my experiences, is when you leave your body, just the opposite happens. You go into a super conscious level where you can think in many diverse terms, but the EVPs that I've seen from a lot of different people sounds like the person is developmentally disabled, and that's just not the way it is. So I think that, yeah, there are, and let me tell you this. One of the things I was curious about was how do humans affect the collection of EVPs? Because most of the EVPs I've ever heard, there was somebody collecting it or asking questions.
Yes.
That's where my robots came in, is because they were capable of recording the same type of digital or audio tapes or information, and I was able to collect EVPs with my robots, and they weren't asking any questions. So that told me that this is going on all the time, not necessarily because we have asked a question.
Okay, well, now you have to back up again. So you built robots to collect EVPs. Is that the bottom line?
Right, EVPs and photographic data and night vision data, yes.
And how much success did you have?
A lot. Quite a bit, as a matter of fact.
Really?
Yeah, tremendous amount. In the years past, I've even played a couple for you that were quite startling.
Yes. Do you have, Halloween is coming. Mm-hmm. And I'm always looking for EVPs, especially good ones. Do you have some good ones?
I have, excuse me, what I've done is I've categorized them into indiscernible, semi-discernible, discernible, and then interactive. And I have some interactive EVPs, and what an interactive EVP is where you ask a question and it actually responds and responds to your question.
Yes.
I have some that are discernible, where they're just saying things that may not necessarily apply to what you're asking or what you're doing, but you can understand it. Then I have the semi, which says a few words here and there, but you have to guess at what they mean. And then I have noises and various bizarre, indiscernible voice-like things that I've recorded. So I have those 4 different categories.
Do those come from 4 different kinds of entities?
I would say the discernible, indiscernible, and the lower ones are kind of like a background noise, kind of like an echo. They're not interactive. They're always there because the robot seems to pick them up. If it was only there when humans, then I'd say they were, had an interactive quality to them. But because the robots can pick them up, no matter if you can drive away for miles and the robot still records it. Your background noise.
Yes, Doctor, your robots. Describe your robots to me. They could physically move. They could take video. They obviously record audio. What were they capable of doing, and why use a robot?
Well, one of my more popular ones that I really have used quite a bit is it has motion sensors. It also has an internal EMF meter, electromagnetic field meter, and it has directional probe, which it can turn the probe toward the source of the EMF and move the whole robot will move and follow or chase the EMF reading and record while it's doing that. And it will maneuver around furniture, walls, whatever. So that's one of my favorite ones, and through that one, and it will also send back the data to a base station, so I can record it on a recording device. So that's one of my favorite ones. Another one is that it's very small, and it's semi-autonomous, where I can control it via remote control, and while it's in a particular location, I can send it a program where it will go into autonomous mode and start patrolling and recording data on its own. So those are the kinds that I've been using over the years, and they have collected data.
That is so totally cool. It really figures somebody who worked on the U.S. space program would do what you're doing if they moved into the paranormal, and you've done it.
Well, think about it. I remember when I was at Langley, and they have a really awesome museum there. I think it was Voyager. They have a model of Voyager there. And it made sense to me that we used, because I'd been in the space program for a long time, I was even on a design team of GPS when we just had it, didn't have it in cell phones, just the military was using it. So I've been in the space program for a very long time, and it didn't make sense to me that the paranormal was another unknown, and for the unknowns outside the Earth's atmosphere, we use probes. So it made perfectly good sense that to use a probe for the unknowns that are here in the paranormal community, and they're not afraid. They don't run off. They don't guess at what it is. They don't have desires on what they want it to be. They just record data, and that's the part that was really intriguing to me. And I wanted it to be autonomous, so I programmed it to think for itself.
And they really would stay there until Bigfoot crushed them.
It probably would, but the video footage you'd get would be incredible.
Yes, it would. And that's the whole idea, I suppose. Look, we've got 1 million phone calls. People want to talk to you, so let's give it a shot here. First-time caller line, I think Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
Oh, that's me, Art.
It is.
My name is Mike. Boy, it's a thrill to talk to you, and especially tonight with Dr. Taylor. I'm trying to make this brief.
Thank you.
I've drove trucks for many years, and around 2000 I went to nights, and a couple coworkers told me about the Art Bell show. But not long after that, you had Albert on about Soul Traveler, and as a child, many years I had the opportunity to fly around and out of body, and I didn't appreciate what it was at that age. And it had stopped for a couple decades. And one of the things you had mentioned on Art's show back then was the sleep, disruption, which, of course, going to nights did. So I started having them again, and I was thrilled that just like Art, I kept popping back.
Awesome.
Okay.
Well,
that's awesome. I love that. I love to hear that.
Okay, if you have a question, sir, please go ahead.
I wanted to tell you, as a cat lover, Art, you'll like this. I had a young cat that loved to, basically I had an out-of-body where I interacted with my kitten. It was very bizarre. I was home, and the cat always wanted to be picked up and put up above closets in our bedroom. Anytime I got up out of bed, he would beg or jump up and want to be picked up, and that was something we did. So I was laying there, I went out of body, and I was trying to keep calm. Had this presence of mind, like you said. I'm floating, and we had a canopy bed, and I'm thinking, man, I'm going to go through this canopy. Right at the moment, I look down, I see my cat asleep at my legs, and just like in an old ghost movie, I saw his spirit. He looked up at me, and he kind of separated, and he reached up, stood up, and tried to put his claws on me. And I'm freaking out because it's like those old hot air balloon movies where you're trying to I was trying to stay calm, and sure enough, we both popped back. I woke up, I lifted my head, and he was asleep like nothing had happened. And
all right, so you're saying that you and your cat both had an OBE. One good thing about it, if you get scratched out of body, when you come back, you're all healed up, right, Albert?
Yeah, and no cat fever. No astral cat fever. That's an awesome, one of the things that used to happen to me when I would leave my body is I had a German Shepherd, and he would be under my window, and the moment I detached and started floating upward, he would start barking like crazy.
Really?
And then when I would return to my physical body and reconnect, he'd stop. And this went on almost all night. So animals are, it's probably very normal to them to sense these subtle energies, of one of which is our astral form, and it's probably no big deal to them because they're born into that ability and see it all the time.
Well, they don't have the hang-ups we have. Let's go to outside the country in Harmony. Where are you, Harmony?
I'm in New Zealand.
New Zealand, okay.
I'm in the top of the South Island.
Okay.
I've had quite a few out-of-body phenomena in the last couple of decades, or even longer than that. But I had one that was particularly profound, and I thought I might share it with you. We were actually talking about astral projection, and my friend said, "Hey, he said, well, if you want to astral project, first thing you do is connect your consciousness to something that you perceive to be outside of yourself."
Mm-hmm.
So I was walking through the woods. This is up in Bellingham, Washington, years ago, and I thought, I'm going to try this. And it's a beautiful day, and I see a tree, and it's about 20 or 30 yards away from me.
Yes.
And I thought, okay, I'm going to astral project to that tree over there for starters. So I stood still, and I thought, I am the tree. The tree and I are one. Hello, tree. And right when I thought that, this bird flew up and landed right by my feet. And it just sat there. And it must have been there for half a minute or longer. It didn't identify me as being anything other than a tree. And it was such a profound experience right then, because I realized that was what the power of it was.
So you were, for a moment, you were a tree.
I was a tree, and the bird saw me as being a tree. And that's why there was no fear within this little bird. As soon as I began to think, hey, maybe I'm St. Francis or something, I'm going to go pick up the bird, whatever, the bird flew away.
That is so cool. I really appreciate that story. That's amazing. So you can, in essence, make yourself...
I think he identified so much with it. His consciousness could project and identify with the tree, which is a living thing, is that the bird, which has senses that I don't understand fully, was able did not perceive him as a normal threat as they do in humanoids generally.
So to the bird, he was a tree?
He wasn't a threat. Let's say.
He wasn't a threat.
He wasn't a threat or something to run away from. He was just another part of the environment. Now, that's interesting. That's really fascinating. But I have some friends who are animal whisperers or whatever you want to call them. And I have seen some things that I cannot understand on how they can connect with dogs or cats or even wild animals, lions and things like that, and they don't harm them, and they have this connection. And I don't understand that, but I think it's just another talent that the soul has to connect with this environment.
And by the way, while we're on the subject, that's really what this is. I mean, would you certify that more or less, that what we're talking about is that thing called a soul that is actually leaving the body?
Definitely, because it would be, I think we would be very in error if we thought of ourselves as the physical body and just the humanoid being. There is something far greater than that is made of stardust, let's say, because we're like star children, and so is everything else around us. So we're not separated from the physical and animal things in our environment. We're connected to them. The only thing that separates us that I've noticed is when we take a fearful stance, and that brings in a whole other set of circumstances. But we're connected to everything around us.
Well, that sounds wonderful to me, but, Doctor, I can imagine the human brain, as complex as it is, being able to project itself with what we are talking about as an OBE, without it necessarily having to be what we traditionally call the soul. And we don't understand certainly everything about our brains. They're incredibly complex, and frankly, we don't know. Doctor, hold on. Sorry, I don't mean to be drifting away from this, but why couldn't the human brain do this without it being what we classically call the soul, which is a religious thing, kind of, sort of, right? Don't pay any attention to me. I have no idea what I'm talking about.
You think that people would have had enough of silly love songs? Well, look around me and I see.
Midnight in the Desert is a wild trip across the Dazed Divisor. Get your ticket to ride by calling 1-952. Call ART. That's 1-952-225-5278.
Dr. Albert Taylor is my guest, and he's a very patient man. And these are very, very difficult things to talk about. They really are. I can imagine, I guess this is what I was trying to say, I can imagine that our brains might have the capacity to project the self without necessarily projecting what we think of classically as the soul. But you would argue with that, I'm sure, Doctor, right?
Well, okay, let me explain. There's a couple of things that I wanted to share with you. Is the difference between spirituality and religion is the difference between being human and being an American. You are a human no matter where you are. You choose to be an American. That's the difference. You're a spirit no matter what you choose. You can choose any religion you want, but you're a spirit, basically. This is the thing. I started off with a bunch of questions. I wanted to know, why is this happening? Why,
of course,
if it's just an intellectual brain experience, then why, I've been a member of the International Association of Near-Death Studies for quite a long time, and I've taught 8 million people have had near-death experiences in the United States alone. So why, when some of these people suffer the body that they're occupying suffers a physical death, and everything goes to zero, and then they come back, how come, if it's just the brain, now they can't wear watches because watches stop? How come light bulbs blow out, don't last as long as they should? How come when they go to the grocery store, cash registers malfunction? If it's just the death of a physical organism, none of those should be happening. It doesn't make any sense. And it doesn't happen every time with everybody, but if you look at 8 million people, you're going to have a higher number that has these difficulties. How come a friend of mine who was diagnosed with cancer 15, almost 20 years ago, was given 5 years, and had a near-death experience, how come her cancer, she's in remission and she's still alive? Because her awareness, according to her, has changed on who and what she is. I can't answer those by just looking at the brain.
Doctor, you don't affect cash registers, do you?
No, I haven't had a near-death experience, but I have talked to people who do affect electronic devices, who can't wear watches because the watches actually stop.
Right.
Who bulbs do blow out. It happens. It happens quite a bit, and it's happened years and years ago, and it's happening now. So if we're just machines, organic machines, that doesn't make any sense that we should be able to affect these items.
Well, I was going to say, if you are that kind of a person, they should keep you the heck away from the shuttle with a million moving parts. All right, let's try the first-time caller line up in Victoria, BC, I think. Hello?
Hello. Yeah, I love the show. I'm really interested in the subject.
Yeah, me too.
I'm just wondering, like, when you're in a very deep sleep, and do you think it's possible that you start seeing things that you can't remember and that would cause you to react? And my wife says sometimes when I fall asleep and I'm in a very deep sleep, I start to scream.
Oh.
Definitely. Well, let me give you an example. How many times have you had a dream where you didn't remember the dream till maybe days later when something triggered it? Well, that memory of that dream was inside of you somewhere, but it took some outward stimulus to trigger that. So, yes, you can have a dream, and I don't think that dream is just dormant. It could have some type of effect on you when it's triggered by some type of physical stimulus. So, yes, I do believe that is possible.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah,
all right, then. Thank you very much for the call. We appreciate it. Take care. And people from all over have questions about this. Let's try Kurt on Skype. Hello.
Hello, Mr. Bell.
Howdy.
Hi, Dr. Taylor. I wanted to tell you about my out-of-body experience / near-death experience. I was about 12 years old, and my brother and I, Scotty, were horse playing, and I was sitting on a chair on the back porch here, about 20 feet from where I am now, and he began to choke me really bad, and just kept choking me, and I fell out, and I was out of my body. And I didn't just see a light, but everything around, my vision was light. And I was out of my body. I was not physical, but I was, all of a sudden I started seeing like 10 or 12 people, and they were in this light, and they were all praying really, really heavy. Imagine 12 or 15 people just praying continually, and I knew them. I'm thinking they're like my great-grandparents and my great-greats, but I can feel just the love, and that I knew them, but I didn't know them, but they were praying me back, and within about, I don't know how long it was, but I just saw all of these angels and love, and I knew all of these people. I could see their bodies, but just in this huge light, and they were all praying to me and praying for me. And before I knew it, when I came to, it was like coming out of this trance. I don't know how to explain it. I'm just, and I came back. And I began to cry because I realized what had just happened to me. I had just gone and seen something. And to this day, I think of that. And I forever now know that there is an afterlife. But I did know those people who were praying for me. But that's just a forever memory I have. And I know that now, being that I'm 47, that was a piece of my life's puzzle to help me in my later years. To help everything I've learned since then, it all fits together now. But I know now for a fact that there is an afterlife. Okay, well, I really appreciate the call, and I'm jealous.
I've heard children talk about their near-death experience, and they talk about a meeting on the other side, relatives, a grandfather who had passed away before they were even born. So him encountering someone he knew, but he had no conscious physical memory of them, is quite common. I have had a friend who suffered a horrible asthma attack and was rushed to the hospital. And during the process, when he was being placed on the gurney, all of a sudden he realized he had taken his last breath, and the pain in his chest was so intense, and all of a sudden there was a pop, and the pain was gone. And then the next thing he knew, he was standing outside of with this crowd of people who were looking at this guy on a gurney. And he thought to himself, what are you doing taking care of him? You should be taking care of me. But then he said, beings came up behind him, and this guy is not a spiritual person or religious by no means. And he said these beings came up behind him, and he said he knew them, but he couldn't think of who they were. And there was one particular one that was brilliant and wise and seemed like a parent type of figure. And that person said, you can go back if you want to, but you can't stay. And he thought about it for a minute, and then he realized, because of his child, his son, he wanted to return. And with that thought, all of a sudden he was back in his physical body, and the pain had returned, and they rushed him in to stabilize him. He called me the next day and told me this, and when I was shocked to hear this, because I know this guy, I've known him since I was a kid, and he said to me, he kept saying, but I didn't know. And I said, well, what didn't you know? And he said, I didn't know that somebody cared, and they were there for me. I didn't know. It changed his life. He has never, ever been the same.
I bet. All right, let us try Chicago. I think you're on the air.
That's it, Chicago. Hey, Art.
Hey.
Hey, Dr. Taylor, I love your charisma, and I'm glad that you can still have a little giggle in between here and there talking about, this type of stuff. What I wanted to share with you guys tonight is that a couple nights ago I had a very, very vivid dream, so vivid that I woke up and I fell right back asleep and picked up pretty much right where it left off. And the thing that really boggled my mind the most was the fact that, a lot of guys get these dreams where we're about to have sex with a beautiful woman or a girl we're hot for, and we can never get back to that, or we get woken up. But this was something that that's what
actually, my experience has been that it never comes to a logical, or what should be a logical conclusion.
It never makes any sense, right? Exactly. But here, back to my story here. This dream was just so vivid that it messed with me. It woke me up with a feeling of like I had a cold. I was almost running a fever. And, I went up, got some water, and took about a 5-10 minute break and fell right back asleep, and pretty much I entered the same door again. And I don't really want to discuss the details of the dreams or involvements or, or what I do or anything like that. I am a Army veteran and, all that. It wasn't anything graphic of those lines, but it was a lot of messages, and it was stuff so weird. Like I was stuck in the same city here in the Loop in the Chicagoland area, and I was just going through doors, and I was having people giving me offers about, hey, you can live like this if you just this, and we're not doing anything wrong if you do this. And I thought I left one guy that was looking at me all weird, and next thing you know, I just drive a block down, and he's standing at the bus stop again, and it just messed with me so bad. I have never had any type of dream like this ever in my life.
Okay, well, why did you mention you were in the military? Must have been a reason for that.
Because there's a lot of we have a lot of dreams related to PTSD. And I immediately, I threw that out because it was nothing completely at all. Anything related to military.
Right, got it.
Yeah, so I just thought I'd, get that out there. And what really got me was that it's just like it stayed with me till pretty much maybe till about 3, 4, 5 o'clock the next day, where I finally, I got over it. I said, okay, I had this dream, but here we got Dr. Taylor talking about this type of stuff tonight, and I just thought I'd call in and,
Well, I'm glad you did, but what he's talking about is way beyond a dream, or even a restarted dream. It is very unusual to be able to restart a dream, but OBEs are a big step beyond either one of those. Right.
Well, you can't really use a light switch and say OBE dreams and click it on and off to either one, because it's more of a rheostat. You turn it up to OBEs, you turn it down to lucid dreams, and you turn it down to just dreams. Well, because this seemed to be reoccurring, and a lot of dreams, maybe they won't matter. But there are some that affect you and get your attention, and those are the important ones. And what a dream can be is a form of communication, either from a higher aspect of yourself or from a consciousness that is external. And what's really important when these dreams affect you on that level, they aren't fleeting, is to document the dream. Because what I found is dreams are designed to give you a change in perspective on something that's going on in your life or the path you're following in your life. And when you have a change of perspective because of that, then you do different things. You're a little bit wiser maybe, or you make rational decisions. So it's really important to document the dream. You may not quite understand it, but it's like a piece of the puzzle. If you don't keep all the pieces, you never get to see the entire picture.
Okay. Going back to something the caller said, it seems to me that if you have a really sexy dream, we've already covered the fact they don't ever seem to culminate all the way, but if you have that, that's your body telling you that yo, buddy, you haven't had sex in a while, and time to be thinking about that?
Well, that is on two different levels. It is on a physical level,
yes,
which allows us to, propagate the species. And then the sexual desire, sexual energy is on a non-physical level. And the thing about it, some people have sex in the astral and sexual encounters in the astral. But the thing about it is, well, I don't think in the astral it's to to procreate, because I haven't seen any astral babies running around yet.
No.
But
you're telling me, wait. You're telling me you can have sex on the astral plane, and if so, can you complete the act in the astral plane?
Yeah, you can. It's an energy thing.
Oh man, I'm jealous.
It's more intense than a physical experience.
Really?
But let me share this with you, because it's something greater than what you think it is. A friend of mine had a near-death experience. She drowned on a scuba accident off the coast of Catalina.
Yes.
When her respirator, her regulator failed while she was deep down.
Right.
And so she tried to make it to the surface, couldn't, ran out of air, and the next thing she knew, she was floating above her body. She watched them recover her body, but during that process, she ended up entering into the tunnel that we hear so much about.
Yes.
And eventually, at the end of the tunnel, there was a light that she merged with and had a panoramic past life review, like Daniel Brinkley has talked about. During that merging process, the way she describes it, and she still describes it all these years later, as being orgasmic. So for her to have that sensation during that non-sexual situation and describe it the same way, I think is a hint to what that really is about, and it may not necessarily be all about what we think it is in the physical world.
Well, she must have led a really good life.
It changed her life. She dedicated herself to helping people who had near-death experiences to talk about it and develop different research groups.
I can imagine my past or my life review when I die, and I can imagine it in many ways, but none of them would I describe as orgasmic.
I haven't had I haven't had a near-death experience, but it is really, really common. And especially when you first come out of your body on the astral plane, depending on what your focus is, that encounter, it is like an exchange of energy, but it is sexual.
I mean, after all, sex is a function of our bodies, right? It's a physical function. So you would think out of body.
Thing too.
But pardon me?
It's a consciousness thing too, because I was doing a little bit of research into this. Is no one that I've talked to could describe to me an orgasmic experience. You know what it feels like, but very few people can actually put it into words. So if you look at that, and then what she talked about, merging with a higher aspect of something, be it God, Jesus, or her higher self, that it was very similar. So that leads me to believe that it's a lot more than just on the physical level, because it exists in multiple areas on the non-physical level, and it means something.
Okay. All right. Clint on Skype. You're on the air.
Hi there, guys. Hi there, Dr. Taylor. A couple things that I wanted you to touch on is what is your thought about getting into the out-of-body experience after a few drinks or what have you? I've had an experience where I had a couple drinks, and I'd practiced when I was young. I'd seen this Shirley MacLaine movie in the late 80s. Found this, basically a handbook on it, an early handbook. I'm not sure who it was by, this little tiny handbook. And I got into it, and basically one night when I wasn't wanting to do it, it happened to me, and I lost all control of my physical, or of my astral body. I couldn't move my hands, couldn't move my arms. All of a sudden, I shot out a window, and I landed, it was about 3 stories. I hit the ground. I didn't hit the ground. I almost hit the ground. I landed about an inch away, and then I just started shooting across this field. and I had no control. And as I was about to hit a building, I just woke up.
All right, so you had a couple drinks.
So I'd had a couple drinks, yes.
All right,
so
well then maybe you were like the guy thrown out of the saloon, just through the door.
I had
skipped across the lake like a rock.
Yeah.
No, the thing with any drug that's able to sedate you, alcohol or anything, there are some in its initial stages that if it relaxes you, that's one of the keys to having an experience. But if you add more to it, it can lead to the point where it becomes an inhibitor and actually keep you from achieving a conscious level. So,
Dr. Taylor, I've got to ask you about drugs like DMT, some of these really heavy-duty drugs that cause those kinds of experiences. What do you know, if anything? Yeah, ayahuasca, sure.
Yeah. Well, that many indigenous people and now a lot of modern people are having spiritual experiences with drugs. I think it was Timothy Leary had experimented with LSD in the past.
Yes.
And had spiritual experiences. Yes, it is possible. Is it preferable? No. Wouldn't you'd like to just be able to do it by practicing a few things that you don't have to worry about the law or damaging your physical body or something like that. You want to do it since it's a very natural part of our existence. You want to do it naturally because that way you can do it as many times as you want. But yes, people have reported having spiritual high consciousness experiences by using various types of drugs.
Okay.
But I don't necessarily recommend it.
All right. Buffalo, New York. Hello there.
Oh, hi.
Hi.
I was just taking an allergy pill. You caught me off guard. Dr. Taylor, I have a question for you as far as, hello, Art.
Hello.
You scolded me earlier.
Hello.
I think I had an out-of-body by the way you're describing it, but I'm not seeing light and I'm not floating over my body. I can reach the point where I go to sleep and I relax to the point where I feel, it only happened once, because I've stopped a few, where I feel like I'm actually separating and then my body is gone and I'm all consciousness. But I'm never in the light. It's always dark. So this one time that I left my body, I asked for familiarity, so I asked that my grandmother come to me, and it took some doing. She with no body, I felt like we were holding hands and we were floating. But yet I'm all in my head, consciousness, but no body. And I said, I'd like to see Daddy. And she says, I don't know if you can go there. And I said, well, let's try. And she says, all right. So she dropped me off at some place, and that's where I started seeing things. And I was in a holding center, like a room, and I had to ask for my father to come out from wherever he was. And he was escorted so that I could talk to him. And in this room, there were open, wooden windows, but it was like a 6 or 8-sided room I was in. And they were persecuted souls. They were not in a good place. I could feel that. So when my father came forward, my father says, how did you find me? And I said, are you kidding? And, I says, I've been trying to, I've been meditating and I've been trying, to get in touch with you for a long time. And he says, I can't believe you found me. And
that description almost sounds like you were visiting somebody in jail, and the guards brought him out for you.
I kind of felt like it was purgatory. It wasn't hell. And I knew I was protected because I know how to protect myself, to keep myself protected, because I dream a lot. Family members. I knew I was protected, and I was telling other people, ask and you shall receive. Ask for help. God will give you help. He'll send you helpers. But when my father came forward, my father had said, again, how did you find me? I told him, and I said, well, he says, I said, how are you doing? He says, not good. And I said, well, what about the prayers? And he said, what prayers? I said, are you kidding? I said, Mom and I we say prayers for you all the time. He says, I didn't get them. I said, well, ask for them. They're there for you. And he said, he held on to me, and I turned into like a little girl, like 8, 9 years old. And he said, I can't believe how you'll never know how much you just helped me. And I said, well, good. And as soon as that happened, I was leaving, and I said, oh, I don't want to leave. And it was like, well, you have to go now. And I was back in my body. That's an amazing story on so many levels. Really an amazing story. Thank you.
I've encountered this place that's very similar to her.
Really?
To me, it seemed like, oh, yeah. And the thing is that there's buildings and places or locations that I think are constructed to make us feel comfortable. I don't think they're necessarily real or anything like, but it makes us, because we'd be very disoriented if all of a sudden we're snatched out of this situation and placed in a situation that had no up or down or no walls or all that. So I think those are designed to give us some type of reference. I visited this place where it seemed like a halfway station to me. I remember thinking it was like a bus station. Like outside one door, there was the no coming back portion, where whatever was out there, once you left out that, you would not be coming back. And then there was another portion where there were people who, she mentioned persecuted, but in my experience, they were traumatized by their life experience. And this was a place where they could recover before moving on. So I had a similar experience and that I never told anybody about. So I think it's really interesting that she described something that was very similar to something that happened to me.
Wow. All right. Way short on time, but let's jump to first-time caller line in Las Vegas, Nevada, over the hill. Hi.
Hi, Art. This is Mike. I hate to bring this up, but to talk about the violence, I'm familiar with EC, and that's why I picked up the projection. But I've
you got some noise going on there in the background.
Oh, excuse me. I found myself being, in different situations where I've actually had to project myself into a, how do you say it, subjective individual.
You're talking about out-of-body experience and violence?
Yes. If you could address that a little bit.
Okay, and violence has been done to you out-of-body, is that right?
Oh, my goodness. I grew up with it, you know what I mean? Like he was talking about passion. I mean, all your friends are like that. That's what you know. It's the way I grew up.
Yeah, I guess. All right, let's talk about that. Thank you very much. We're short on time, but Dr. Taylor, violence in an OBE.
Okay, well, I have to say negative experiences, because violence is just maybe one part of it. There are negative experiences, even painful experiences, meaning that you feel pain in the experience, but when you come back, you're okay. Yeah. It happens. It used to happen in the beginning with me on the lower levels of the astral plane. I mean, I felt pain when I came back. I was surprised there was no physical damage. So I do, but it's intense. So there are some negative encounters to be had initially, but as you get better at it, there are places far beyond where those negative encounters would have happened.
You know what, buddy? You've changed your tune a little bit over the years.
Well, I have to say there are some negative experiences.
Well, that's what I mean by you've changed your tune, because years ago you said, no way, there are nothing negative ever happens, and if it did, you'd snap back immediately. Hold on, Dr. Taylor. I got to call you on that one. Years ago, it was safe, it was safe, it was safe. Remember? So obviously in the intervening years, you have learned something. I'm Art Bell, and this is Midnight.
The spirit going day by day. People, even ready for the from happy.
Changes are coming, no doubt. It's been a too long time with no peace of mind, and I'm ready for the times to get better.
Take a walk on the wild side of midnight. From the Kingdom of Nye, this is Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell. Please call the show at 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952-CALL ART.
It is the wild side of midnight, no question about that. My guest is Dr. Albert Taylor. Dr. Taylor designed things for the International Space Station, did that kind of work, worked on the F-117A, even the Star Wars program, and then turned his attention toward what we're talking about tonight and more, OBEs. Now, I said I was calling the doctor a little bit, and I am. When we first interviewed back in the 90s, I remember it so well, doctor. I was so fascinated with it, and I asked you again and again and again, it's safe, right? Oh, yes, always safe, never negative stuff, never. And when I interviewed the second person, President Bennett, on this subject, I hit him with the same stuff. And you know what? His initial reaction was exactly the same as yours was. Oh, no danger. When I pressed him really hard, well, yeah, you could run into some negative entities over there.
Yeah, that. Remember, I told you though. I said there's a few things that could happen. That if you imagine a devil or a demon or something,
yes,
it's gonna manifest because thoughts are things, and your thoughts create things, and it's gonna be the biggest, reddest demon that you've ever encountered.
Wonderful.
If you imagine that it's attacking you and you believe that it's inflicting some kind of injury or pain on you, you're going to experience that pain.
Oh, great.
But it doesn't mean that something is attacking you necessarily.
Yeah, but doctor, I can imagine a lot of things. I can imagine God, and I don't see how you can imagine God and the good place without imagining the devil in the fire.
Well, it takes practice, first of all, but this is the thing, and I always tell people, if it exists, I'll just tell you, because I'm not trying to sway it either way. If it's negative, it's negative.
Yeah.
But now, if it existed on a permanent state or basis, I should encounter it periodically throughout all my experiences.
Yes.
That's how I see it. It's like a wild animal. It may not see me all the time when I go into the forest, but I should encounter it periodically. Well, I only encountered it in the beginning when I was fearful, when I was at the lower aspects of the astral plane and things like that. But after doing it many times and then developing a certain amount of confidence, and they cease to happen. So if it happened now, I would say, hey, even though you develop confidence, you could still have these bad experiences, but they haven't. So that leads me to believe that all the fear that I originally had and the fear of the unknown, because I had a lot of it. I was a chicken, man. I like to call myself an astral chicken. I was scared, but I only had negative experiences when I initiated the whole thing through a position of fear.
This from a guy who would hold the camera until Bigfoot made soup out of him.
Yeah, now. Initially, it was scary, Art. I didn't, I've watched every ghost movie Hollywood has produced, and I've seen what encounters with ghosts, what happens, and it never ends up well. So with that knowledge, going into this unknown experience, I scared myself a lot of times.
Okay. Master Lex. What a name on Skype. Hello.
Thank you for taking my call, Art. I actually spoke to you a few weeks back about, I think we were talking about shadow people.
Yes.
And it was, I felt like that at the same time that was along these same roads, whereas although you can see shadow people when you're awake, I often saw mine when I was sleeping. I would wake up and I would see them. So I'm thinking that maybe they were part of that, I guess, lower astral plane that Dr. Taylor was referring to.
Very good. Very good.
And,
I have never seen a shadow person, but I've seen spirits. But I would imagine, because my five senses aren't capable of detecting the non-physical beings that are around in that area, but I would imagine, and we're not all the same, someone who maybe turned up a little bit on the dial can sense this kind of thing. So if you turn up your dial to your sensitivity, I'm sure you're going to see images. They may not be clear, and they may seem to be darkened or whatever, or silhouettes, but I'm sure that is definitely possible. If you have when you have an out-of-body experience, your senses are turned up to maximum, so you literally dial in on the frequency that can perceive whatever is around you.
Oh, well, I'd like to keep my dial set below S for shadow person. Go ahead, caller.
Sometimes you're born turned on, I call it, and you're just able for these things to happen. And I think that's probably one of the more scarier positions, is when it's just on and you don't know what's going on, and you see these non-physical beings around you. That would be terrifying.
This from a person who hit the jackpot genetically for all this. Yes, go ahead, caller.
Oh, I was going to say as well. I've had an astral, or I guess an out-of-body experience where I remember it extremely vividly, and what stuck out most, which some people might find shocking, was that I didn't have a body. I was this little blue orb, this light, in my bedroom. And as I looked around my room, it was like a 360 view. I could see all around me, but I could direct my focus on certain things in the room. And I noticed particularly electronics. They had like this little aura around them. And I could move around my room, and I thought, well, I don't have a body. How do I move something, or how do I touch something?
Maybe as a little blue orb, you were seeing electromagnetic energy.
I think that is possible. And when I thought about trying to touch something, I actually manifested kind of this...
An appendage.
Blue hand. Yeah, an appendage, exactly.
Right.
So, and that was and of course... It was very difficult to concentrate, and so I think I eventually slipped back into my regular body or sleep state, whatever it was. But it was very interesting and extremely intense.
It was. I bet little blue orbs don't have much of an astral sex life. Doctor?
He just described it as our natural state. You are not your body, and you are not your astral body either. That's just something you wear when you're in the astral plane. You are something else that... I had in the beginning a lot of times where I would leave the astral body and find myself in just like a spherical existence, and my vision was 360 degrees also. So that's your natural state. Even I used to drag around. I remember describing in my book, when I left my body, I moved around the bed, and I was dragging something deflated behind me. And when I looked, it was, it sounds kind of gross. When I looked, it was my astral form. So I was in three parts of me were in three different locations at the same time. My physical body was flat on its back sleeping. My astral body was kind of still clinging on to me, and I was existing as a spherical consciousness with 360 degrees of vision. So, that's your natural state beyond the astral form.
All right, outside the country with Mario. Hello.
Hey, how you going, gentlemen?
It's going fine. You're probably in Australia.
That's right, I certainly am. I gave you a call last time about shadow people.
Yes.
Yeah, look, I've got a question for the doctor. I've had an experience where it's almost like you're not in a dream state but beyond it, and I was curious to know, is it a common sort of... how can I explain? Is it common for you to sort of go dropping down through certain levels? So one that feels less murky and one that feels really nice and clear? Because the murky ones, like the dream state, almost feel like you're drunk in a way. Because it's just fuzzy.
Okay.
Right, yeah. There's a range of consciousness, meaning that you can be at a very low level and not perceive very much, not even be aware very much, and then that can be turned up. And there's a range in your environment. Because the astral plane, let me describe this. Imagine you had a beaker, a cylindrical beaker, and you fill that beaker halfway up with dirt, dry dirt. Well, that dirt represents the physical plane. Now you take some water, which the water represents the astral plane, and you pour it into the beaker. Well, as you go, after you fill it up, as you go from the top to the bottom, it's very, very clear where the water hasn't come in contact with the dirt. And as you descend into the beaker, it becomes murkier and murkier, and becomes thicker and thicker, and eventually becomes muddy. And then even though it's muddy, as you continue down through the beaker, there's some places where the water hasn't gotten to yet, and it's still dry. That very low dry level is where we are now on the physical plane. That's where we exist. But as you move up, the astral plane is partly here and it's partly beyond here. So as you move up in vibrational awareness, you move through those murkier areas of the astral plane to an area where it's very clear and you no longer can perceive the physical plane.
So you could kind of, in a way, have multiple occasions where you wake up multiple times, which is something I've experienced, where you wake up like 4 or 5 times in the same place and you just don't know what reality is, and it's actually really interesting when you get to that stage. But, yeah, thank you for that.
Well, a long time ago, one more thing to address that. A long time ago, one of the clues to having that you're having an out-of-body experience is that you may wake up more than once. You wake up into the dream that you thought you were already awake in. So remember, there's a duality of consciousness. There's the physical consciousness, and then there's the super consciousness. So those two things can interact and can feel like you wake up twice. You wake up into this super consciousness, and then as you come out of that, you return and wake up into the physical consciousness.
Okay. All right. Let's go to DeLand, Florida, I guess. Hello?
Hey, Art.
Hello.
Hello, Albert.
Hello.
I called in, Art, back when you had Preston on, and I had thanked you for getting me into this because I had heard Albert on your show.
Isn't it interesting that the similarities with what they say?
Oh, yeah. That's one of the reasons I was trying to call back in to speak to Albert again. I've had a tremendous number of out-of-body experiences, but the guys with the hoods, I didn't know if Albert figured out who they are.
You're talking shadow people.
Well, no, they're like Reaper guys.
No?
They're like watchers or something. I don't know. And the other thing, the higher self. When I've kind of requested to experience that, you have this at least I do. I get this like a swirling. I have a cold. Excuse me.
It's all right.
Get like a swirling, euphoric, intense tornado thing going on, and I don't know, it just gets so intense that I end up slammed right back in my body, and I never get beyond that, whatever it is. I don't know what to expect beyond that when you hit that swirling euphoria thing, with the higher self.
Remember, it's kind of like you're all of a sudden you find yourself in the front seat of a car that's rolling down a hill, and if you don't take control, it's going to do whatever. It's going to bounce off the cars, parked cars, and end up wherever the car ends up. So and I'm not sure if while you were having this experience, you actually decided you wanted to do something. Generally, if you don't decide and you just kind of observe, anything could happen. That means you could see anything or you could experience anything. I've had a woman who'd never had a near-death out-of-body experience, and at 40 years old, she had her first, and it terrified her only because she found herself bouncing off the walls and everywhere. So, yeah, that happens if you don't take control. But know this, you can take control and direct if you can focus your thoughts, you can direct your experience in any direction you want to.
Okay, time is short. Yorkton, Saskatchewan, I think.
Hey, Art. I just wanted to have a quick share something with you guys. I had my first out-of-body experience when I was 12 years old. I was sleeping down in the basement, and my grandma, who was in a nursing home about 30 miles away, and I seen her come to me in spirit form, and I went and left my body spirit form, and she took me with her for a walk, and then I got introduced to some family members, which I never knew at the time, including my deceased aunt that was stillborn many years ago.
Oh my God! Well, how would you know? How would you know that?
Well, I'm getting to that. This is pretty cool. I had a guy in the military fatigues who I had no idea who it was. So fast forward to the next morning, my dad gets a phone call, found out Grandma died. Okay, so and then we went down to her where she was, getting cleaning stuff going up, and I told my dad that he had a sister that passed away, which was an aunt of mine. He goes, "You're full of it." Fast forward 2 years later, we go to a family reunion. My dad's parents were split up, and my grandpa was telling my dad that he had a sister that died between him and his sister. And he was just looking at me, glaring at me like totally crazy. And the guy in the military fatigues I later found out was my grandpa who died in the First World War. One of my great-grandfathers, actually.
Wow.
So,
yeah,
I wanted to share that with
touches on
you.
what I described earlier, where people and children have met grandparents or great-grandparents that died long before they were born. That sounds quite common, and I've heard that people having that experience before.
Maybe quite common, but it's astounding.
It is astounding.
Absolutely astounding.
Yeah.
Very quickly on Skype, we're almost out of time. Robert, are you there?
I am.
Okay, go ahead, real quick.
Okay, Dr. Tyler, one question for you. When you reach the highest astral plane, is it possible you come in contact with something else that is in translucent color, such as yourself? You're a being. You feel like somebody is communicating with you, but yet, I hate to say this, but I'll say it this way: they're very metallic and almost glistening, and flying with you side by side, and feeling the same feelings and thoughts that you have.
Yeah, well, definitely. That's what I was hinting at earlier, Art, is that you think you're alone, but you're not alone. Now think about this. Imagine the astral plane being from on a dial from 0 to 10. And then imagine there's a higher frequency from 0 to 20.
Right.
Well, imagine you only have a vibration, or your dial can only go up to 7. But another being's dial can go all the way up to 17. So they can come from 17 to encounter your realm, but you can't go up to 17 to experience theirs. But you can meet when they meet you at the lower levels. And your higher self is definitely with you all the time and will be with you to protect you in the encounters and guide you through the experiences that you have.
All right, my friend. My dial only goes to R now, not to S for shadow people. Doctor, listen, we didn't do it all by a long shot, so I'm going to have you back again.
I would love to come back, Art. I enjoy doing shows with you.
The program just goes like that. It's gone.
Yeah.
Man. Dr. Taylor?
5 hours used to go by so fast. So.
Thank you, my friend, so very much, and we'll do it again and soon, I'm sure.
You have a great evening, Art.
You too. Wow. Totally a wow. Whole subject is just awesome. Thank you all so very much, and we will do this again. In fact, we'll do it again tomorrow night. I've got a priest here tomorrow night. We're going to be talking about exorcisms. It's going to be really something. Until then, from the high desert. From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening, good morning, and good afternoon across the globe, wherever you may be. It's open lines. Tonight, anything goes, and I mean anything, well, no bad language, and only one call per show. Those are the rules. Otherwise, anything goes. Let me repeat that. No bad language and only one call per show. Other than that, there are no rules. Now, I'll get to my level of disappointment here in a minute, I guess. I wanted somebody, and I do want somebody right now. As a matter of fact, let me go ahead and get started on that. I want somebody who believes we are about to be crushed like bugs by Planet X. I am so disappointed. I put up a little Facebook post asking for somebody to call, and a few people called, but none of them were what I would call, I get emails here, folks. You wouldn't believe the emails I get. Art, oh my God, get somebody on about Planet X fast. It's coming. We're going to die. You know, that's what I want. But apparently they only email. They don't call. So I was thinking of setting up a little debate between a couple of you on Planet X and maybe a couple of other subjects. But we will get to that. I'm crushingly disappointed. Well, maybe it's coming, Art. I got calls before the show. It might be coming, Art. They did tell me one interesting thing that I don't know how I missed. Do you know the Vatican's telescope is called Lucifer? I had not heard that. I always heard the mountain it was on. I never heard that the Vatican actually called their telescope Lucifer. Is that true, really? Would they really call it Lucifer? That doesn't seem likely. That seems more likely I don't know, an internet thing or something. I don't know. So out of money and relegated once again to the back of the pack, former Governor Rick Perry of Texas said, okay, that's enough. I quit. Technically what they say is I suspend my operations. But that's what it is. He's out. And so Perry is number one to go down, and they're going to be going down like bowling pins here shortly. Let's see. From NASA, we have received new pictures, and Ceres has very, very mysterious bright spots in it. And there's a lot more detail now, and they do look intriguingly a lot more like they're completely inexplicable, a lot more like, frankly, city lights viewed from space. Now, as you may or may not know, Richard C. Hoagland follows my program. He will be examining all these in detail, and I'm sure he's pretty convinced we're looking at L.A. there on Sirius. We've joked about that, but I don't think he's joking about that, so that'll be coming up after my show. My show is going to be, I don't know what it's going to be. It's going to be open lines. Anything paranormal you want to talk about is fair game. But I really am looking for, let me give out a special line. If I can find one of those people who emails me and says stuff like, Planet X is coming, Art, hurry, get somebody on, there's not much time left, it's going to crush us like bugs, then call this number, area code 575-208-7787. And if I sufficiently believe you when you call, I will then put you on hold, and I will get a person who does not believe we're going to be crushed like bugs, and we'll have a little bit of a debate and see how that goes. So again, the Planet X, we're all going to die, people. Area code 575-208-7787. Have you seen the new Apple stuff? It was all unveiled, and I don't know. They have, the Apple TV, all that stuff. Interesting. I'm always looking for big changes in the basic phone itself, and it seemed like to me in the middle models, you don't get that kind of change. Anyway, as I mentioned, open lines, completely open lines, and toward that end, I'll do my usual hated description of how to call the show with Skype, okay? Here it comes. We'll see how quickly I can do it. If you have any kind of smartphone, you can download Skype. It is free. And all you do is put it on your phone, go to your toy store or whatever, get Skype, put it on. Once you've got it, it's so easy. You go to add a contact, not where you dial. I get a lot of people emailing saying, I keep putting it in there and it wants numbers. No, not there. Add a contact, a little plus sign in the upper right-hand corner usually, and you put our initials in. Midnight in the Desert, MITD. That's all you do. MITD 51 covers all of North America, so you put in MITD 51. And if you're outside of North America, you would, we're already getting a candidate here. Outside North America, the rest of the world, it's MITD 55. MITD 55. And after that, you don't have to connect to me. After that, you'll find us in the contact list. You can press call, and you will indeed call us. Let me check out a candidate here for Planet X. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, hello there.
Art?
Yes?
Yes. Well, I'm so honored to be on your program.
Honored
thank you
to
so
have
much for sticking to it.
You're very welcome.
Well, I just want to say I was turned on to your show in 1995.
That's nice. Are you calling about Planet X?
Of course, yes.
You are.
And I recommend reading Stephen King. He would be a great guest also. And
okay, but I don't have him. I have you. Are you prepared to make an impassioned argument that we're all about to be crushed like bugs?
Yes, and it's an informed argument based on Stephen King. We have insectoid.
Why would you quote Stephen King as the one? I mean, why not Zachariah Sitchin or I don't know any Stephen King is a fiction writer.
Well, yes, we of course we can't talk about truth. You know, I mean
What do you mean we can't talk about truth? All right, no, I disqualify you as a candidate. Can't talk about truth. If you don't think that Planet X is about to crush us, then you're not a good candidate for this debate. Hello there.
Hello.
Hello. Sounds like you're in a vehicle or something.
Well, I am, but I'm not driving. It's okay.
Okay.
So, it's not going to crush us, but it's the mothership coming back to get somebody who's been taking over our whole planet.
It's not going to crush us, but it's the mothership.
Yeah. What it is the two that people have been calling Satan and God for years have actually been doing real sin on us for the past 2,000 years. And all the gods before them were doing it. But these guys were just more successful. They're actually like prospectors or speculators from this Planet X.
Yeah.
They've been around here. They came here. They've been using us. They've been getting people who will believe in them. They wrote this thing called the Bible to try to get people to buy into their story. And now they're at the point where they've got people, like, look at our politics today. They're using that Bible as a reason to be able to totally destroy our own world. They've been taking everything from it. And now that our world is about dead, or close to it, by the time Planet X gets here, it'll be really close to death.
And how soon do you think Planet X how soon do you think Planet X is coming?
I don't have that information, but I know that about the time.
All right. Well, I'm sorry. Listen,
they're going to hop on.
Listen, hon. I appreciate your call, but I'm going to keep looking. You can't imagine what I get in emails, and I want somebody who's going to lay it out here the way they do in emails. Come on, have the guts. If you're going to email me and tell me about how we're all going to die, and it's too soon, too, and it's Planet X, then, for goodness sakes, call me. Area code 575-208-7787. And once I get somebody like that, then we'll get somebody on the other side, and we'll have a little bit of a debate. And then maybe if it's a good debate, we'll do another one. If not, we'll just do plain open lines, all right? So we'll figure that out. But if you are a Planet X, we're all going to die person, area code 575-208-7787. That said, we're going to take a break. And when we come back, we're going to mine the phones. That's a good way to put it, isn't it? We're going to mine the phones. Just like Zachariah said, we'd be mining the gold. I'm Art Bell. This is Midnight in the Desert. Periscope later.
Let me play it, let me say it, let me pour in the gold. Let me rage, let me beat it, the shores of Tripoli. Let me say.
The clock strikes 12, and Midnight in the Desert is pounding packets your way on the Dark Matter Digital Network. To call the show, please direct your finger digits to dial 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952. Call Art.
Well, all right. Here's where we are. I don't have a Planet X person, but boy, I have got a person who says that an asteroid is going to hit us on September 23rd. Man, that's really soon. That's really soon. And so I'm looking for somebody to have a little debate with this person. September 23rd. Might as well be Planet X, huh? So let's look around and see what we find. And let's see here. Hello on the phone.
Hello, Art.
Hi, I'm looking for somebody to argue with this gentleman who says we're all dead on the 23rd.
Oh, no, I can't do that.
You can't do that?
No.
All right, well then, thank you very much for the call. We'll keep looking around. Okay. Once again, we're looking for somebody to argue with this gentleman who says we're all dead on the 23rd.
Yeah, I'll say something.
Hello? No, huh?
Hello?
Hello there.
Oh, hello, Art Bell.
Yes. Would you like to have a conversation with this person who says we're going to die on the 23rd?
No, that's not why I'm calling. I'll hang up and
No. I'll take your call. I'll hold on to this person. They're on hold, and they will be quiet, right? Caller? Yes?
Yes.
Really? We're actually going to die on the 23rd, is that right?
Yes, Art.
Okay.
From all the research I've done.
All right. Can't beat that. Not that kind of research. All right, so, ma'am, I'll go right ahead.
Well, this is Sharon calling from Winnipeg, Canada, and I can't believe the luck I have in getting through to you, but I just want to take a minute and just comment. You know, when you're talking about how people can use the smartphone to download Skype, right?
Sure.
Okay, well, you know how in today in 2015 the language used now is abbreviated and shortened, and if you allow me, I just want to give you know how you introduce yourself and you're saying I'm Art Bell at midnight in the desert, right?
Yes, something like that. Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, I was thinking to help me remember, it would go something like this. Yes, I'm Art Bell. This is midnight in the desert.
Mm-hmm.
AB at MITD. Rockin' on American Skype Highway, MITD 51. From around the world, rockin' at you live on Skype Highway, MITD 55. Yes, I'm Art Bell, rockin' on and rock steady. So come join me in my own oasis at midnight in the desert. And that's how I'll remember.
Oh, well, that's sweet. Thank you very, very much.
Well, thank you, Art.
All right, take care. All right, let's go to real quick to Florida and say hello. Hello, Florida.
Hello, Art. How are you?
I'm doing well, sir.
Yes, I'd be happy to debate with this gentleman about the 23rd.
All right. What is your first name?
My name is Mike.
Mike. Okay, someone's breathing into the mics, so stop that. I think it's
Sorry about that.
We're going to die on the 23rd guy. And what is your first name, please?
Ronald.
Ronald?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Ronald. Lay out your case. Mike, feel free to interrupt when he starts getting silly. We're going to die on the 23rd. So that's how many days from now? That's not many, huh?
No, not many. In fact, my wife and I have been researching this for many months now, and we are getting out of Los Angeles, California, and heading up towards Mount Shasta on the 13th because we believe the window is going to be, it's going to hit on the 23rd, and on about the 25th or 26th, the dust is going to settle, and then things will kind of be back to normal around the 28th. But the asteroid is supposed to hit Puerto Rico on the 23rd.
Mike, you're breathing into the phone there.
I apologize. Sorry about that.
Okay, just don't do that. All right, Ronald, so you're leaving L.A. Not a bad idea anyway. Actually.
Yeah, we went to Northridge, and then now we're going to go to Mount Shasta. We're going to go up, and we're going to work on getting into Telos, actually, through psychic communication that we've been getting.
Really?
So we're going to go up to Mount Shasta and wait it out. Then after that, if Florida's still there, we're headed...
Florida? Can I ask a question just to clarify? This thing that's going to hit us, how can you possibly know where it's going to hit?
That was exactly my question. It was going to come out.
Thank you, Mike.
Well, I've been watching a lot of documentaries and videos on YouTube and reading a lot of different information that say that most of it agrees that the area that it's going to hit is going to be Puerto Rico on the 23rd, and it's supposed to split the United States in half. Some conspiracy theorists think that it might be a Tesla ray that's going to strike instead as part of a government, whatever the global military-industrial complex is doing, but I think it's going to be an asteroid. So does my wife, because one hit Russia in 2014 or 13, or last year, and then one just hit Iran this year.
Yes.
So I think it's pretty much incoming debris as part of a larger 2.5 mile wide asteroid that's going to impact.
Mike?
Okay, well, what official information sources do you have that can actually corroborate this besides the YouTube? Because anything YouTube I normally write off, because YouTube has probably told us since 2005
well, I called the Jet Propulsion
every other year.
I called the Jet Propulsion Laboratory out of NASA to ask them about it, and they would not discuss any incoming asteroid, any asteroid theories. So I went to the only source that I know of that someone would take seriously and called them, and I even have a recording of that video.
All right, caller, hold on a moment. What I'm going to do is I'm going to move on to another person to debate you because Mike is heavily breathing into his phone. So let's go overseas to Michelle. Where are you, Michelle?
I'm in Japan.
In Japan. All right. So you're in danger, too.
I guess so. I'm always in danger here. In fact, we just had a 5 earthquake in Tokyo Bay this morning.
Do you want to debate this guy who says we're going to die?
I'll give it a try.
All right. Yes. Well, you've heard so far what he's had to say, right?
I have.
All right.
And first of all, I would like to say that I'm not buying it just because that day is my birthday. So there's my little.
That's a little weak, Michelle.
Yeah, that's my woohoo logic. Recently, though, you had someone on. I think it was you or Richard had someone on that was talking about asteroids and how we measure them, and the chances of them hitting. And they said that the possibility of us knowing where one's going to hit, even if we knew it was coming, would be virtually impossible until it got, within the moon, which at that point it's either going to, it's already too late.
250,000 miles out.
Yeah. So, how could they even pinpoint Puerto Rico unless they're using some sort of, really prophecy
good math,
or some logic like that?
That's a good question. How about it? Ronald, is it prophecy that's leading you to all this?
Well, honestly, I'm wondering the same thing myself. I'm going only by what I've been finding based on...
Hold on. What is all that noise?
Oh, it's just some stuff that was moving near me. Sorry. Here, I'm away from the noise.
Okay, good.
But consider this quote. The powers that be will teach you how to live in television and hide the truth in movies. So I started doing research in some movies by major producers like Steven Spielberg and J.J. Abrams and started looking at the signs in these movies. And we kept seeing, my wife and I kept seeing 923 showing up, like in Doomsday, 2012, Armageddon, Deep Impact, 923. And we
there's
even
a reason for that.
The
reason for that is because it is one of the equinoxes. It shows up in a lot of things just because it is traditionally an important day. It's one of the 4 changes of the seasons.
Yeah, that's also true. And it could also be predictive programming also where our consciousness actually leads to some kind of cataclysmic event.
And that could be true too, but again, how does that lead to an asteroid or meteor or whatever?
Based on the research that I've been looking at, is that there's a lot of people out there who really believe that it is an asteroid, especially since there's been 2 asteroid impacts very recently, and that this is just a little bit incoming debris from the larger asteroid. So it's not like we're not being hit.
So let me then go on to this question then, I guess, is what is the damage? I mean, you said something about America being split in half. Is there any casualty estimates here? Are they saying, millions and millions, or everyone on Earth is going to die, or what?
Well, this could be an extinction level event if it kicks up enough dust into the air to cloud out the sun to put us into a mini ice age. It could last up to 2 years where we would have to go underground. The only people that are going to survive would be those in the deep underground military bunkers, like at Denver International Airport or Iron Mountain or Mount Weather, places like that.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that we are, and the government and military has been preparing for it for a while now. In fact, they just reopened NORAD, I think, and there are a lot of, and now Jade Helm is going on in the United States, and that's not due to end until September 15th. So I think
what is Jade Helm going to do about an asteroid? I mean, other than shoot some giant laser at it or something, I mean, the mobilizing, doing drills on EMPs and mobilizing forces and all that stuff isn't going to do doodly squat for an asteroid, is it? So how would that be related?
Well, Jade Helm is a military exercise that's been going on since July 15th out of Northern Command. I don't know if you've ever heard of Northern Command. And Northern Command is
but it's civilians. It's managing civilians. It's managing on the ground threats. It's not. I mean, it's you could make the argument that it's revolutionary takeover kind of stuff, but it's not something that's going to affect an asteroid. If an asteroid hits, it doesn't matter what kind of tanks or military or what you've got on the ground. It's gone, right? So how does that affect?
Well, I'm not saying, I don't think that they're in place to protect us from the asteroid. I think they're in place to handle the aftermath of the impact.
But if what you're saying is, near extinction level, ice age and all that kind of stuff, they're not going to do anything. If they're the government and they know this is going to happen, what they're going to do is they're going to get their butt off the planet. They're not going to fool around with Jade Helm.
How are they going to get off the planet?
Well, I mean, if we're going on these conspiracies and all this kind of stuff, that they know that this is asteroids coming and they're doing all this preparing and all this stuff, don't you think that they would, if all this is true, don't you think that they have some sort of method to get off the planet?
Oh, I certainly agree that they're 50 years beyond any of the technology that we know of. I worked in the Department of Defense and the intelligence community for 13 years and held the top secret clearance, and I understand what's really going on behind the scenes. That's why I don't trust our government that they would tell us
wouldn't it make sense, instead of spending these vast amount of resources years in advance to do this big military exercise when you know that this asteroid or whatever is coming, wouldn't it make sense to channel all your funds to just getting off? Or getting, even if it's just like a small group, one of those, what was that?
You're looking
that
at
documentary
funding and financing
in the 70s
from a civilian
BBC,
perspective.
the fake one.
Okay, one at a time. Ronald,
Sorry.
what was that?
I told her that she's looking at funding and financing from a civilian perspective. The military government, they write the checks. Money isn't really an issue to them. Don't you know that the IRS just lost $11 trillion that they refuse to take any responsibility for? It's not about money.
But I guess what I'm saying is that I don't see how Jade Helm could be connected to this. Because it seems to me like if this is as big as everyone's saying, you can kiss your butt goodbye. Who cares? There's no need for Jade Helm. If this is what you're saying is going to happen.
Well, let's say Jade Helm is supposed to end on September 15th, and by the way, the Pope is coming to the United States to meet with the United Nations on the 23rd of September. But let's just say the government does tell us, hey, we've spotted an incoming body that's an extinction level event type of an asteroid, and all hell breaks loose. Now they have to, and a lot of people know that there are these deep underground military bunkers and safe places to go underground.
But do you really think they would tell us if they knew it was going to happen, if they knew it was going to hit, and it was game over and there was nothing they could do about it? Do you really think they would even bother telling us?
I think they would be forced to when basically novice astronomers and civilians start coming out saying, hey, we're spotting this in the atmosphere and it's heading
then where are they? We're 15 days away or less. Where are they then? Where are the amateur astronomers and all that stuff saying it?
There are
other than on YouTube.
Exactly. Where else are we supposed to find them? The news media isn't going to report them because they don't want to assert anything, and the news is controlled by the government corporations. There's 6 major billionaires that control all the news. They're not going to let these amateur astronomers come on and start running those kinds of stories, even if we know and I know and whoever else knows is out there in the streets even picketing and holding up.
Okay, look, you two are great. Can you both hold on through the break here?
Sure.
Okay, then hold on. Be noise-free, and man, that's just a few days. We have such a short time to live. He's moving. I'm staying. God, I had fun. I'm keeping my mouth shut.
The drums are going tonight, and she hears only whispers of some quiet conversation.
While midnight sweeps across America, you found an oasis for the mind. To call Midnight in the Desert, please dial 1-952. Call Art, that's 1-952-225-5278.
Oh, baby, we've got a good one going on. We've got Ronald on the phone in Southern California, And Ronald is convinced that we are about to die. In fact, in 12 days, on the 23rd, he says, an asteroid will smash into us, destroying the United States, or cutting it in half, at the very least. And I guess and it's going to hit Puerto Rico, right, Ronald?
Yes, Art.
And this hard evidence comes from YouTube.
Yeah.
And then now we're mixing
actually movies, even TV shows.
No, you're committed. I'm giving it to you, Ronald, baby. You're committed. Okay. You're picking your stuff up, you're packing it up, and you're leaving.
I've already, yeah, exactly.
So that's how much you believe.
We're leaving.
My
wife and I made our packing list 2 days ago, and we just went shopping yesterday and today. We've got all our supplies, and we're getting our tent ready. We're going to
all right. Ronald, hold on.
Yeah.
Do you think Michelle is safe over there in Japan?
Oh, Japan.
Yeah.
You know, I think everything's going to get flooded out. It's going to cause the.
Well, Japan is an island, so you know. I guess
I don't think anybody's safe. Anybody who's above ground, anybody who's less than 1 mile above ground.
And Jade Helm, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Jade Helm going to take control of all of us. All right, Michelle, you're back at it.
Okay. During the break, I did a little bit of research on this because I don't actually know a whole lot about it. And the only thing that I could find that seems to be the source of this is a preacher named Efrain Rodriguez, I think it said, who has started this whole thing, and then a lot of other people kind of jumped on it and tried looking for signs for it. So that means that this is, of course, a biblical prophecy. Now, in my view, of course, biblically, God says in the Bible that he would not destroy the earth by a flood ever again after the first one. And if you look at the way it goes up to the end times, seems to be no mention of any time where humanity is just going to get killed off. It doesn't really say that. My personal
I'm not going by the Bible.
Is... Well, okay, I can't stand it. I got to say something. You are in North Hollywood, California, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so... Everybody, you mentioned movies earlier. In every movie of destruction of every kind, the Hollywood sign goes first.
That's right, and I'm not going to be standing underneath that thing. I'll be way gone before that. Yes. That's why I moved to Northridge, Art. I'm on the other side of the Hollywood.
Yeah.
My number's from North Hollywood. That's where I started. Then I lived in the Valley a little bit, and I lived in Hollywood. I lived in East L.A., which, if you're a gringo, do not do. And now I'm in Northridge.
Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, you're dead anyway, you know, on the 23rd,
well, right? No, I'm going to be safe because I'm going to be underground. My wife and I and our dog and our cat, we are going to be underground. We've been planning for this for some time now. We've been actively receiving communication. We're working on getting in there and being received by the Telosians.
I mean, the ground could close on you. I mean, you're not completely safe just because you're underground.
If we are a mile underground, then you're going to be safe.
You're going to be a mile underground?
Yes, a mile underground.
I'm sorry, I'm turning my pot down.
I do have my prescription, by the way, but I do not smoke.
Oh, I don't even know where to go with that one. Gosh, so I guess my view is there's all this theory about how the universe changes itself based on our observations, and that it's us observing it that seems to keep it going. The consciousness seems to keep it going. That's the theory
of relativity.
Right. Well, my question
is,
if you killed off all the people, if you killed off all the consciousness, would the universe even keep going? How could the universe even sustain that? How could everything just die?
All of the consciousness will not be killed out because, like I said, there's those deep underground military bunkers that are controlled by the global military-industrial complex, and those bunkers are 2.5 miles underneath the Earth. They work on a mercury isotope for their nuclear generators, and I know that firsthand from one of the guys who built the Denver International.
Okay, so are you a religious person?
You know, I was raised Catholic, and I would say I have become more of a person who believes this. Photons emitted by the sun carry the intelligence of our consciousness that interacts with our subconscious mind, and our subconscious mind interacting with photons creates an apparent physical reality that is not really physical. I believe that. And we can do anything we want with our subconscious as long as we can control it. But our subconscious is being controlled by the psychological operations program of the global military-industrial complex.
Right. That says a lot. Okay, well, so
It is a lot.
I was raised in a Baptist school for 13 years, and I heard nothing but doomsday prophecies ever since I was a kid, and none of the ones that I heard ever came true. I guess my thought is that even biblically, if you want to go by the Bible on this one, even biblically, this doesn't fall in line with the prophecies of the end times. There's so many other things that would have had to have happened first and would happen after. It doesn't seem to even fit that.
Well, you know,
what would be the
was actually a completed document.
I mean, biblically, what would be the point? Why would God need
It's the prophecy of YouTube.
Well, yeah.
What would be the point of allowing this to happen? Is that what you're asking?
For God, yes. If you're saying, if the theory that of the guy who created this is that God is sending this asteroid, why?
Well, God, that would be if God is sending this asteroid. Have you ever heard of the term Ordo ad Cal?
I know you're saying
Order
if
out
God
of
is
chaos.
sending this asteroid, but the guy who created the theory is saying that God is sending this asteroid. So I'm asking you to respond to that.
Ronald, give us evidence that, I mean, the 23rd, we'd already be able to see it, right?
Well, the best evidence I had of the recent asteroids that struck, one in Russia and one very recently in Iran.
That's not evidence of something coming. That's something already that came.
I do not have firsthand evidence from an astrology point of view where I've looked in a telescope and seen this body moving at me. No,
all right, so, Michelle, I'm sorry, I can't stop myself. Listen to me, Ronald. If you have first-hand evidence of anything, or if you don't have it, I'm sorry to say, if you don't have it, then you should not be packing your car and getting ready to haul your wife. And do you have children?
No.
No.
All right, but yourself and your wife off to a place where you think you might survive this thing. How are you going to feel if it doesn't happen?
Actually, I'll feel happy because I have an after plan too, and we'll treat it like a nice 2-week vacation, and maybe we will get into Telos. But at least I know I will give myself the best chance to survive. I'm not tied down to a job. I'm a writer, movie maker. I write books about this kind of thing and make movies about it.
Okay, let me. There we go.
Go ahead.
So you have some skin in the game financially in this.
Yeah.
Hey, I started out as a government intelligence operative and turned into a filmmaker who's trying to get rid of the global military-industrial complex. So this isn't about anything, any kind of an agenda or free thoughts that I've had.
Well, it seems like it couldn't be anything but agenda if there's no actual physical evidence for it, anything but just prophecy and some movies online that make money. I can't think of anything else.
Okay, well, is there evidence that it's not going to happen?
Well, no, but that doesn't prove anything. That doesn't
it's already. Well, it has already happened.
Yeah. All right, Ronald.
Before. It's happened. Yeah.
Ronald. Thank you, and Michelle. Thank you. I'm not sure where we're going with that. I'm not sure you can make a case, or should even try to make a case that rocks have fallen previously, and therefore it is going to happen. I think he's still going to pack the car up and go. All right, we may do some other debates as the night goes on. I have endless topics that we could debate. But he's ready to move. You got to give it to him. All right, let's, I don't know where to go. Here's somebody called Paranormal Radio calling. So let's see who they are. It's on Skype. Hello.
Holy crap, Art. I just put on my headset. Can you hear me?
I hear you, yes.
Oh, my gosh. That was amazing. I got through. I'm actually ready to take on somebody who believes in Planet X because I'm all set to do it. So hopefully we don't move on to something else. Can we talk about this some more?
I don't know. The Planet X line is ringing, so
answer it.
All right,
I'll hang up because I'm calling over there too.
No. Don't.
I mean, I'll hang up on the line because I was calling you on the phone too. So I was.
Well, whoever was calling on the Planet X is going to kill us line is gone.
That was me.
That was. So you believe that Planet X is going to kill us?
No, I believe it's not going to kill us.
Well, then why would you call me on the Planet X is going to kill us line?
Well, I'm calling you on Skype now.
In other words, you were hedging your bets.
I guess I didn't hear you correctly at first, Art. So
I see.
I'm ready. Let's get the other side going.
Well, I mean, what do you think about Ronald? He's packed up, ready to go. 23 days, all over.
I think Ronald's crazy. I think it's a bunch of hype.
Yeah, I think
and I've got many reasons why it's a bunch of hype.
I think he wants to make a movie.
I don't know if you want to hear those reasons.
Well, all right, sure. I'll listen. Bunch of hype. Why?
Well, I mean, where do you want to start?
At the beginning. It's hype. Why?
Well, it's hype because it's just like any other event. Y2K. Sorry, Art, I got to grab something on the other side of the room. Hang tight.
Really? Apparently he had a written outline of something that he's got to go get. It's interesting to me, and of course everybody wraps this into Jade Helm as well.
Well, I will say that, Art, you're going to have a heck of a time staying on the air that night, so you shouldn't plan a guest.
Really?
But let's start with this fact that, there's more than 1,500 of these potentially hazardous asteroids that are already out there.
Yeah.
If you want to talk about the TC4, that's expected to hit us in 2017. It already missed us in 2012.
Wait a minute. Which side of the argument are you on?
I'm against Planet X. Planet X is not going. The asteroid is not going to hit us.
You think Planet X is a hoax?
Well, Planet X might be real, but there's not going to be an asteroid that kills us on the 23rd. That's what I'm saying.
So,
right?
okay, so you're a Planet X believer, but not the asteroid on the 23rd. When is Planet X coming?
Well, I think Planet X... Sorry, I was prepared to talk about the asteroid tonight, but...
You're getting all mixed up, sir.
But I think Planet X...
You don't know if you're for or again, either one.
Okay, let's start with this. The asteroid. The asteroid is not going to hit us. CERN is not going to blow up the planet. Jade Helm is not the rapture. So anybody who has that idea that on the 23rd, that's what's going to happen, I think is crazy.
Crazy. Well, I don't know about crazy, but, all right, let me just check quickly on my Planet X line. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, hello. Do you think we're about to get hit by Planet X?
Actually, I don't know. I kind of want to know whether the other person thinks we're going to get hit by Planet X. I'm not really sure on that. I kind of want to know their position.
See, this is my Planet X line. Only if you believe we're about to be crushed by Planet X should you call that number. Okay?
Mm.
All right, thank you. All right, so that number is 575, area code, that's 575-208-7787. If you think we're about to get crushed by Planet X. I'm almost done with this anyway, because I don't think anybody has any evidence other than YouTube, which, well, YouTube is, you can find anything up there. The one thing I did learn, tonight that I thought was interesting, was that the telescope that they're using, the Catholic Church has put in Arizona, is called Lucifer. Did you know that, caller?
I believe it.
You believe it, but you didn't know it.
Didn't know it.
Now you do.
I always get facts from you, Art.
Uh-huh.
This 92315.
Yes.
Let's be honest. It's the odds of us getting hit by anything, and whether we're talking about an asteroid, whether we're talking about Planet X hitting us, whether we're talking about CERN, which, by the way, if you put 92315 into Google Maps, I've noticed it doesn't take you to CERN anymore.
Where does it take you now?
It doesn't take you anywhere. It says it can't find it.
Uh-huh. Well, if you're a conspiracy person, that's even more suspicious. Why would it change? I am my Planet X line. Are you there?
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Planet X line?
Yes, that's right.
Well, I'm here to debate your person that you've got on there right now.
Why, you think we're about to get hit by Planet X?
I know we're in the passing of Planet X right now.
Really?
100%.
All right. First of all, turn off your radio or whatever it is you've got on.
Extinguish your device.
That's very well done. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay?
I'm ready.
So we're in the path of Planet X and we're all going to die.
We're all going to die if we do not take cover or have some kind of protection, especially if there's not some kind of a metal shelter or storm drain that you can get into in a hurry, that's for sure.
So a storm drain would protect you?
For sure, because we're going to get pelted with tons and tons of different asteroids all over the planet.
And how do you expect to lift this manhole cover off of all of this stuff that's going to fall onto it? I'm curious of that.
Oh, how am I going to lift the manhole cover off? I'm going to get in there hopefully before it starts happening.
But eventually you'll need to come out, right? Or are you going to live there forever?
A spot like that. I'm not going to live there forever. I'm just going to have myself set up so that I can get to a spot like that if I need to, if this were to happen.
What if there should be flooding? What if this is a weather cataclysmic event?
That's exactly why I've purchased property on the side of a mountain that's way above sea level.
What does that have to do with the manhole cover?
Yeah, so manhole or mountain? What are we talking about?
On the mountain, there's also areas around me that have storm drains and manholes that I know the location
Really?
of. So
What kind of mountains are you familiar with?
What kind of mountains am I familiar with?
Most mountains I know are like dirt and rock, not sewers and metal. Could be wrong on that one, but I'm pretty sure I'm right.
The town that I bought the property in, they have a brand new sewage treatment system that they just put in. So there's manholes and storm drains all over the place, as well as there's cave systems that I can hide in as well.
But again, flooding.
So I think I'm better set up than somebody who doesn't think that this is going to happen, because there's much more
What's
evidence.
this person's name?
Yeah, good question. Your name?
My name's Cody.
Cody.
Cody, you haven't addressed my question. If there's flooding underground, how do you expect to survive that?
If there's flooding underground, as I've told you, I've got multiple options for survival. So if there's a flood, I've got the mountain. If there's asteroids that start pelting us, I've got a cave that I can
How do you get out of a manhole when there's debris on top of it and get yourself to a mountain?
I don't need to go into a manhole. A manhole would be a good suggestion for somebody who's in a city who doesn't have the means to get to a cave or something on a mountain that could protect them, mainly a
But
cave.
it still doesn't explain a cataclysmic weather event wiping you out.
How does it not explain a cataclysmic weather event wiping me out?
Well, it's science.
There's so much evidence to show that we're on the cusp of something like that happening right now. To say that that's not going to happen.
What? Okay, well, I can't stand it. What is the evidence? The evidence.
What is the evidence?
Yes.
There's tons of.
Just give me some of it.
You've given me evidence yesterday on your talk show through telling me about these Inuits that are living up in the north who have noticed for the last 3 years that the sun has changed positions. We've got the Vatican. Okay, the Pope and Obama are claiming that climate change is what's causing all these events to happen on the planet. I'm not going to trust Obama, who's standing there looking like it's a PR campaign on a glacier telling me that global warming is being caused by humanity, when the Vatican has a telescope in Arizona
named Lucifer
that they had to fight very hard, named Lucifer, to build, that they've had for over 10, 20 years now. It's the biggest infrared telescope in the world. What are they looking for? Why they're telling us that's our fault and it's global warming? They know something bigger is going on.
Do you honestly think it's good advice to tell people to go into a manhole when there could be when there could be tsunamis coming over and the manhole would fill up real quick, right?
Personally, it is good advice from evidence that I've heard from people back
let's have you do that. Let's have you test that out, and then I'll fill it full of water and to see how long you last. We could do that right now.
You can laugh at it all you want. I'm just saying that
I am.
There was people who in the 1950s, guys who came out trying to expose Planet X, who talked about how when Planet X was going to pass,
but it never gets here.
And I think it's backed up through holy text.
All right.
Books that have said that these cataclysms are going to happen.
All right, you guys, listen. I've got a break and I've got to go, and I've got to think about manholes and stuff like that. I appreciate your calls. We'll continue with open lines.
I can see for miles and miles and miles and miles and miles. Oh, yeah. With temptation eyes, you gotta love me, gotta love me.
Remember, when calling Midnight in the Desert, let the phone ring until answered. These calls are unscreened for your listening pleasure. Call 1-952-CALL-ART. That's 1-952-225-5278.
They are unscreened for your listening pleasure. Still thinking of Ronald. stuffing the car full of stuff, headed up north. And then the other thing that I'm thinking about is a manhole cover. You know, we don't even have any of those around here. So I guess that's it. I am going to change my line around now. That special line is now going to be a line for an atheist, and a rabid atheist. So I'm gonna clear that line right now. It's busy. I'm sorry. I'm clearing the line. I want a rabid atheist. We'll have a debate about that. It's area code 575-208-7787. Otherwise, we're going to go through open lines and just talk to random people as we go. Hello there. You're on the air.
Art, this is Kevin, Colorado Springs.
Hey, Kevin.
I've got the absolute killer reason why this asteroid is not going to happen. Ronald himself said it. The Pope is coming to America on that same day. Why would the Pope fly to America on the day an asteroid is incoming?
Oh, I've got the answer to that.
What's that?
Well, because he thinks it's going to hit Italy.
Oh, that sounds about as good as Ronald's reasoning and the manhole cover
Well,
guy.
you know, I watch YouTube.
That's a...
I mean, that would be the reason why the Pope would clear out of Italy, right? I mean, you got to give me that.
Yeah, but then there are so many other places to go that would be more well protected than New York City in the middle of a disaster.
This is true. I saw ex-mayor Giuliani was interviewed a number of times on CNN today, and he now states that New York is much safer than a lot of other places in the country, cities.
Well, that may be true, but we've seen what happens when the lights go out in New York, and it's not pretty. I'm here in Colorado Springs where NORAD is, and I would much rather be here in Colorado Springs.
Well, you're like at
when
ground.
the lights go out.
Yeah, you're at like ground zero then, right?
Yeah, so when the lights do go out,
You need like 2 manhole covers.
Probably more like 20.
All right, thank you. You can't imagine. The reason I did this is, again, because my email is just absolutely peppered with people who say, Art, it's coming, Planet X is bearing down on us, we're all gonna die. And I thought we could get these people on the air, but they don't come on. I admit we did get Ronald, and he's probably in motion by now. On my special line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello. My name is Ian Joyce.
We don't take last names on the air, so just Ian?
That's fine.
Okay,
Yeah.
that'll have to do. What's on your mind, Ian?
Oh, it was just, the whole entire brewery.
I'm sorry?
X thing. It's the whole entire Planet X thing. It was just, it's stupid. I mean, because what is Planet X?
Okay, well, all right, but see, this is now my atheist line, Ian, so you'll have to call it. I know it's stupid. It seems stupid to me too, but one day, it may not be. One day, one of these things may happen. Of course, none of these people would be around to say, I told you so, or anything like that. No, unless they had the right manhole cover, I guess. Hello there, you're on the air.
Yes, can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine, yes. Where are you?
Okay. I'm in Baton Rouge.
Excellent. Welcome to the program.
Okay, hey, is this open lines, or do I have to discuss Planet X?
No, it's open lines now.
Okay, I have a request for you, Mr. Bell.
Sure.
Okay, I used Ouija boards in the past. I know you had a story that you don't want to discuss your experience with a Ouija board.
No, I won't
correct?
talk about it, right?
You don't want to, right?
No, I won't.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yes.
Okay. Could you record that story in detail, and then upon your passing, you release it publicly on your website?
No.
You don't want to? Okay, I respect that. Hey, I want to say thank you for all the years of great radio, and I appreciate it.
Oh, you're very welcome.
Have a good night.
Thank you for calling, and take care. No. What happened with the Ouija board was not good. I'll go that far. I'll just say not good. Okay? And I'm going to leave it at that now, and probably forever. Hello on Skype.
Art.
It just says disconnected 76.
Right.
Are you disconnected?
It feels that way sometimes.
I understand. All right, so what's up?
Well, since it's open lines, I first of all just wanted to, of course, like everybody else, welcome you back to the radio.
Thank you.
But what I was really wondering is, over the years, we've heard so many stories on your show about alien encounters, and of course, you're seeing the object above you.
Yes.
I was curious have you ever been shown anything or been told a story that you felt that you could say was 100% there has to be, this story is true?
Yeah, the one I told you about the craft I saw. I mean, honestly, what else, otherwise it's stories on the phone, right? Whether it's from guests or callers or it's any secondhand knowledge, is exactly that, secondhand or thirdhand knowledge. When you see something and experience it yourself, then 100%.
Well, I can relate to that a bit because my wife and I recently moved up into we're in Minneapolis, and we moved up into a high-rise apartment, and so we can see miles and miles out at this point.
Like the song I play. And
there you go.
But you don't have a manhole cover up that high, do you?
No, I don't. But I have a garbage chute. I guess that would probably be just as safe as that could. It occurs to me that I think that there could be a lot more of these sightings if people would just look up.
It's true. I've said that for years and years, that if people would go outside and actually look up, I mean, you miss so much by not looking up. So occasionally, at least, folks, look up at the stars. Spend a moment looking at stuff. You'll see a lot.
Yeah. We'll sit out on the balcony here, and I can't say that it's a nightly occurrence by any or anything like that, but I have multiple pictures and videos of just odd, strange things going on in the sky. And the only reason that I'm seeing it is because we are just basically just sitting here scanning the sky at night, when we're out smoking a cigarette on the patio.
Mm-hmm. Well, again, circling back, thank you very much for the call. Circling back to what you said, the only thing that I can say 100% is what happened to me. What I saw, what I experienced, that I can guarantee you. But, you can't really take that to the bank any further than I can take one to the bank that is said to me. I sort of judge them by the way they're told and how people, I don't know, the emotion in their voices or their, the expression on their faces when they tell a story like that. And I can assign a certain percentage of belief to it. But the only thing that you can say you absolutely believe in is something you experience yourself. Let me go to my special line. I think it's Denver. Hello.
Hello, Art. You wanted a rabid atheist, correct?
Oh, yes, I did. Is that you?
Well, that is me. They call me Devil Britson on Twitter, but it's only because I lived in Iowa, and growing up and not believing in God in Iowa, everybody just assumed you're some sort of Satan worshiper.
Okay, so I don't think you're a Satan worshiper, but you would say you would say conclusively there is no God.
I honestly I have to go ahead and say that because
okay, all right, hold on then. All right, now I want somebody to debate that. I doubt that's going to be hard to find, but I want a good, lively debate. So we've got ourselves. In fact, let me lock that in right now. No, maybe not yet. We'll hold on to it. He's an absolute atheist. Anybody want to try and argue with an atheist? It's not easy. Let's sort of check the lines as we go. Atheist, just hang in there. We'll find somebody for you, I guarantee. Hello there, you're on the air.
Hey, Art, it's Johnny from PA. I don't particularly want to argue with the atheists, not because I couldn't.
No, it's fine.
I think
It's
kind of a waste
fine.
of time.
I'll let him languish there until I find the right person. No problem. What's up?
Well, I'd like to talk a little bit more about the 923 thing.
Okay.
Are you familiar with the name Jonathan Cahn?
No.
Okay, Jonathan Cahn is an author. He's a Messianic Jew out of New York, and he is a very, very intelligent man. He's written 2 books, one called The Harbinger, which talks about the relationship between Isaiah 9:10 and what happened on 9/11/2001.
Okay.
The second book is called The Shemitah. And we are in a year where the Shemitah becomes very, very important.
Okay.
The Shemitah it's a rest year. Every 7 years, the land's allowed to rest. Let's get wiped clean.
Okay, now let's bring this back to the 23rd.
Yeah, 23rd of this year is Yom Kippur. This whole thing, I've watched a lot of these YouTube videos on the woman named Siervana makes some, Lynn Liaz, and the other woman's name is Renee M. There is a ton of pop culture references to this 923 date. They're very strange references. One is Back to the Future. If you've seen the 9/11 relationship.
Okay, so you believe we're going to get smashed on the 23rd, yes?
Well, Jonathan Cahn is talking about a massive.
I am asking what you believe.
I don't know. I see a lot of things coming. I see the financial collapse as a possibility. There is some talk about a meteor strike, but because the meteor strike thing comes from people, the government building these underground, the DUMBs, they keep underground military bases, and the elite right now disappearing. Like they're all just headed for the hills. A lot of this stuff comes from Alex Jones.
I haven't seen from Alex Jones. I haven't seen any of the elite disappear, save Rick Perry, who just bailed out today. I mean, the rest of them are prepared to go on CNN here in a few days, right? Have a big debate. So they're still there.
Yeah, the whole thing seems to kick off really on the 13th. It's 13th is the beginning of Rosh Hashanah. It's Rosh Hashanah, and it's also a partial solar eclipse, and then it goes to like the 28th. But the real person who kicked all this off was Jonathan Cahn, and he would be a great guest for you. I mean, he's just his stuff is very prophetic in nature.
Mm-hmm.
He's basically saying we are under judgment, and that's where I think Ron. He's worried about like one video that says we're going to get it by a meteor.
Wait a minute. This would be God's judgment?
This is God's judgment on the United States for the sin that we've committed, the multiple sins that we've committed. Yeah.
Which one?
Well, one is just turning away from God. I think it starts with no prayer in schools, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And Jonathan makes the argument much better than I could, but what he says is that
how about marrying people of the same sex? That's probably right in there.
Well, where he goes with that is that when you take something holy and you desecrate it, what's going to happen is they're going to take something good and they're going to make it evil.
Okay, but why would people of the same sex who get married be desecrating anything because they're actually in love? They want to be married.
Well, I have kind of mixed feelings about it because constitutionally I don't see a problem with it, but from a biblical perspective, it's totally not what God taught. I mean, it's not. Marriage is supposed to be between man and a woman. And
okay, so you think we've turned away from all of that, and that is sin, and we are about to be judged somewhere between now and what, the 28th?
The 13th to the 28th are the dates that have people interested. The 23rd being the one that people think that the elite are putting into movies and TV shows, The Simpsons, like all kinds of little references here and there. The 923, there are them.
How does Jade Helm fit into this?
I think Jade Helm ends, on the 15th, which is part of Rosh Hashanah.
Well, I mean, if you want to really
Helm
believe that it ends on that date.
Yeah, Jade Helm is preparation for martial law somewhere. Doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be in the United States. Right now, we've been occupying Iraq and Afghanistan. Well, not Iraq so much anymore, but Afghanistan for 10 years now?
No,
well,
14 years
we've
now.
been
14
fighting. Better said, we have been fighting there. I don't think we're occupying just yet because we don't have control.
I don't know if we. I think we do a lot of house-to-house stuff. We do a lot of interacting with the population, and I think that's what Jade Helm is. It's training for that kind of. That's what our armed forces has been doing.
So
But
you
people
think
look at
we're
it
all
and
going
say,
to be put in internment camps?
Well, they exist.
Let's
I think
let's
the
talk
FEMA
about it.
camps are out there.
FEMA camps, right?
Yeah, they definitely exist. I don't know. I don't see anybody. I don't see them, loading the trains up yet. But
Where are the FEMA camps?
I don't know. You'd have to do the research on it. But
YouTube.
That's another
sure.
Alex Jones thing. There's a lot of Alex Jones references to FEMA camps.
All right. I appreciate your call, sir, and I take note, and I'll try to look for a manhole cover. But we don't have many of those here in Jade Helm. All right. So I'm still searching for somebody who wants to debate my atheist, but we're in open lines. And so you're on the air.
Hi, Art. I'm just don't have the heart to try to debate an atheist. That's just kind of pointless in my book. What I would like to talk about is some methods to get to Mars very quickly. And I did call at the end of the show last night and talk for a minute with
Man, what a show that was, huh?
Oh, it was great, and I love the idea of making some kind of warp drive. But just on a very simple standpoint of a way to do a trip to Mars in a few days to a week, if we went and froze a perfect ice log in Antarctica and airlifted it to the Cape or to Wallops Island, which may be the preferred place to launch to Mars, and had a rocket that just had this frozen icicle in the center of the core, and around that a low-energy nuclear reaction, which wouldn't involve any radiation, which would use plasma and polariton physics, the new physics of generating energy not over unity, but within the confines of the laws of thermodynamics, and suddenly flash heated that icicle to an infrared very high temperature, and just use, instead of hydrogen and oxygen, which could explode, it's ice. It's the same thing as the exhaust product, but it's pretty much perfectly safe. Now, that could get you to Mars in a matter of, in a throttable. You can restart it and make mid-orbit corrections, do orbital insertions in Mars with the ice still staying frozen in space. So it's a very practical idea. Now, once you get to Mars, you could have the extra ice that's left over in orbit, in low Mars orbit, use that to power shuttle vehicles to take you down to Mars. When you got to Mars,
so it's like an ice mobile
to breathe.
Mm-hmm. It's
like the ice rocket, basically the steam pump rocket.
Steam puff rocket, an ice mobile. Okay, all right. So we got to break it off there. We've got to break from the high desert. You're listening to Midnight in the Desert. If you have any comments, and I can see you do because the lines are burning up, we're in open lines. Feel free. Remember my atheist, by the way.
Some velvet morning when I'm straight, I'm gonna open up your... Absolutely nothing. Say again, y'all. What is it good for? Absolutely nothing. Listen to me. I despise.
Want to take a ride? From the high desert and the great American Southwest, this is Midnight in the Desert, exclusively on the Dark Matter Digital Network. To call the show, dial 1-952-CALL ART. That's 1-952-225-5278.
That's it, all right. And let me quickly check in and just be sure my atheist is okay. You hanging in there?
Oh, yes, of course, Art. I mean,
nobody
there was a couple of times I wanted to yell into my phone, but I realized I wasn't on, so what was the point?
Oh, yeah, that's true. All right, so your first name is?
My first name is Matt.
Matt. Okay, Matt, I'm putting you back on hold. I mean, I can't do this until I get somebody ready for you.
Don't worry
okay?
about it. Just find me somebody.
Yeah, I'll find you somebody. All right, Matt, hold tight. There we go. Okay, let us continue with open lines with, I don't know, Lawrence on Skype, I guess. Hi, Lawrence.
Hi, am I there?
No, you're here.
Oh, well, great. Well, I had a couple things I thought people would be interested in.
Okay.
I'm getting an echo. Hang on just for a second. I got to check something. It'll take 1 second here. Hang on, Art.
All right.
Oh, boy. I'm using a smartphone to do both things, and the smartphone's smarter than me.
Well, you've got what, the show running? Is that what it is?
When I was a child and up to my 30s, I had lots of deja vu.
Mm-hmm.
And now I still have them, but less. And in one case, I got into an argument with someone, and when it happened in real life, in the deja vu, I had an argument.
Yeah.
In real life, I simply didn't say the words that caused the argument. So, my theory is that, maybe there's this big plan, but you have the choice to change things in that plan. It doesn't have to be a certain way. You don't have to kill your wife. You don't have to hurt anybody. Or you could, land speed record. So I just think that the future is not set. It might be an outline, but not set.
I don't think it's set either.
And the other thing that I wanted to tell you about is in 1963, when I was a young kid, I was an amateur astronomer. And I'd go out almost every night and just, look at the moon, look at the stars, whatever.
We haven't seen this thing coming in to squish us on the 23rd, have you?
No. No, this is my long gone memory.
Uh-huh.
I saw, I lived in eastern Ohio in a little town called Lisbon. It's about 40 miles west of Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
South of Youngstown. You might know where it is. County seat. I saw 2 nights in a row, 2 zigzagging lights above my home.
Can't beat that.
We're talking, I'm sure it was our stuff playing, tactics. They were probably up there trying to figure out, when you zip around like that, there's got to be different tactics, right? That's what they need, 2 of them.
Was it at high speed?
Oh, my God. I mean, I couldn't make out the vehicles. It was twilight. And so my theory there is that they're so far up is that the sun was still shining on them, illuminating them to me, so I could see them, and they're just zigzagging. Airplanes don't fly in zigzags.
My question again.
It just doesn't do that.
My question again is: was it at high speed?
Well, I'm thinking really high speed because they're like that at that distance and at those angles. They must have been going 10 miles at a shot.
Okay. All right, I've got it. Well, what I would say is, if that's what you had, you would have somebody inside that was jelly. Now, if they were a human, they would be just, jelly. You can't make sharp turns going really fast without turning biological mass, as we understand it, pretty much into, jelly is a rough term, but you get the idea, right? Let's go here and see what we've got. Hello, on the phone. Hello. Yes, hello.
Hello, Art.
Right. Turn off your device, please.
Okay, yeah.
My goodness,
I'm
guy.
Totally sorry.
Yes,
okay.
It's all right.
There you go. Sorry. Hey, Art. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
This is Nathan from Asheville.
Yes, Nathan.
I guess I'm the son of a Quaker clerk. I grew up I would have some questions for your atheist. I'm not necessarily sure I could debate with him, but tonight's been quite an interesting show with, you got a bunch of people on here stating their best evidence is YouTube and stuff. It's really, I haven't really heard anybody.
When it actually comes right down to it, Nathan, that's about all they've got is YouTube. Now,
right.
Now they might say they have their own inner feeling.
Gut feeling.
Gut feeling. I mean, look at Ronald. So much gut feeling that he's packing up the car, taking the wife, running.
Right. Running for who knows where.
Up north.
Well, I kind of tend to think sometimes the benefit of all this apocalyptic obsession may make people actually live like a more focused life. If they think that maybe they only have a week to live, maybe they'll actually get up and do something.
That's a good point.
Yeah, I kind of think that's the only positive.
Oh, you know what? I'm so out of time. Hold on. I'll bring you back.
Midnight in the Desert doesn't screen calls. We trust you. But remember, the NSA, well, you know. To call the show, please dial 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952-CALL-ART.
We are up on Periscope. I have been assured by endless number of people on the wormhole that we are indeed up on Periscope. So, if you enjoy looking at the back of a talk show host's head, this is your big opportunity. I'm Art Bell 51, by the way. You need that if you're going to look at Periscope to get involved with Periscope. And boy, you can really get involved. You've got to get on Twitter. And so I'm Art Bell 31. Art Bell 51. Good Lord, what am I saying? 31. Art Bell 51 on Twitter. And I'm sorry we got cut off. I realized I was right up against a break. A lot of times I'm having so much fun with open lines, I blow breaks. So that was close. Hello.
Hey, Art.
Hey. You're back
Thanks for having me on the air again.
You're very welcome.
It's great to hear your voice. I'm sorry, I get so stoked that you answer the phone. I kind of like draw a blank. And
well, as anybody looking at Periscope can see, I'm the only one here. Some guy earlier sent me an email saying he wanted to pay me to come and be an intern. I don't know what he would do.
Wow, yeah. Maybe feed the cats.
Maybe. Anyway,
yeah.
What's up?
Well, Art, I mean, I think one thing I think is interesting is your last caller. When it got down to it, it seemed like he was convinced there was some kind of retribution from God coming down on us.
That's right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Which, I mean, I'm surprised he also started off by saying he didn't want to talk to the atheists, but you would think that he was so convinced that we were about to, all be destroyed, then that the atheists would cut at the core of those beliefs.
I know. Well, he said he was trying to say something, but I've got him on hold waiting for, whoever is going to challenge him.
Right.
I'm sure he was screaming at the phone.
Right. in pure atheist fury. But, Art, I guess what I want to say again is thanks for having me on. But, what's going on right now is scary enough, the refugee crisis, which, some think is due to, the climate change out there in Syria and the severe droughts they've been having.
Yeah, there's a change in climate, all right. There's a lot of black guys cutting off heads. That'll get you rolling.
Right. I mean, that kind of stuff is terrifying enough, and we have enough to be. I also was interested to hear what the whole Planet X thing is about. Because I've heard it mentioned, and to be honest, I haven't given it too much serious
it's Planet X coming and coming and coming. For all my adult years, I've been hearing about it, but Planet X looming out there never, ever gets us.
So, yeah, I'd love to hear somebody say, convince me how it's a serious threat to our existence.
Let us say that somebody convinced you, sir, that on September 23rd, just a very few days from now, the world is going to end. How would you behave between now and then?
Between now and then, I would just love my family and try to get us safe. I'm up in the mountains now, and I'm just a working class dude with,
There you go. I think that's what most people would do. Some would loot, rape, and pillage and kill, but others.
That's terrifying, yeah.
That's right.
But,
so you could defend against those people, right?
Yeah, I would hope so. I do my damn best, and I got a crew of people ready to help me out if need be.
I think you're safe.
Yeah, I'm really hoping it doesn't come to that. Obviously.
Me too.
Yeah, but I think the physical evidence around us that is verifiable is pretty scary enough.
It is, and all these camps they're talking about and everything. I have decided already, by the way, that I'm going to turn myself into Jade Helm. I'm going to be a trustee, and I'm going to be bossing the rest of you around. Remember, I've got my poor atheist in Denver, just languishing on the phone, waiting for one godlike person to come forward and challenge him. We'll see. Let's go here on the phone. Say hi, you're on the air.
Hi, Art. How you doing?
I'm doing fine.
Great. I am a religious studies teacher, and I've dabbled in philosophy and other things.
Uh-huh.
I would have to know what kind of, what he knows, like where he's coming from in terms of his...
Well, come on, he's an atheist. You don't have to ask where he's coming from. He doesn't believe in God.
No, I just mean what has he studied, or what has he delved into?
Well, you don't have to study anything to not believe in God.
I understand. If you're going to have some sort of a debate, I just want to know kind of where he's coming from and what he's studied or what he knows. That's all.
I see.
Or is he just going to come from just right off the cuff, but I have no problem talking to him if you'd like to do that. He's been waiting a long time. So.
He has. But he's an atheist, so who cares? Let him wait.
No, I have no problem talking to him. I'd love to talk to him about it.
I don't know. I'm waiting for JC Jr. to call in or something.
Yeah, JC. No, he's my son. No,
I hate to say this, but I think JC may have passed on. They're making all kinds of excuses for him. I'm connected to him actually on Facebook, and I keep hearing from Petunia or whatever her name is that he's off and they're searching for him. But I think he's...
Well, we've got the Sunday school teacher, and that's not me.
I understand, and he may make it in. He's actually, he kind of sounds like JC, doesn't he?
He does.
You can hear it. When he grows up, he could be a JC. All right, thank you. I'm going to keep looking. I want somebody, really ready to go at an atheist. I mean, this guy sounds like good stuff. All right, let's go. Goodness, we have such a choice. Let's go overseas. Michael, hello.
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 Hello? Can you hear me?
I hear you.
All right. I can't be described as a rabid atheist, but I can certainly be described as a confused one.
You're a confused atheist?
Well, yes and no.
Well, now, what is your confusion?
Well, I watch these born-again Christians getting more and more anally retentive as the world gets more and more confused.
Actually, that's what I need as a born-again Christian. Where are you?
Well, I'm in England. In North Tyneside.
You're not born again, huh?
Well, no, but having said that, there's obvious evidence of these Satanists getting more and more, or growing more and more with their influence.
Yes, it was Father Malachi Martin who said that he believed that the influence of Satan is up 800%. In New York. Yeah.
And then there is these these New Age people that are getting weird. The more exposure they get. Now I'm confused because I don't know where to stand. I was brought up as a Catholic and left it at 15 years old when I discovered I was being conditioned, not educated. But over the years, I've learned that there is a spiritual dimension behind us all. Now, what I'd like to say to your guy, he's a rabid atheist, and none of us, anybody over 20 years old, can't turn around and say, "Excuse me, but there isn't something bigger than all of us out there." I'm an atheist because I can't hang me.
No, wait a minute. Earlier, you said you were confused. Now
he doesn't want to go anywhere, and I can't see that. Any human being with an ounce of sense has got to have been able to share that commonality that is there for all of us, and it's a big thing that comes
But the question is that commonality God, or is it just, living here on Earth? I think that's a fair question to ask. All right, let's continue, see where we go. Actually, we've got somebody else overseas, so let's try that. Looks like Stephen. Hello, Stephen.
Hello?
Yes, hello, Stephen.
Yeah, I'm turning off my...
That's good.
Device.
Thank you.
Okay, Art, hi. Wow, great. I'm calling you from Mexico City.
Mexico City, really?
Yeah, I'm a New Yorker, though.
Okay.
And I think it's germane to this topic because I decided to take 1 month and stay where it's almost 9,000 feet above sea level.
And you're doing that because you think this month is...
Something, yeah.
Something.
Yeah, something. And, yeah.
So
yeah,
you're
definitely.
10,000 feet up above Mexico City?
I'm sorry?
You're like on a mountain 10,000 feet above Mexico City?
Well, no, Mexico City is between 8,000 and 9,000. It's almost 3,000 meters.
All right, so you're on a hill.
No, Mexico City is that.
I got that. You're on a hill in Mexico City.
Oh, yeah. So, I think if something does slam, the probability that it will hit water is great, only because of surface area. And tsunamis are a problem.
They are.
So logic would have it that one should stay away from the coastline where I live.
The truth of the matter is, you moved this month down to Mexico City to avoid what you think is going to be a global, catastrophe?
Yeah, well, I have a house in Mexico City. I mean, it's not that I moved, but I have a house.
Okay.
In Mexico City. For business, and I decided just to do an extended stay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I'm shocked. I guess I'm running into more and more people like yourself that are actually have made physical moves, easy or hard, because they think something awful is happening.
And this is from the basis of pure rationality. I mean, I'm not a kook.
No, you don't sound like it.
That wonderful line from Goodfellas: "Why take a chance?"
Well, sure.
Better say. Now, one other thing, Art, I'm sorry. I mean, it's just such a privilege to have you. I called you once before in 1998.
Yes.
And I had the great privilege of calling the night that the last interview with Father Malachi.
Yes.
And I spoke to him that night, and it somewhat changed my life. I was young then, and very stupid and new agey and pretty deluded, and that one conversation put me on track, and I'll forever owe him that. May he rest in peace. But one thing, Art, just irks me. You and he alluded toward the end of the interview that you guys had some kind of a private talk.
That is correct.
About things coming in to our solar system.
No, not exactly.
Yeah, you remember. You know what
I remember, but it's not as you remember, not about things coming into our solar system, although we did speak of that many times. No. Father Martin confided in me about things involving the third secret. And I don't discuss those because they were given to me in confidence. And what he said to the public, I think, was sufficient. And that was, whatever you think it is going to be much worse than that. The worst thing you can imagine that could happen to the planet, it's going to be worse than that. And he gave me some knowledge that goes beyond that, which I'm not going to discuss because it was given to me in confidence. So there you have it. Manila Thrilla, hi.
Let's call me His Holy Eminence Jr. tonight.
Oh, His Holy Eminence Jr., really?
Yes, because I am just dying to debate this so-called atheist.
So-called. All right. Boy, you're going to get your wish. All right, here he comes.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Nathan, I believe it is, my...
no, I'm
Matt. Matt, I'm sorry.
Hi, Nathan. How you doing tonight?
No, yeah. Matt.
Nathan, it doesn't really matter.
Go on. Who do you want to start first? I think as an atheist, I should be on the defense side first, right? You should take the offensive kind of argument.
I feel on the defense.
I don't care. You guys go at it the way you want to go.
Well, where do you want to take this? Do you want to take it from an intellectual level, or
go for it, Nathan?
Nathan, stop it.
Matt. His name is Matt.
Oh,
exactly.
Matt.
Where do you want to take this? Do you want to take it to a level that we can say that the same story of Jesus Christ was told by Horus, Mithra, Krishna, and a lot of other pagan gods, and maybe that's all based on ancient Egyptian allegory, where you can actually talk about constellations in the sky, or what else you want to talk about? What part of what foolish religion are you a part of, Mike?
What did you call me?
Matt. Come on.
Matt, whatever.
That's right.
Whatever's your name. Manila, Thrilla, and Vanilla?
Come on now. There is no need for personal stuff here. You know his name is Matt.
No, there is, Art. There is. This is serious. This is
well,
serious.
I know it's serious.
This man is taking the concept of our great Lord frivolously, and he's going to pay for it dearly.
But go on. I want to know what religion are you a part of? Are you
what religion
one of
are
these
you
new
not
wave
a part
kind of people?
What religion are you not a part of?
All of them. I'm an atheist. I'm a part of society that actually has a collective brain in this whole ordeal. I'm
okay,
a
I have
rational
a question for
person.
you. Okay, so you don't believe in the devil or God?
No, that's ridiculous.
What is your Twitter name, Matt?
Well, I mean,
what is your Twitter name, sir?
What difference does it make?
I believe this man is an agent of the dark side.
Well, he may be.
I even said that my name on Twitter was Devil Britson because
so if you don't believe in it, why don't you just call yourself Jesus?
They don't have a lot of atheists there.
Call yourself Jesus.
Well, what's the
If it doesn't matter, call yourself Jesus.
Why do I want to be Jesus?
Why do you want to be the devil?
Has a way better story and way better soundtrack.
Come on, he can be anybody he wants to be.
And that's what I'm saying.
Let's have an actual debate. Let's stop getting into semantics here.
Yeah,
what religion
exactly.
are you a part of?
You are asking me to name my God, but you will not take a stance on your God or lack of God.
I don't
and
have
I would
a God.
say,
That's
sir,
the
that
whole
you
point
have
of
a God
atheism.
and it
It's
is the
about
devil.
doubt.
Yeah, I mean, come on, he doesn't have a God. He's an atheist.
Yeah.
By the name Devil? Please.
Yeah, it's a nickname.
Art, you're a believer. Please, Art, do not get on this man's side.
I'm not on anybody's side. I'm waiting for you to take up your side.
I'm waiting to hear what is your religion? What is your belief? Let's have a discussion about that.
We do not put a name on our Creator. It is the God of love, the God of light. It is not the God of darkness. It is not Satan. It is not the devil.
Hey, where was your love that we really needed when John F. Kennedy was assassinated? Where was that? If that can go ahead and move mountains and whatnot.
Sir, being an atheist, you believe in materialism. What if death is as natural as life?
I never said I was a materialistic person. I'm actually a very giving person. I think you can be a nice person and do good things, and you don't have to go ahead and tout because Jesus told me so. I think that just
You're
is
the
a
person
human trait.
using names and labels, sir.
Well, I just want to know, what is your label? What is your religion you follow? Because this
Church
is
United Universal. Oh.
Okay, well, what do you essentially believe in then?
None of the darkness, sir.
None of the darkness. Are you a firm believer in Jesus Christ?
Sir, I do not put labels on my higher power.
So what, are you one of those new wave kooks?
Yes, I'm a new wave kook. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and what are you, sir?
I'm a rationalist, and I don't have...
You're a
you believe
rationalist,
in
which is a
astrology? How
materialist,
about
sir.
that?
Do you believe that there's a spiritual side to life? Do you believe in ESP? Do you believe in dreams?
No, I
foretelling
believe in
the future?
ESPN
Do you believe in
because
that, or
thing
is it just
24 hours a
darkness?
day. It's more reliable.
Did you
is
say
it just darkness, sir?
I think he
It's
just said he
you're on
believes.
like a light bulb and you're
I
off
think he
like a
just
light
said
bulb?
he believes in ESPN.
I do. It's 24 hours, and it's great. It gives you all
That's
kinds of
material.
information,
That
more
is-
than what
that-
any
that
kind of
is
book would
proof
give you.
This man is a materialist.
No, not really. I mean, I can go with or without it. I mean, I
Sir,
didn't
you're
even...
acting as if you're God. Everything I say, you poo-poo.
If
you do not
just
believe in
wondering,
God,
like,
please do not act like God.
All right.
I think, Thrilla, we're not really getting anywhere because you're not really giving me anything to debate. You're just...
What would you like to do?
I really do agree. All right, gentlemen, hold on. I agree. It's not a good debate. Our atheist is a good debater, and he needs somebody of better quality to debate. This is Midnight in the Desert, and we'll be right back. We'll find somebody eventually. Riders on.
But when you hear the scratch, just the guitar scratching, then you know that rhythm carries all the action. Whoa, turn the beat around.
To initiate a dialogue sequence with Art Bell, please coordinate your phalanges and call 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952-CALL-ART.
That's it, all right. My lonely atheist continues to blink away there. I think he's in Denver, Colorado. And we need a worthy, I think we need a born-again somebody. Something like that. In the meantime, open lines. Marcy, hello. Marcy on Skype. Yes, hi.
I have a ghost story for you. I don't want to talk to the planet of the atheist guy.
Okay.
This took place, when I was in 6th grade.
All right.
And I spent 1 year at a Catholic convent, a girls' school. And let me set up the room for you first so I don't have to keep going back. The dormitory was for, 20, maybe 30 girls. And I lived at the very last row, and I had a corner bed that you could see out the windows and everything. And it was kind of a long walk through the dorm, and then you passed out to you kept going, and to the left was the shower and wash basins, and then a big hall in front of you. You crossed over that to get to the restrooms. The first stall is one of those big trash chutes, you know what I'm talking about?
Sure.
You dump the trash down, and
yes.
It bangs on down to the basement where the bin is.
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
And then the stalls are after that. No, I woke up 3 o'clock. Remember, I'm just a little kid. 3 o'clock in the morning, and I have to pee like a racehorse. So I pad on out past the dorm, past the showers, across the hall, into the first stall next to the big bin chute, and sat down to do my business. Well, when I was just about through, I heard this bang, bang, bang on the trash chute, and then I heard the flutter of cardboard and paper coming down, and that startled me for a minute. So I just sat there, and not long after that, a moment or so after that, I heard footsteps coming down from the upper floors, down the steps. And after it came down the steps, I heard it walking down the hall. Step, 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 and it went right past the bathroom, and to the immediate right are the stairs to the ground floor. We were on the 2nd floor. And going down the steps, I heard this bang, bang, bang falling each footstep. And I'm frozen. I had to redo my business. Anyway, okay, we're going to skip to the next night. Wake up 3 o'clock in the morning, and did the same thing, past the dorm, past the showers on the left, crossed the hall, sat down to do my business. And sure enough, bang, bang, bang on the trash chute, flutter, flutter. And moments later, come the footsteps down the stairs, tap, 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 down the hall, patter, patter, patter. Turns the corner, goes down the last flight of steps, and the bang, bang, bang after the footsteps. Okay?
Okay.
Night 3.
How many nights do we have here?
3. This is the last night.
All right.
It's the best one. And, I went past all the things, sat in the stall, did my business, and sure enough, the chute, bang, 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 and here come the steps, the footsteps down the stairs. And this time I'm going to find out what this is. And as I heard it go around the corner and down the last flight of stairs, I got up and peeked around the corner. There's this fellow dressed in khaki color janitor outfit with a little crushed head on his hat, just walking down the steps. He is holding a push broom by its neck, letting the handle bang on each step as he went down the steps to the bottom floor. Now, I think this ghost had a sense of humor. I talked to the nuns the next day, and I told them my story, and they looked at me and they said, well, you were just dreaming. I said, no. And then I got one of those nun looks, like, no more, not going to ask any more. And I thought, oh, okay. So anyway, that's my little ghost story.
That was it, huh?
That's him.
Can I ask you a question?
Certainly.
Is it true what they say about Catholic girls?
I don't know. I'm not Catholic. What do they say?
I have no idea. I don't know that. I just know they talk a lot about them.
I was in 6th grade.
I understand that. Are you a married lady now?
Oh, yes. I'm married, divorced, and single again.
Okay. All righty. Well, listen, thank you very much for the story, and I'm not sure what to say beyond that. We still have our poor atheist waiting on the line for somebody of godly substance to come along. Let's go to I don't know, Rory. How about Rory? Hello?
Hello, Art?
Yes.
Hey, how you doing tonight?
I'm doing okay. Extinguish device, please.
I'm extinguishing the device as we speak.
Thank you.
Yeah, Art, I called in the other night when Elaine was on.
Ah, yes.
And I was the one who asked about the, she had contacted, any Bigfoot groups in the area.
Right.
And I'm a freelance reporter now, but I used to work for a newspaper in Siskiyou County, California.
Uh-huh.
And a couple hours downriver is a community called Happy Camp. And it's populated mainly by Karuk Indians. And during the fall, they have a Bigfoot festival.
Yes.
And I got to interview some of the tribal elders about involving Bigfoot.
I'm sorry, about what?
About their encounters with Bigfoot.
Yes, and?
One guy was telling me he was like 12 years old. And every spring and summer, he would sleep outside. He would grab his sleeping bag, go out on the yard, and just crash the whole night.
Mm-hmm.
And every now and then, he told me a bear would come in to the yard and go through the garbage bins, and he would just curl up in his sleeping bag and just wait for them to go.
Yes.
So one night, he's sleeping, and then he hears crashing and clanging coming from the garbage pails. And he looks up, and he told me, he goes, I see this big, hairy shape. And I said, well, what did you do? He goes, well, I thought it was a bear, so I just curled up in a tiny ball and just said, he'll go away. Well, then, after a few minutes, he heard this grunting sound. And he said it wasn't a bear. It sounded more human-like. Probably close enough.
Okay.
And he peeks out from the sleeping bag, and he said, I thought it was a bear again, but it stood up, and he said it looked like it was like one of almost 7 feet tall, covered in hair, and just, dumpster diving, so to speak.
It is a sad state of affairs that one has to imagine Bigfoot resorting to dumpster diving, but okay.
And I said, well, what did you do then? He said, well, that's when I really broke out into a cold sweat, and he said, I curled myself up into a tiny little ball and prayed that nothing was going to happen to me.
Mm-hmm.
And he heard it walk away, and he waited like 15 minutes and went running back inside the house. And this was like, at the time when I talked to him, this was like 30 years ago. And he said from that point on, he's never been out camping ever since.
I see. Well, I hate to think that Bigfoot is reduced to that, and if it is, there needs to be some sort of government program to help him out in some way. I mean, Bigfoot, dumpster diving, oh, please. Let's go on the phone to Texas. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Yeah, I had a few points I'd like to make to your atheist.
Oh, really? Okay, let's do it. My atheist is right here. He's been waiting patiently, probably pretty nearly ready to give up. It's been so long, so go ahead.
Okay, my name's Don. I'm calling from Amarillo, Texas. And I'm a retired chemist, and I'm probably not the most qualified to speak from a religious point of view, but one second. But I think the best evidence that science has to offer about the creation of the universe is the Big Bang Theory. And I used to be an atheist myself, but then I got to thinking one night, how is it any easier to believe that everything we perceive to come from an infinitesimal point of infinite energy than it is to believe in a supernatural force creating the universe?
You sound out of breath. Are you okay?
Yeah, I just came back in here to the other room, and just give me a second here. But the human mind is really incapable of comprehending either one of those. And when you get into quantum mechanics, it's impossible to prove the Big Bang Theory because quantum mechanics breaks down at that level. And you'll never be able to prove either one.
And this should affect my atheist in what way?
Well, he believes in the Big Bang Theory. And I just said, how is that any...
Actually, I don't know that he does.
Supernatural.
We haven't asked him that. Atheist?
Well, that's the only explanation science has to offer for the creation of the universe at this point in time.
Well, Matt, how do you feel about the Big Bang?
Well, Art, can you hear me?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Well, about the Big Bang Theory is, science is pretty accurate about what they are, but you're talking about this, like, caller is saying that, oh, you don't have all the steps planned out, but that doesn't mean that science doesn't have an actual really good idea about how it is.
Right.
Just because they haven't landed every single rung of the ladder doesn't mean they actually have a ladder. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we can go ahead and, like, talk about this. If you want to talk about, like, proving absolutes in a scientific manner, you really can't. However, I believe my atheism goes like this. I'm a minute-to-minute atheist, like any reasonable atheist should be, because right now, at this very moment, I have no proof that I should believe in some sort of God or some sort of religion because, well, even on a scientific level, there hasn't really been any kind of evidence to state that.
Okay, that's a fair comment. Why should he believe in God, is what he's saying.
Well, why should I believe in the Big Bang Theory? Because it's unprovable also.
Well,
and I can't prove he's wrong. He can't prove I'm wrong.
Right. That's right.
Well, I mean, we're going to get into an obvious stalemate on that because what I'm guessing is going to happen is that if we go through the steps within the Big Bang Theory, you're going to reach a point, like many people who believe in some sort of religion, where at the very last moment they say, well, I got my faith. And my faith is going to be that one thing because faith is nothing more.
Well, all right.
Holding on to something without proof.
Look, all right. I'm going to hold that one right there. It seems to me that we're not having productive arguments because the Big Bang Theory, the Big Bang, we know it occurred, right? We hear the echoes of it. Scientists can find that, so we know it occurred. But scientists have no clue whatsoever what happened with regard to the Big Bang itself as it occurred or just prior to it occurring. We don't know. So, atheist friend, hold it right there. We'll find somebody eventually, I guarantee. Tennessee, maybe. Hello.
Hi, Art. This is Timothy. I'm calling from Hendersonville, Tennessee.
Okay.
Now, I wanted to talk to Matt.
Okay. I can arrange it. Matt?
Yes.
Hi, Matt.
Hey.
We know each other from Twitter.
All right.
Really?
Yeah. We talk on the DM Talk hashtag.
Yes, we do. What's your screen name?
Candlelight LM.
Okay.
I just wanted to get your thoughts. So, if you don't believe in God at all, then you believe there's no moral plane that we live on, meaning that there's no consequences for anything we do at all in life?
Well, okay, number one, I never stated that. You don't have to have morals to be anything. Like, I have morals, but it doesn't come from religion. I have morals from being a decent human being. Like, I don't know how this works where some people, and I'm not saying you in particular, but some people will make the comment, well, if you're an atheist, what stops you just from raping, killing, and all that stuff? Because I don't do that because I'm, a Christian or whatever like that. I don't have those thoughts. I'm a very calm individual. I have empathy for other individuals, and there is consequences in what we do. We have laws to justify those things, and I think that inherently from what we see and how we get treated, we realize if you believe in some sort of, I guess, whatever you want to call it, golden rule, or just from life experience, you'll go ahead and realize you shouldn't do some things. You wouldn't want them done to you, would you?
No.
But that doesn't come from, religion. That just comes from a person not wanting a certain thing to happen to them in that way.
Mm-hmm. So to add to that, then you believe life has no meaning, then?
Huh. No, I never said that either. I mean, I choose to do with my life, which I believe I only have one of. I don't believe in reincarnation or anything like that. I believe I should make the most of it. And I do that. I do some volunteer work. I mean, I even donated a year of my life to AmeriCorps to go ahead and work with homeless people in North Dakota and help write some of their they had grants there for big oil projects that were happening there to help the homeless people and the Native American people who weren't really getting a fair shake out of life. And I figured that I could at least, as a person, donate a year of my life to that. And I just reached that conclusion just on, myself, because I think that, I got a pretty good fair shake in life, and I want somebody else to maybe have one too.
But if we die and nothing happens other, what good did that do?
Well, because I live in the present. I don't live for, tomorrow in some sort of sky fairy. I mean, I live in a sense where I want to go ahead and make the most of this current life that I'm living right now. So I want to go ahead and maybe be able to sleep at night because, hey, an atheist still has a conscience. That doesn't, reflect on any kind of religious belief.
All right, I'm putting you back in the freezer, and we're waiting for a worthy opponent. So I'll take a break. So far, it's atheist 1, other people 0. But, there's still time in the show. A little bit anyway. Isn't somebody going to come along, take this guy on? Rip him to shreds? Because there's a God, right? Am I right?
Well, you done me, and you bet I felt it. I tried to beat you, but you so hot that I melted. I fell right through the crack.
I want to punctuate that a little bit. The Lumen thing. It really works. There's a couple of sponsors on here that I love. Bob Crane. If you have not yet had an opportunity to order some of those earbuds from Bob Crane, do it. And Lumen, it has saved me. My back is awful, but this thing really works. It's the only thing that's ever worked. So next time you hear the Lumen ad, I've got the number, 828-863-4834. That's Lumen at 828-863-4834. It really works.
No call screening, no waiting on hold, no requirement to kiss Art's ring, just good talk. Join Art by calling 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952. Art.
One would think that we would get a good opponent for our atheist here, but we really haven't yet. And you would think that born-agains would be, all over out there, right? And prepared to argue like crazy, but we just haven't had that. Deku Tree, I think it is, on Skype.
Hello, Art.
Hello.
How are you tonight?
I'm fine, sir. Thank you.
Your guest here is an atheist.
He is, yes.
And I would like to ask him a couple questions.
All right, here he is. All right, Matt.
Yes, Art.
Another chance.
So you're an atheist, but you have morals, right?
Well, I mean, I think that inherently by what we experience in life and how we believe we want to go ahead and be treated, if you want to call that morals, sure, why not? I just call that everyday expectancy and whatnot. But go ahead. What's your question?
Do you believe in the golden rule? That's basically my last question, and then we can get on with this.
Oh, I explained to the last caller that I referenced golden rule, but I think that we really wanted to be treated the way that we want to go ahead and treat others, and I think vice versa. But some people, they are sociopaths. They don't have that sense of empathy or compassion, and they lack that, so you witness that in society. And in reality, you should witness things like that because sometimes, people don't think like you.
Anyway, asked and answered. Yes, he believes in the golden rule.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah, I guess if you want to call it a golden rule.
So I take it you browse a lot of Reddit?
I don't really dig Reddit. I mean, I've checked out a couple when my friends were on, but
what does that have to do with God?
I don't really browse Reddit.
Reddit, okay, hold on. Reddit has a really big atheist community, and you just reminded me of that. A lot of atheists are,
on Reddit, really?
In your face about it,
Oh, well, I mean, if there comes a point in your life when you just get tired of hearing ridiculous stuff, and you get tired of watching people in your own society. Let's even jump in and say even homosexuals, the way they get treated by people who so-called claim to be Christians. And you see the way they get treated, and you think to yourself,
I consider myself an agnostic, or maybe even a little Christian.
Hey,
and
if you want to
I don't hate gay people.
Either side, that's
I don't
fine.
hate gay people.
I mean, what does all this have to do with Reddit? Is it supposedly a hangout for atheists? Is that it?
Yeah, it's an atheist hangout. It really is.
Well, I mean, there are smart people there, and that is kind of a tech junkie kind of place. I would assume that intellectuals and tech junkies would hang out there, and if they are atheists, well, hey, more power to them.
Mm-hmm. But back to what I was saying, I consider myself an atheist, or maybe at the very least a Christian.
Huh?
And I don't hate gay people. There's a lot of Christians that don't hate gay people.
You're not making sense, caller.
That makes no sense whatsoever. Like you just said, hey, I'm part of this part of the spectrum, and then I'm on the complete opposite side.
Right. I am so sad that we cannot find you a worthy opponent. It's not for lack of trying.
Hey, Art, you're trying your hardest, buddy, and I love it. Bring it on. This makes me, 4-0?
Something like that.
Yeah.
Pretty sad. AA, how about you? Hello? Going once. Going twice. Gone. Twin Cities on the phone. Hi.
Hello?
Hello.
Did I get through here?
Yes, you're on the air.
Wow, Art, I've been a huge fan of yours since you did a show on Mel's Hole way back when.
Thank you.
Oh, big time. I'm pretty shocked to get on here, but I don't exactly want to be an opponent of what the guest is saying, but I, for one, have a huge, deep belief that there is something else out there based on...
You mean God?
Experiences. Yes, yes, sir.
Right.
Based on experiences that I personally have had within doing psychedelics.
Wait a minute. Okay, so you're saying you believe in God based on the drugs you've done? Or the experience, to be fair, the experience you had while on drugs?
Mushrooms. It's strictly mushrooms.
All right.
I came to an understanding that we are the universe manifested into these beings for this experience. And it is a godly experience. It's, I don't know if you've ever heard of Ken Wilber, but I've done a lot of research when it comes to Ken Wilber, Alan Watts, Ram Dass, a lot of Eastern mythology and Eastern religion. And to me, in the experiences that I've had, I've come to the realization that we are basically the universe woken up to itself and having these conscious experiences.
Okay.
If that makes any sense.
Well, it obviously makes sense to you. And if you base your belief in God in that, I don't think any of us could possibly argue with it. I appreciate your call. I have to pay attention to the breaks, and I've got one right here. And my atheist still languishes. This is midnight.
You know these reckless thoughts of mine are following you. I'm falling for you.
From the Kingdom of Nye in the high desert, this is Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell. Please ring Art's bell at 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952-CALL-ART.
Just an easy-going night. Anything you want to talk about, open lines. But we got started in this, and I think it's so interesting, in this debate mode. And Matt has just sort of, well, rotted away on the line there without a good opponent. There are several who have tried, but not very hard. So I don't think anybody's engaged him very well yet, which may mean that we're now a godless country, as many have alleged. Nevertheless, continue to try. Hello there, in Brookhaven, Mississippi, maybe? It should be down in the middle of the Bible Belt somewhere.
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
Hi, welcome to the show.
Hi, Art. Good to talk to you.
Okay, and Matt is listening to every word you say.
Okay. Well, great. Should I start?
You should.
Okay, Mr. Matt, I come in peace, first of all. I would like to have a civil discussion, debate, if necessary, about whatever you wish to. You can speak about whatever you like.
Well, let's just start off here. Matt believes there is no God.
Okay. Me personally, if I could ask Matt, what do you believe in? Do you believe that there is no God, or do you not know if there is a God?
Well, I think that's a very fair question. I mean, atheism in its sense is the disbelief. You know, it's not necessarily belief in anything like that. It's just you might have doubt. And in reality, I have doubt with all the other religions. So what, you know, they've offered, and even the people who are like, hey, I'm really spiritual, or they believe in something kooky like astrology, and that to me is just nonsense. Like I said before to the caller, I think 2 callers ago, I said I'm an atheist minute by minute. At this time, right now, there is no proof that's going to sway me into believing in any kind of religion, or that there might be a God, or there is a God.
All right, so no God. Go ahead,
okay, so you believe in no God. Right. Okay. So what do you believe in? Do you believe in any concepts, such anything that you're striving for, so far as you personally achieving a goal such as bringing more anything into the world, such as more beauty, more truth, more goodness?
Caller, you know, I'm sorry. Listen, I'm not jumping on you, but he has laid this out to other callers.
Okay.
You know,
okay, I'm sorry.
Helping in soup lines and all that kind of stuff. The golden rule, I think we've heard most of it.
Okay. Okay, do you believe in a purely hedonist point of view, to where you just want to achieve pleasure in life?
Well, I mean, pleasure by what?
Such as a service to greater humanity, or a greater goal, such as serving the world, making a better place. If you listen, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but if you listen to the prior calls of that, I said that I donated a year of my life to AmeriCorps, and I actually worked in providing for people, who did that. If you want to get even deeper in my life, I used to be a union representative in the United Auto Workers, and I actually fought for those who couldn't fight for themselves. So I just think that you would take on these things just as a person that actually has compassion and sympathy, and that doesn't come from religion. That just comes from you would want the same to be done for you. I mean, if you're
a person who's not a sociopath or really greedy. I mean, you don't have to necessarily be a sociopath,
Right.
just to be a real greedy jerk.
Okay. I believe that anyone can be moral. I don't believe that morality is particularly confined to a religious circle or a religious point of view. Anyone can be moral because it comes from their heart. And I believe that's a beautiful thing. If you've served and you've done these things, that's wonderful. So far as a goal now, what keeps you going day to day? Is it something inside so far as serving others, or is your job, or what's your deeper desire, going day to day so far as
that's
not a religion or a God, but,
Okay, well, I mean, if you want to get into it, I can blame Art Bell for his intriguing radio over the years that actually got me to get a degree in radio broadcasting. And, yes, I do partake in working a steady job and such. And, but, I mean, it's not like I'm not after a lot of money. If you know anything about radio, you don't make a whole lot of money unless you're the top dog. Like, you know what I mean? You get bounced from place to place. Yeah, I mean, Art can speak on this behalf on that. If you search for radio as trying to make millions, man, you're SOL.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. All right, well, listen, I'm giving up. Thank you both very much, but we're just not going anywhere. I mean, nobody is challenging the man in any direct way. They keep asking him, well, are you a good guy? Well, yeah, I'm a good guy. Are you moral? Yes, I'm moral. Do you help people out? Yes, I do. I serve kitchen, I go and serve people food in a soup kitchen. I do all kinds of things. So, not getting anywhere. Usually when you bring on an atheist, you would think you'd get some driving stuff, but not this time. Overseas, hello.
Hello, this is Jarek calling from Poland.
Poland? Okay.
Yes.
Welcome. Good to have you.
It's nice to speak to you. I have a question to Matt.
Matt's gone.
Oh.
I couldn't find a worthy opponent for Matt. I mean, what would you have asked him?
Yes, I would say this. Take a look at a house, for example. Now, is it possible that the house was designed and made all by itself, even if you waited for like 1 billion years? I guess it's not.
What house?
Any house. Any house. I mean, anything like a house or a car or something.
Okay, what about them?
Yes, I mean, is it possible that they could be made or by themselves or designed?
No, people had to do it.
Exactly. There must be somebody who designed it, who thought about it, and made it.
True.
Yeah.
Sure.
Now, take a look at a human being.
Yes.
What's more complicated, a car or a human?
A human, by a long shot.
Yes, so is it possible that a human was made all by himself?
Well, I don't think it was General Motors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess there must be a force which designed human being or life in general, I guess.
Well, you've got the best argument so far, frankly.
Thank you.
For intelligent design. And I guess you could well call that God. So I say you've got the best. I'm sorry that I got him off the line, but I mean, you got to admit I tried. I spent like an hour and a half with this guy.
He might be listening, so maybe he'll be thinking about it.
Yes, maybe he will. Anyway, boy, it's nice of you to call all the way from Poland.
Yeah, I'm listening. It's like 6 a.m. when the show starts. I usually get up at 7 and I get most of it.
So in other words, you're sort of drinking coffee and just coming into the world as you hear us.
Yes, it is.
Pretty esoteric stuff for this time of the morning for you. Okay, well, Thank you very, very much.
Art, may I say something more? Just one thing.
Yes.
Yeah, I love your show, but it's very intelligent. You try to get to the point and stuff, but I haven't heard you speaking about true conspiracies. I believe, like 9/11 or Federal Reserve, such serious stuff. I mean, do you talk about such subjects or not?
I don't rule out the possibility that there are conspiracies, because of course there are. But I also don't look at everything as a conspiracy until it is proven to me that it is one. And I suppose the Federal Reserve is a sort of a conspiracy if you look at how they operate.
Yes.
9/11, I've said this many times, I disagree with these truthers. To me, and this is a good day to be talking about it, what's left of it, a few minutes, I saw those airplanes hit the towers, and that seems like the truth to me.
Yes, they did. But let's take, the tower number 7, which collapsed like free fall speeds all by itself. I mean, there must be some explosives put in there and set off.
Well, there is a big controversy about the man who said pull it, pull it, and that indicates bring it down. And it may well be that after the nearby explosions, he decided that it was going to come down, or it had to come down, or that ultimately it was going to come down, so he might as well pull it and do it now. I don't know. That is an outstanding question to ask about 9/11. But otherwise, when I look at 9/11, and I know this gets me in a lot of trouble, I saw the planes hit the building. And that's what I think happened. Meaning I think it was an outside job, right? Not an inside job, an outside job. I don't think there were pre-placed explosives. I don't believe any of that stuff. I think these guys were trained to fly the planes, take over the planes, fly the planes, and do the awful thing they did. And I don't really look beyond that. And I know that gets me in a lot of trouble, but Occam's razor, right? Live, somebody or another, 777. Hello. Hello?
Hello there, Mr. Art.
Yes.
All right, thank you for accepting my call. I understand, and by the way, Minnie Roswell's, I understand that Matt the Atheist is gone now, but I have a few things I'd like to ask all the atheists out there.
Yeah, he actually left in sort of abandoned dejection.
This might sound like a joke, but I'm quite serious. I want to know, to all you atheists out there, I want to know from you, how did a banana get made? What's the evolutionary advantage to the shape of a banana being perfectly handheld and so easy to peel?
I don't know. It came from a banana tree, right?
It did, yes. But what about a platypus? I mean, why would a platypus evolve in such a way?
I don't know. There was a discovery the other day. Did you see that? The new bones they have discovered? And they did a workup of what it would have looked like. And frankly, it was very much ape-like as much as it was man-like.
No, so, they're claiming it's supposed to be something like a missing link. Is that correct?
Well, I mean, it does appear to be something like that, yes.
Well, most of the dinosaur fossils they've supposedly found, many of those species actually never existed, and it comes to find out years later that they actually kind of just put them together like a Lego set. So I don't know if I trust many of these people, especially the ones affiliated with the Smithsonian Institute.
I see. You're saying that you think dinosaurs never existed, and that these things that we see put together with millions of bones are big fakes.
No, it could very well be true that something like dinosaurs once existed, but all the crazy concoctions they come up with, I'm not exactly the first one to step in line in the I believe everything they're saying line. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh. But the big bunch of bones that would be a Tyrannosaurus Rex, for example, they're frequently put on display. You just don't believe that. You think it's concocted.
Well, we know, actually, if you look back at the records of archaeologists and paleontologists, that many of the dinosaur species that are still popularly portrayed in, like the Jurassic Park movies, they actually never existed. They were just concocted.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I guess you can believe that, and that supports your belief in God in what way?
It supports my belief that on both sides of the fence, the religious and the atheistic, there are many concoctions, many smoke and mirrors, if you will, and we don't have an accurate depiction of what's actually going on.
I don't see how you can support both concepts. Somebody who absolutely does not believe in God, that there is a God, and somebody who is religious and has faith. How can you do anything that would seem to underline both?
Well, I think it's somehow the truth is in the middle almost always, you see.
Okay, what would that middle be?
Well, could it be possible that we are both our own creator and our creator at the same time? The creation and the creator in one.
Huh. Well, that sounds like a new religion to me.
Maybe so, but one more thing, if I may, before I leave.
You may.
Okay. Have you ever done any study? I know Whitley Strieber has, I do believe, on the topic of archons.
A little bit. I know what archons are, yes.
Now, I would be very interested maybe in the future of you having an archonic guest on. It's a very interesting subject that ties into both of these topics, actually.
Okay. I'll search somebody out, sure. You know, the first 4 days of the week we devote to guests. Some of them, and by the way, this is what I do on my program and what I've always done, and that is sort of go between what some people would call crazy or wild and science, and then something else that's a little crazy and wild, and back and forth. And that's what I have always done in all the years that I've been on the air. Let's go to, Danville, Virginia on the phone. Hello.
Hi, Art. This is John in Danville.
Hey, John.
Pleasure to talk with you again. I first heard you in 1997, I think it was, when you did the 50th anniversary of Roswell.
Could be, yes. Mm-hmm.
And I've been addicted ever since.
Well, thank you.
I just want to make a couple comments to Matt, and I'm sorry he's gone.
I am too, but I mean, we tried. You listen.
Well, if he were here, I would like to ask him to hold out his hand and look at that handful of nothing.
Yes.
And explain to me how that handful of nothing is going to create a universe out of itself. Everything around us, the entire universe, it created itself from nothing. Something had to create it. And if he would say, well, it took trillions and trillions of years, then I was going to say, if I fly up in an airplane and at 10,000 feet and throw a deck of cards out, what are the odds against that deck of cards at 10,000 feet landing back on the ground, perfectly stacked, neatly, all suits in order and numerical order? I mean, what, trillions and zillions to one? So how much more?
Yeah, I do get what you're saying, and you might have been a worthy opponent for Matt. And I'm so sorry, that the show is ending, and there's not much I can do about it. I'm just shocked. I'm shocked that we didn't get a better opposition for Matt, aren't you?
Yes, and to me, science proves God if you got the time to sit down and talk it out.
I got you. All right, science proves God. What a night. What an interesting night. And what do those people say? That we've become a godless nation? At least one not able to reasonably debate that possibility. I might buy that. Just an amazing night. All right. Thank you all very much. It is going to be a beautiful weekend. I'm going to relax. I hope you do too. Stay tuned. Richard Hoagland has some kind of special coming up. He'll be looking at some of the new photography from NASA. And they do say Ceres looks a lot like L.A. down there. Good night, all. From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you good evening, good morning, good afternoon, as the case may be around the world in all its time zones, each and every one covered like a blanket by this program. Midnight in the Desert. I'm Art Bell. It's a joy to be here tonight. Definitely. Welcome back for another week of whatever. Going to be a lot of very good whatever. The rules to this program are very simple, easily kept. No bad language, and only one call per show. That's all we have, 2 rules. Now, I want to thank people, as usual. Telos, Joe Talbot, Keith Rowland, my webmaster, Heather Wade, my producer, Stream Guys, LV.net, sales, of course, Pete Everhart, And TuneIn Radio, which gets us out there. Leo Ashcraft, that does Dark Matter News. And let's see, what do I want to mention? There is something tonight. If you are all right, I can't spill the beans, but something really big, a couple of big things actually are going to happen in about 2 weeks with regard to the show. Really cool stuff. So here's what I advise. If you are not yet a time traveler, if you are not yet one who has access to our archives, which are getting very large now, by the way, and Time Traveler status gives you that, access to all our archives, RSS feeds, cool. And also the wormhole, the famous wormhole. If you haven't done that yet, I suggest you get on it, and it will be apparent why. Now, we did lose one today, and it is so sad. It was Quick Carl who decided to leave us. He says he is canceling his subscription directly, both to myself and Richard, because of what people on Belgab have been saying about his wife. And the fact that MV, the guy who owns it, has done nothing to stop it. This is sad. Quick Carl, sorry to hear it. However, Quick Carl, I'm told, hangs out in the political section of Belgab, which is like hanging out in the hottest section of hell. I mean, I'd rather go to the dark net with my Social Security tatted on my forehead here. But, so how that happened and why he blames it on us, I don't know. But anyway, there you go. Win a few, lose a few. The fires out west are horrible. Horrible, horrible. We have been getting a great deal of smoke here in the southern part of Nevada from those fires, so we know how bad they are. But we're not in them. And now they're up north, small mountain town north of San Francisco, which was really nice back when they had the bad fires before and opened all their schools and everything up. And now that town itself, Middletown, is evacuated, and it is gutted by another blaze that shocked firefighters by its strength and speed. It's the drought. And those are all things coming home to roost, and then if we get the projected rain this winter, the fires will at least then be put out by the mudslides, I would imagine. All right, I got this. I get emails, from people that are strange. This one really caught me, and I don't know what to make of it. It says, Art, I'm going to get right to the point. You're going to love this. On December 21st, 2010, my girlfriend climbed the ladder that went up to the attic. I asked her what she was doing, didn't get a response. I grabbed her legs, and she was like stone. I couldn't move her. She was half in, half out of the attic, legs still on the ladder. When she finally came down, she was a completely different person. Talking different, acting like a 50s housewife. She actually started cleaning, and that's what scared me. Funny, right? Well, in the video, he's got video of all this. She says things I couldn't possibly understand. You can hear her growling after I ask her to tell me that Jesus Christ is my Lord and Savior. Now, maybe she was been talking to that fellow I had on Friday I couldn't find competition for. It's not that God is dead, just some of his people are not real active. Anyway, back to the story. She says all this mockingly. Kind of laughs. There are orbs that are constantly flying around the room, which I only saw in the video. I even showed her a porno magazine to see what she'd say. I got a strange response. Put your playthings away, she said, something like that. Normally, she would have beaten me. Really. I would like you to see it, the video, that is, get your opinion. But you only don't. I don't want it public just yet. There are 3 videos, and in the last one, she admits to never going into the room she just cleaned. The next day, I went into the attic and called out anything that might be there, claiming that I was a man of God and you better come face to face with me. There was a rocking chair. I touched it and it fell to pieces. There's just so much to tell. But this is a strange story indeed. So I have requested the video, he says, Roswell's, and thank you. So I requested the video. I definitely want to see that. It's like she started cleaning. That's what really scared him. I'm sorry. Coming up in a moment, Charles Maxwell, who was born in London and will have an appropriate accent, where he attended Millfield and has been overheard telling people quite proudly that Jeremy Clarkson of Top Gear did also. Well, he didn't actually. Maxwell attended Southern Methodist University in Texas and graduated with a degree in English. He attended graduate school at the University of Colorado, Denver. While making a field full of secrets, that's his book, Maxwell discovered the stunning hidden science of crop circles, which led him down the path of rendering their 2D designs into a 3D machine. A ship driven by never-before-seen propulsion technology. Maxwell lives in Malibu, California. This is very contact-ish, isn't it? A machine from crop circles? I recall, well, anyway, let us bring on our guest and say good evening. Good evening, Charles.
Good evening, Art. Thank you so much for having me. I'm very excited about this.
Very happy to have you. So, where are you located right now?
I'm actually, I'm in North Malibu. That's where I reside when I'm not making films.
You are there, okay.
Yeah.
All right. So you're a filmmaker. You're not using a speakerphone, are you, Charles?
I'm not. No.
Okay.
No. I'm on the handset. Is it working okay?
It is. You just must be in a slightly echoey room.
I am. Yes, I'm in a very rectangular stone room, so you're going to get a bit of an echo, I'm afraid.
Okay. All right. I'll live with it. All right. So the first question here is, what is a crop circle? And I don't want to ask that because I kind of know what one is, and I think most of my audience knows what crop circles are, unless you have a definition that goes beyond the norm.
I don't actually. I'm on the same page as you. Crop circles are pretty self-explanatory, but I think for me, what was really important is I've been a UFO buff for many years, as long as I can remember, and I, just like many of your listeners, I'm really interested in what's out there. But I got frustrated with all these videos that just seem to be a few pixels dancing around on a screen. There's very little science we can do with that for those of us who are actually interested in getting to the bottom of the phenomenon.
Very true.
So it was a fantastic opportunity for me. It's not a pixel, it's a giant formation in the wheat. Sometimes if the farmer is, kind enough, he will leave it there until harvest. You can have a picnic in this thing. You can stay in to your heart's desire with his permission, the farmers. And you can do some really simple experiments. You can look at the plants in depth. So it was a real chance for someone like me who is fascinated by the sense of the other to go and really find out what was going on. And again, I have to be brutally honest. The first time I looked at crop circles, I wasn't impressed. But when I actually stepped into a crop circle, everything changed dramatically.
What did you feel?
My first crop circle was a formation called the Pi Circle in 2008 in a place called Barbary Castle in Wiltshire, England, and I felt overwhelmed. It really threw me for a loop. Again, imagine, I'm sure this is easy for listeners to imagine, that you've been searching for so long and then you're suddenly up against the real thing. It's a bit unnerving. It's a bit spooky to actually be walking around in a circle where you look at the plants and you say, goodness me, I don't think this is fake. I think this is the real deal. Mm-hmm. that's just about the most exciting feeling you can have in the world.
All right. Instead of asking what a crop circle is, since we all know, I'd rather ask, how do you separate the wheat from the chaff? No pun intended. With regard to crop circles, the real ones, the fake ones.
That's a very good question. And what it boils down to is it's literally this simple. Jeff Wilson is an American researcher with the ICCRA. That's the International Crop Circle Research Association. And he says it's this simple, folks. All you need is a ruler and 35 samples from in the circle, 35 from without the circle, which we call our control, and then you measure the length of something called the apical node of the plant. Now, whether it's barley or wheat, these freestanding stalks, they have knuckles, just like your finger. And what happens is when we measure them statistically, these knuckles in certain formations, there is a significant difference between the controls. They have elongated. And in certain instances, we're getting a bit ahead of ourselves here, we have something called an expulsion cavity in that apical node in the plants, where it literally explodes from the inside out, rather like a chest.
Right. And the conventional thinking is that probably it indicates some sort of microwave has been at work. Hold on one second. I didn't do my break-in, so I better do it. They insist on this stuff. Charles Maxwell is my guest.
When I was young, it seemed that life was so wonderful.
And quick, Carl, this one goes out to you.
Oh, it was beautiful, magical. And all the birds in the trees, will they be singing so happily? I'm the Venus, I'm the fire.
From the Kingdom of Nye in the high desert, this is Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell. Please ring Art's Bell at 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952-CALL-ART.
And the answer is because I like girl harmony. Always have. You're wondering why I like this song. All right, so Charles Maxwell is our guest, and I was mentioning that generally those little explosions, I've spent years with crop circles, Linda, and I became convinced beyond any shadow of a doubt that some of them are real, as in not man-made and not done by the environment. And that doesn't leave much. So I believe in them, but I also believe that a bunch of them are hooey, and that is one way you decide. I guess nobody's going to be in the field with a microwave oven snapping those things, so that's one clue for sure. What else?
Yeah, definitely the expulsion cavities are pretty hard to fake. What we also get, and this has been recorded by people like Dr. Terence Meaden, again, Jeff Wilson with the ICCRA, and a group called BLT Research, who were the superstars of the science aspect of this phenomenon. And what all of those folks noticed was they went into these formations with magnetometers, with various sensitive instruments, and they were able to detect some kind of pollution, microwave and plasma pollution in various circles. And it fluctuated. Some circles would be very heavy in microwave, and some would be very heavy in plasma. And so they looked at this and they said, well, what? And obviously we're ignoring the fakes here, but in these microwave and these plasma circles, what's happening to the plants? What's happening to the physiology? And in fact, Levengood, W.C. Levengood, who's part of this BLT research team, he's no longer with us, unfortunately. He passed away last year. He was a botanist, and he actually published in peer-reviewed journals on this. So this is not just conjecture, and I've got one of them here.
I'm very well aware it's not conjecture. It's real. I'm convinced of that. And we don't have to spend a lot of time on that because preaching to the choir, and I think most of the people out there would probably agree with me. There have been several, honestly, Charles, where I just went, no way. There's no way humans did that, period. End of story. No tracks out. Very intricate. Never could have been done by humans. So, okay. I'm with you.
This is what people have to understand is the English summertime. You have about 4.5 hours of darkness on the Wilshire Plains. Light and sound carry extremely well out there. So, for instance, if I use my cell phone in a field, you can see me almost a mile away at night.
Yes.
And same with dogs barking and things like that. So it becomes harder and harder, especially if you bear in mind there's people like me out disguised as bushes every season trying to catch you, making these circles. So it's the microwave and the plasma.
You've actually done that?
Yep.
Disguised yourself as a bush and went out there and waited?
That's right. You go out and you look for the hoaxes. Now, what we do, we did actually, we thought we caught some people, and you can see in the film how we actually managed to ambush some Spanish backpackers who most definitely were not making crop circles. So these are some of the problems you run into. And then you mentioned, obviously, hoaxing. You've just kind of touched on that. That's a huge, huge element where people go out and with boards and string, they will try and trip you up.
Right. Let me ask you straight out then. What percentage of crop circles do you think are hoaxed?
Okay, that's a fantastic question. Let me preface it by saying Colin Andrews, who's the father of the phenomenon, got into a lot of trouble a few years for claiming it was about 85% fake. I'm going to say it's more like 95% fake.
Really?
And in fact...
Oh, you'll get in more trouble.
Yeah, and the phenomenon's in slight decline, I have to be honest there as well, where it seems like it's just kind of winding down.
Okay, based on your accent, I have another question. I mean, obviously, you'd be in a position to answer this. Why Great Britain?
Another good question, right. Well, we have to look at the environment, the landscape, and in particular, that very small area between Avebury, Silbury Hill, and Stonehenge in Wiltshire. What's different about that? Why is it crop circle central? And what it turns out, this goes to the work of John Burke, is that most of the crop circles in the world come down in this very small area, which happens to be over the largest chalk aquifer in the world. So that's very interesting. So then John Burke looked at that and said, what's going on here? Why is this the case? And what he discovered is that over the summer months, as the water, the enormous amount of rain that we get in England over the rest of the year, moves through that water table, that chalk aquifer, it creates a ground charge. And that perhaps this ground charge is how the real circles are being created.
Well, how about this, Charles? If I were the government, and thank God I'm not, but if I were and highly placed in the government, somewhere in as a science advisor, perhaps, I don't know, to the Prime Minister, you know what I'd do? If I found that crop circles, some of them were real, and they had real messages in them for humanity, and they really did come from out there somewhere, I would start making fake crop circles, and I'd try to debunk the whole damn thing.
Yeah, you'd run some disinfo,
Yeah.
I think that's what's happening, Art, as well. You see it a lot. You see some teams, if I can be honest, that are not just out there for fun. They're extremely professional. They're extremely coordinated. To give you an idea, some of these circles, they cover the length of a football field.
I know.
They require theodolites and surveying equipment to even attempt. So I'll go a little bit further, actually, Art, and say that not only are there some very serious people making some of these formations, but they seem to have the kind of accuracy we only see really from military trained individuals who work in units in the middle of the night.
I'm really glad you brought up the military because I am curious whether you've had any interaction with the military when doing your research.
I have, incidentally. So let me give you an example. To find out how close they're all clustered crop circles, we do things called aerial sorties in helicopters. It's also good for us to show you, we can film them. In order to do anything like that in Wiltshire, it's 2/3 militarized. So they're constantly running live fire drills. You have to clear your flight with at least 3 air bases, military bases, that are in the area. And so if the military has to cooperate with you and they give you clearance and they say, for instance, there's some Apache gunships on the deck, be careful about those, stay above 1,000 feet, and you get all this kind of stuff. I think I know that they're as curious as we are, because I've actually filmed, we have an Apache gunship below its kind of legal, interaction zone, and it's very curiously examining a yin-yang formation, and we saw this a few times. So I think that they're trying to get to the bottom of it, just like we are, and perhaps they're a little bit shaken by the fact that these things can appear right under our noses, and it's good to know why and who's doing it, and that many of those questions haven't been answered.
Well, I know that you are going to make a claim tonight that you have put 2D crop circles together in a 3D visualization and came up with the plan for a ship. Now that's just like that's right out of Contact almost.
It's very, isn't it? Yeah, we were aware of that.
Doug Ruby, years ago I interviewed, and he was doing something similar, only he rotated, if I recall correctly, the crop circles. He actually did it on a phonograph and found they were 3D. And it made some progress in that area, and I'm sure you've heard of Doug Ruby, yes?
I have indeed, yes. And in fact, we reached out to Mr. Ruby because it was so similar, his method of articulating these shapes. Well, as you say, what he was doing, he was spinning them very fast, and they were kind of, you were getting the illusion of solid shapes there.
That's right.
The only difference from what we were doing is we were actually lathing these shapes as wire models. So what we got was a lot closer to a blueprint than a solid state kind of the shape of a cross.
Okay, so a wire model would be 3D-ish.
If you lathe it, yes. So you have to find what's the central axis of rotation, and then you just take it from a 2D image and you lathe it around that central axis. And you end up looking at something that looks a lot like a blueprint for a machine. So that's what happened was we had actually returned from England, having been in 42 different crop circles, about 5 of which perhaps, if we're really being honest, could have been real. 2 or 3 were definitely real. And we come back and we're kind of stumped. We've reached a dead end in terms of our research. That's when I was contacted by an inventor by the name of Nikola Romansky, who said, look, you've got to see this. I've articulated a particular crop circle that was called the Sanctuary from 2009, which actually came down while we were on the ground. We weren't able to get to it in time before it was harvested, but we were really interested. And when I saw this decoding in a very simple Autodesk video, it blew my mind. I thought, well, there's several things we're looking at here that look very much like blueprints. It looks like they're describing some kind of boundary conditions for an energy field. We could see that there were elements that seemed to suggest the use of mazes. So again, it's very interesting when you see a blueprint, what you think is a blueprint, and you find traces of what could be microwave technology, having already established there's microwave energy in these real circles. So we saw a match there, and in particular, we were looking at the top of that formation, and if you articulate and turn the top of that formation into a 3D blueprint, you're looking at what looks identically to a klystron array for a microwave.
Really?
So that blew my mind, and I thought, at that stage, looking at the fact that this was all meaned out using the golden section, and looking at the final fact, because we're trying to be scientific here, Art. So the circles that we articulated had to have certain conditions. They had to have off-the-charts plant damage.
All right, Charles, hold off the charts plant damage. Hold it right there. We'll come back to you. A klystron, huh? Interesting. I used to work with klystrons. I wonder if it could have been a klystron in a satellite with USAF on the side. I'm Art Bell. This is Midnight in the Desert.
And it's been you, woman, right down the line.
Take a walk on the wild side of midnight. From the Kingdom of Nye, this is Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell. Please call the show at 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952-CALL ART.
My guest is Charles Maxwell. He has examined and deciphered crop circles in the third dimension, and from them he has discovered a design for a ship. That deserves a pause, right? A ship. You mentioned klystrons. I used to work with klystrons. I built the head end. That means the satellite gear and the processing gear, and the microwave gear to distribute the signal in Las Vegas many years ago, and then was in charge of all that. We used to be up in a tower frequently trying to get our microwave shots right. And I remember one day working on something, and I noticed my leg was getting really warm. And I looked down, and I had my leg right in front of the center of the dish, and so I was cooking myself, and if I hadn't moved, I would have been like one of those little buds that exploded. Anyway, Charles, welcome back. What makes you think, you mentioned a klystron, indeed a klystron strong enough in a military satellite could do the kinds of things that we see in these fields. Has that occurred to you?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. That's a great point. In fact, what I thought is that military satellites is one solution, but it could also just be weather satellites. Let's put it this way. If you want to retask a satellite and make sure that you've positioned it correctly, one of the ways to do that, and perhaps to have a little laugh as well, would be to create some kind of location technique involving the ground. So I think that they can be... they can definitely be the result of satellite technology. And in fact, that is perhaps the most probable source. It's very interesting when you look at crop circles, only 20% of them have any kind of association with orbs or actual UFOs. Mm-hmm. And that's a bit confusing. So we look at this and we say, well, where is the message originating from? And to be honest, it seems like it's a really loud conversation with several different sources, some of whom we know are hoaxing. But there's several conversations going on at the same time.
Well, Charles, a weather satellite would be unlikely to have a klystron. They're generally doing photography and at various levels, and
I wouldn't know that, Art. So I'm glad you cleared that up for me.
But that doesn't mean, though, Charles, that a military satellite designed, for example, to stop a ICBM in its lift phase might not do something like that.
Right.
Powerful, in other words.
Yeah. Again, we were looking at less the cause and we were looking at the effect and saying, well, what is this machine designed to do that we might be seeing here? If we were to build this, for instance, what's it going to do for us?
All right, well, we'll certainly get to that. But you said you did have interaction with the military in some of your researching of crop circles. Now, again, think about it. If the military did it, they might send somebody out to take a look at what they did. Or if it was done by others, as many of us suspect, they definitely would send somebody out to try and figure out what it means. When you dealt with the military, at what level?
Very basic, Art, in terms of being in a helicopter flying out of Thruxton Air Base, sorry, not Air Force Base, Thruxton Air Base, which is a commercial airfield. We would fly out of there in our helicopters, and of course any movement that you make in Wilshire, which is 2/3 militarized, you need their permission. So they're actually being, the military do cooperate. They're not as nefarious in this particular instance. And in fact, my uncle was a lieutenant colonel for the MOD, and so we know that they're very interested. When you talk to people like John Martineau, who's been associated, he's a brilliant guy. He's actually more of an astronomer, rogue astronomer, but he had noted that when he talked to friends of his who were in the military, they say, look, we're just as curious as you are. We'd really like to get to the bottom of it because this is an invasion of our airspace several times a summer. Do you know what I mean? So,
yes.
So they are curious. I wish I could tell you more. There's something that Colin Andrews was a part of called Operation Blackbird, which was supposed to be an operation involved where the military and researchers kind of got on the same page and tried to get to the bottom of this. Ultimately, Blackbird wasn't very successful. What seems to have happened is some hoaxers came in under their noses and created a crop circle. So there was a lot of confusion, and not a lot was achieved. What did come out of Blackbird, and this was confirmed by a radio personality, was a D-notice. The first D-notice since the war.
I'm sorry, a what?
A D-notice is something that's issued in England, which is where they literally shut down the press and they say, look, this is a national security issue. Shut down your cameras until we know what's going on.
Yes, I understand a lot of that goes on in Great Britain.
So now there's disputes about this. For instance, Nick Pope, who did used to work with the Ministry of Defense, has said, look, there was no D-notice. But again, we have radio personalities who really had no official connection with the crop circles, confirming that in fact they were told to shut down their.
Confirming it based on what though?
On confirming it because they were on site and they were told to shut down their equipment.
That would do it. Mm-hmm.
And that's a fact. That happened. So
okay.
Now, why a D-notice was issued, I'm not sure. I'm not going to pretend, but I can certainly guess that they saw either a circle or an orb or something they couldn't account for, and so they wanted to really, there's all kinds of protocols that they have to follow.
All right. Now, you claim there is a hidden science of crop circles. What do you mean?
Well, this gets back to the aquifer technology, and the fact that they seem to be tracing out for us because they often come down right on these ancient sites. So they'll be across the road from Stonehenge, or they'll be across the road from Silbury Hill, and they seem to be describing a fertility science to us. Well, again, this is the work of John Burke, and what he noticed is that, just to try and keep it really simple, in the morning when the sun comes up, there's a tide of like electrons and photons that wash over the landscape as the sunlight comes up, and that when this happens, there are places in the landscape called electromagnetic discontinuities. This was Burke's work, and that's a fancy way of saying the rocks simply change density and type. So you might have a strata of slate in the middle of limestone or something, and it changes the ground charge, and you get these magnetic anomalies. In fact.
All right, as long as we are now at this point, Charles, sorry to interrupt, you've heard the remarkable, or seen, I'm sure, the remarkable news about Stonehenge, and I wonder how you feel about that. I mean, it's so much more than what we can see.
Just fill me in on that, on the.
Oh, really?
Because I do know that they found a lot more of the complex, but I've got to be honest, I haven't looked at it in depth.
Okay, well, they found roughly 100 stones beneath the ground, Charles, that are arranged in something of a semicircle in front of Stonehenge. And it's quite remarkable. I mean, it's so much bigger than what we see above ground. And maybe all of that winds into all of this somehow.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting. I didn't know that. I can tell you, for instance, that Avebury Stone Circle actually has an avenue or two of again, standing stones, and it almost describes a womb if you see it from the air. Oh, wow. So that's interesting. But what it seems like, what was happening here is if you look at Levengood's work on the blown nose, just to go back there for a sec,
sure.
He did a lot of experiments, and he noticed that the next year, in real circles, the crops that grew there were stronger. And had a greater yield of protein, and were just overall healthier by about 20 to 30% from the controls. So again, the question is why? What's going on here? And it seems like microwave radiation, by the way, kills plants, but plasma energy seems to have the opposite effect. If we have negatively charged ions in the atmosphere, it seems to really help. What Levengood called embryogenesis, the germination of the seeds, the very mystical kind of the process of life itself seemed to be boosted by these plasma fields. So we then get to this idea that the ancients were aware of these magnetic anomalies. They built their temples over them. Mm-hmm. They went there to worship, but also they would take their seeds, you see, place them there overnight. They become electrically charged, and they'd get the same effects. So what Burke said is, look, this is a fertility science that we've forgotten, that's being described pretty accurately here. And these crop circles are actually drawing our attention back to these sites where we find these magnetic anomalies. And this is the case not just in England, but I found this was the case also at Serpent Mound in Ohio, where we had a crop circle come down in 2006. And so you find this not just in Wiltshire, but elsewhere as well.
So you think it's fertility related?
Yes, I do. I think it has to do with, germinating the seeds. If you have a technology, Art, that guarantees you a greater yield and a successful harvest, you have an immediate advantage over your neighbors. And especially back in the day when you couldn't guarantee a crop necessarily, an advantage like this was hard to ignore.
So you think this fertility thing just applies to crops?
It applies to the crop, yes. But you could, theoretically, you could, these energy fields can be beneficial for you too.
Well, then it's been woefully overdone. We've 6.5 billion people on the planet.
Yeah, exactly. But that's why it's so interesting. You see, if we can find something that gives us an edge, where perhaps we can grow crops for easier, we can guarantee. We can make some dent in the growing food.
We're going to need it.
Problem. Mm-hmm. As you know, we're running into food and water shortages of epic proportions. So it goes but beyond being a mere curiosity about UFOs, and it becomes something that you really must look at.
All right, let's get right down to it. How did you claim you broke the crop circle code?
Yes.
So what is the code? How did you break it?
I actually don't make that claim, Art. I claim that I found something. We definitely were able to articulate some circles and pull out some blueprints that we did. Then we did our best to bring those into the real world through a very long 2-year R&D process, working with aerospace engineers. But in terms of the code actually being properly broken, I think the man you should talk to is Nassim Haramein, because he has a greater kind of understanding of the holistic code. Crop circles confirm this code, but he finds it many other places as well, like the Bible, and in the geometry of various cells and processes. So he's a fantastically
yes, I understand you ran your work by him, and with a couple of modifications, he showed you how this ship could be, or drive could be made to work.
Yeah, his is not a ship. It's an energy drive, yes. So I actually flew out to Kauai, where he's based, because at that stage our project was ramping down. We hit some major roadblocks, and we were running out of money. And I'd come to the conclusion that we were the only people to try this in the world. We had to try, but it looks like it's going to.
All right. Well, I want to know what you did. First of all, when did it come to you that what you had designed could be a drive or part of a ship, that it was essentially a schematic on how to build this drive? I mean, how did that come to you?
Yeah, that's a good question. In talking with Nicola, who had originally decoded the first circle, I said to him, first of all, what are we looking at? And we discussed things like the klystron, the fact that it seemed to have boundary conditions for some electromagnetic fields. So then we thought that means there might be magnets involved, that we might have to generate our own electrical field.
Well, when you have klystrons, you have magnets, right?
Right. Well, this was new to me. I mean, I'm not a scientist by trade. Nicola's an electrical engineer, so I was playing catch-up the whole time. But what I discovered is that, in fact, there are certain things that you need, and this is where Nassim agreed with us. He said, you guys were right about the rotation, you were right about trying to manipulate plasma, and you were right in general about the physics that you're playing with. But he said, you guys were trying to spin metal, which is true. We were trying to spin something called a secondary disk, which is the skirt of our kind of UFO design.
All right, well, if you don't mind, how far did you actually get? Can you describe, and/or do you have photographs of...
it's in the film, actually. It's very clearly described how far we got. We got to testing the plasma ignition system. that would have been the kind of the heart of the device. And we were doing it in, we were trying to get a steady kind of stream of plasma there so we could bend it with the magnets. This is the idea. And it's kind of based on the theory that we have that the universe doesn't run on gasoline. So what does it run on? What's it doing, and can we copy that? And that was what Sweet Potato, that's the name that we gave the machine, by the way. That's what Sweet Potato was trying to do. We were trying to imitate the universe, or the galaxy, at whichever level you want to understand. Where's all this energy coming from, this EM?
Can you give me a sense of the actual hardware that you did put together?
Yeah, so what we did was we had... we used, I think, between 12 and 24 neodymium magnets that we had to get actually cut to order.
Right.
We worked with a company in Simi Valley called Rytec. They were aerospace engineers, and they helped us with the chassis, which we made out of aluminum 606-1. Okay. That's actually, to people at home, that's the stuff that commercial airliners are built out of.
Right.
So we were worried about the stresses and the tensions that it was going to undergo, spinning it so many revolutions a minute, that we thought we'd better get the best material.
So these magnets were spinning?
Yeah, well, actually, the magnets were going to be stationary. They were going to spin the disc. So it would be like an Oreo cookie, and the cream would be spinning. And the cookie itself would be the disc.
Okay, that's starting to sound like a saucer.
Yes, if you look at the design art, it's very saucer-like. And again, I said, well, this is just spooky. This looks like we're building a UFO. And what Nicola described to me is, if you look at the electromagnetic field we were trying to generate around the machine, in the same way that a sailboat is designed uniquely to travel by wind, we were trying to harness EM kind of waves and use them. And I'm not sure how effective we would have been, but that was the idea, was to really try and create this self-contained standing wave function, and then see if that would affect the plasma in the center of that reaction.
How many crop circles actually went into what was the final design?
Yeah. Initially it was 8 to 10. But we had to narrow that down to 3 because our criteria were so strict.
Okay.
So for instance, Nicola said, look, I really think that this is a boundary condition in this crop set. And I said, well, you can't it has to be all there. So let's take what we know is real. Let's make sure the nodes are all blown in these designs, because I'm not interested in hoax circles.
Right.
And then let's see how they fit together. And to be honest, that was a problem, because they didn't come with labels or this part goes there. It was very much, like I said, there were certain elements. You'd see a klystron and you think, wow, maybe there's microwave energy being modulated here. But then how exactly we pull that off, it had never been done before, you see. So every step of the way, we had to come up with our own solution. And I'll give you a simple example. How do you mount this thing with all these magnets and spinning pieces? What's your mounting technique? I mean, we ended up with just sticking stuff together with glue, which I thought was guaranteed to fail under stress. So we had some problems. I'm not going to say it went...
glue is probably not top of the line for interstellar possible drives.
I think, no, it's extremely dangerous. But while we're doing this...
Charles, you're going to have to hold on. When we come back, we'll try and get a better mental picture, if not a picture, of what you put together. I want to picture it in my head, and I don't quite yet.
If only you believe like I do, to love you. All I got to be happy. All it's got to take is some more to make it blow away, blow away, blow away.
In that darkest time between dusk and dawn, from the high desert, it's Art Bell's Midnight in the Desert. Now, here's Art.
Charles Maxwell is my guest. He attempted to build a drive from crop circles. And I'm trying to get a sense in my mind, mechanically, of what this was like. Obviously, he built a disc, and interior to that disc were the magnets?
Yes, sir. So the way it worked...
I'm sorry, how many again, please?
There were about, this is a long time ago, actually, we're talking a few years. There were, I believe there were 12 large magnets, neodymium magnets. They're incredibly strong, by the way. They're the same kind of magnets used in your MRIs. And then in the center we had what was essentially a spark plug. We were trying to create a little plasma flame. And then we hoped that rotating EM field would be strong enough with these neodymiums to do something weird to that plasma, to warp it.
When you say a spark plug, do you mean literally a spark plug?
Yeah, well, actually, it wasn't. It was doing similar things to a spark plug. It was called an aquapulsar, and it hadn't come to market yet. We got the inventor he was a very nice guy, and we got him to lend us a prototype. And this would create a plasma flame for us to mess around with. But ultimately, if I'm being honest, we had a lot of trouble maintaining that flame.
Right.
But the real trouble was getting the magnets to rotate the secondary disc when we couldn't actually figure out a mounting technique. So in the film, you'll see us testing the ignition system, and we're bench testing it. It's not actually it hasn't been fully integrated into the design yet, because we wanted to bench test it first.
You know, everybody, it seems to me, Charles, everybody who tries to design these drives actually does take a very similar route to yours, or some variation thereof, generally with rotating magnetics and something like a Jacob's ladder or what have you in the center, and sometimes modulated or kicked off with lasers. So I've heard this from many different guests. So anyway, I guess, and so this specific design came from, I believe you said three
crop circles. So there were two in England, and there was one actually by Serpent Mound in Ohio. That when we articulated them, they didn't require any additional tinkering. You're just staring at a blueprint. And so one of them, for instance, would describe boundary conditions for the field. Another one, like I said, would have kind of the klystron, and the majority of the machine would be described there. But there's I'm not going to lie here, there was stuff that we really looked at and we said, well, what on earth is that? And it was up to Nicola, to try and figure that out. Now, traditionally, let's say NASA's building a new vehicle. One guy or a few guys have an idea. Then you hand it off to 400 other engineers and scientists, and then they will outsource. But instead, we put this all in Nicola's lap, so it was between Nicola and I and my producer, Dax Phelan, to try and figure out how do we do what at least we have never done before, and we don't think anyone else has. And right as it was all falling to pieces, I discovered that this man, Nassim Haramein, was doing essentially the exact same thing.
Okay, so you went to Nassim with the plans you had, and when he saw them, he said what?
Well, we flew to Kauai. He's a really lovely fella. He was incredibly busy, but he met with us over lunch, and he said, look, he said, you guys are really, you shouldn't beat yourself up, because I was I was a bit depressed, in that state. I thought we had failed, but I was encouraged that someone else was coming at it from a relatively similar angle. Although I have to say, Nassim's code is not our code. His is much more elegant, much more cohesive, and has multiple sources, whereas we were just working from crop circles. What Nassim found in crop circles was confirmation of what he already knew. It was this one particular shape, that he was seeing from, that I believe was related to kind of Buckminster Fuller type geometries.
Sure.
And he was seeing this shape from a variety of different angles. So it was like the circle makers were articulating it in every possible variation for him.
Well, if Nassim said these things, I'm impressed, because I interviewed him not long ago. He's a very, very bright guy.
Yeah, he's a lot brighter than I am. Now, what he said was, because I asked him, I said, where did we go wrong? Were we even onto something? Did I waste my time? That's the question. It's a bit of a loaded question, but I was in a particular funk. And he said, look, guys, so you really were right about some fundamental things. You were right about the rotation. You were right about the plasma. You were right to try. And then he told us he said, look, Edison found 1,000 ways not to make a light bulb before he found the right way. And then he referred us to the Wright brothers, which I think is overstated. We're nowhere near the Wright. But the point being, when the Wright brothers actually performed their first flight, there was math art that came out in major publications and in newspapers saying, this is a hoax. This is ridiculous. And here's the math to prove that human flight is totally impossible. And we include those articles in the film. So you can see, he made a lovely point, and he really encouraged us. But what it comes down to is, why is he going to succeed, or why is he going to get closer than we are? And it comes down to this, because I did ask him. I said, what did we do wrong? He said, you can't spin metal that fast. He said, your math was way off. And again, this is math that had never been done really before. He said, but your metal would have liquefied once you got over a certain number of RPMs, and you still wouldn't have got close to the kind of energy you need for kind of a singularity, for that plasma to kind of fold in on itself and collapse in an implosion. And he said, so I said, well, how do you do it then? He said, you can't spin the metal. You have to spin the field. And the light bulb went off in my head, because it's a genius way of approaching it. So instead of spinning metal and getting doused in liquid aluminum, right, while you're performing this experiment, he actually has created amplifiers that he's patented that will spin the electric field instead.
Yes.
It's a much more elegant solution, and I think he's going to get some kind of effect from it. If not, and he demonstrates for me. I'm not really allowed to talk about exactly what he did, but he showed us some very simple devices that he had made, according to the design, the geometries of the vacuum, as he calls it. And these things are literally drawing 4 volts, and I don't know from where. And I've seen this with my own eyes. They're not hooked up to any kind of power source. So it's exciting stuff working with that guy. Not working, but getting to pick his brain for an afternoon and having him say, look, you guys, you got close, but you really should be spinning things that aren't matter. So that was a revelation.
Well, I'm telling you, there are many, many people right now, Charles, working on various forms of drives, whether they be an electromagnetic drive or whether they be some other form. It's really an intense area of work right now, because if man ever wants to really go to space, beyond possibly going to the moon, if we want to go anywhere real, and we want to get there in a reasonable amount of time and not devote generations of travelers to it, it's going to be the only way.
Thank you for making a really important point. Combustion technology won't get us very far.
No.
So that's kind of what we were up to. And again, people might say, well, you're dabbling in the new age, but for me, it's very old age. These geometries, they're about the way that the universe works, the way it was created. How is it doing what it's doing? Can we copy it? No one's going to sue us, hopefully, because it's, the creation. But can we replace combustion technology with implosion tech? And for people at home, what's the difference? It is the fact that when you blow stuff up, you do get enormous energy, but it's quite inefficient in the long run. And the idea that we can implode things and actually get more energy out of the equation is tantalizing. I wanted to explore it.
Well, okay, so this is ended. Where do you go now?
Yeah, well, what we... like I said, we ran out of money.
Yeah, I get that.
We had to shut down. And so for me now, I stay in touch with Nicola. We're still friends. And Nicola is moving forward with this work, but it's going to take funding.
What do you think you spent so far, or entirely?
I can tell you what I spent on the R&D project. We spent about $150,000.
Good Lord.
Dollars, yeah, it's a lot of money.
It is when it's coming out of your pocket.
That's coming out of my pocket. I really put my money where my mouth was.
Well, I'll give you props for that. Not many people would find a new way to look at 3 crop circles and pony up $150,000 to try and prove their point. So you must. I would really love to see the final rendering, or is that proprietary?
No, absolutely not. In fact, it's in the film. It's even in the trailer. We didn't try to hide this stuff. If you can take a look at that at some point, and to the folks at home, you'll see not only the machine and every part of it, you'll also see the full articulation of the main crop circle that started it all. So we're pretty open about all of this, and we welcome the criticism. We just really wanted to push the envelope, and it became almost an act of protest against the way things are done.
Okay, so I'm headed to my own website right now. I'm going to click on your picture. Hopefully that's going to take me somewhere. No, it hasn't taken me anywhere yet. Okay, all right, so I see a crop circle.
Yeah. So I believe what you're looking at is 2009, the Sanctuary. And it's called the Sanctuary because it came down next to a very old little stone monument that's in a field known as the Sanctuary. So that one had blown nodes. Very interesting.
Very interesting indeed. However, what would I have to do now to see the rendering, the final rendering that came from?
You mean for your own? If you wanted to do it at home, you would just need simple Autodesk software and.
No, I'm sure you've got it up somewhere, right? You mentioned.
Yes, it's at our, I'm so sorry. It's at our website. The trailer is anyway, afieldfullofsecrets.com. And there's a trailer there, some bio.
All right, I'm going to play the trailer right now as we speak. And I really do want to see this. I can't imagine what a decision to. How far do I have to wait, by the way, through this before I get to it?
I would say it's about a 2.5-minute trailer. It'd be the last minute.
The last minute, okay.
If you're scrubbing, yeah.
Yeah. All right. This is quite remarkable, and there is a very rendered high-definition aerial photograph that I'm seeing of that crop circle. And here we go. Oh, a very good job. What a good job of rendering. And now you show the craft.
Yeah, we take it to bits and put it back together for you.
Wow. Folks, this is worth watching. Go to artbell.com and then jump over to his website. This is pretty impressive stuff. Honestly, it is. So take my word for it. Having just watched it, it's worth the watch. So
thank you, sir.
I imagine putting that together alone would have been a pretty big job.
Yeah, that's why we had to outsource it. You see, we were deadly serious, so we bought something known as a rapid prototyper. This is a 3D printer. And it had a 5-axis lathe on it, and we thought, let's keep things in-house and lower the costs, and let's see if we can't build this entirely in-house. And we were wrong because of the diameter of the secondary disc. It was too great for our lathes to cope with, and as a result, then we had to outsource. And I think, as you know, once you start going to aerospace engineers, your costs skyrocket.
Yes, of course. All right, Joe. Hold tight a moment. Hold tight. Trust me on this, folks. Do this. Go to artbell.com. You'll see my guest picture. Click on that, and then on down, you'll see his website. For heaven's sakes, click on that and watch this short trailer video, and you'll see exactly how this happened and the machine that was created from it. So it's totally worth it. Artbell.com, click on guest picture, then the link. This is Midnight.
It's not radio, but it is what's next, exclusively on the Dark Matter Digital Network, Midnight in the Desert, with Art Bell. Now, here's Art.
Here I am. All right, listen, I'm about to open the phone lines, so here's the way that goes. Our public number is 1-952-225-5278 for Charles Maxwell. Area code 952-225-5278. Or if you want to come in on Skype, we can accommodate you. North America would be MITD 51. Just go to the little add button, add us as MITD 51, and thereafter we'll be on your list and you can punch it and call us. Now, same deal for international calls. except it's MITD55. MITD55. Following this show tonight, RCH is going to have another man working on a drive as well. I mean, we're getting all kinds of feedback from all kinds of people on a drive that'll get us the hell off this planet. I mean, in a way that really will allow us to navigate space. And I mean space beyond our moon, space beyond Mars, space. Really out there. So I'm thinking this is really, really, really important stuff. We had another gentleman on, you'll recall, not many nights ago, also working on a drive. And that one bent space. Not so much time, but space. And one of these is going to work. I can't tell you which one. I can't tell you when. I can't tell you if it's going to be the product of 3 crop circles in design. I can't tell you if one of these physicists is going to stumble into it and that's it. We're going to go from people trapped basically on the planet and or nearby it to a people that can actually travel to the stars. And if you can think of something more important than that, especially with the current condition of the planet, I'm all ears. All right, Charles, welcome back.
Thanks, sir.
So away went a lot of your money.
Yeah.
And I guess you were somewhat depressed.
Yeah.
And Nassim Haramein brought your spirits up a little bit. So is there anywhere else to go? I mean, if you really do have plans from elsewhere for a drive that will get us from here to wherever, this is really still extremely, extremely important stuff. What do you do with it?
Yeah, that's a very good question. Because you then have the problem of trying to bring it to market. And there's all kinds of problems there, not the least of which is the massive oil industry, which I don't think is in a huge hurry to give up trillions of dollars of revenue a year for something that potentially only needs maintenance. You see, the idea was not just that our machine or any of these drives, because there's many ways to skin a cat, not just that this machine would be potentially a vehicle, but it could also be an energy generator, and with very few moving parts. Therefore, your biggest cost is fixing it when it breaks, but it doesn't require a whole lot of fuel.
Yeah, well, I guess what I'm saying here is here. Let me get rid of that. If what you're saying is holds any water, and you put $150,000 into it, so I'm thinking you think it really holds water. You know, the design has got to go somewhere else. It's got to be examined by others. It can't be dropped here. You can't just say, damn, $150,000 gone. There has to be more.
I agree, and I think that's what the film is about, is to is so that we have hit a dead end here. We've gone as far as we could take it, but we do want other people to look at what we've done, to look at other things as well and say, clearly they were wrong. They just needed to do this. We're looking for that. We want to inspire people to pick up the mantle and run with it, and really succeed where we failed. We feel like we're one of these light bulbs, but one of them is going to go up. And in fact, you mentioned these drives that are out there. There's some really interesting work that's, again, so simple yet genius, related to the universe and what it's actually doing, which is the work of David LaPointe. And again, what we're just looking at is two interacting electromagnetic or rather one field that's male and female, electromagnetic field in a toroidal kind of shape. And this is really exciting because it does confirm kind of what we were onto and what Nassim is trying to do. And it's very elegant and it's simple to understand. You don't need to know how to dismantle a quadratic equation or to even understand relativity to understand that the universe is electric.
All right, let's take a few calls and see what comes. Benson, I believe it is, on Skype. Hello. No, Benson is not there. When I said you're on the air, he wasn't. Let's go to Winter Haven, Florida, I believe. Hello.
Hey, Art, this is Tom from Florida.
I'm sorry, Tom Sawyer?
No, this is Tom from Florida, sorry.
Tom from Florida.
Yeah.
I thought it was Tom Sawyer.
Tom
Go ahead.
Sawyer. Anyway, yeah, I think the government already is aware of the technology of this. I think that's why they're keeping all of it secret. It would be stupid for them to reveal it to us, in their opinion, because it would take all these oil companies and all that their funds away. But I do have a question for you, Charles, if I may ask. I heard a long time ago that these crop circles, somebody discovered that they actually formed musical notes.
Oh, that's very good, Tom. Okay, I think you're referring to the work of Paul Vigay, the late researcher. And Paul was a mathematician, and what he discovered, and this was also reflected by I'm going to get this wrong. I think it's the London Psychic Research Society, but they noticed that, yes, in fact, some of these crop circles, mathematically at least, seem to suggest certain notes. And then Vigay actually went and made a tune out of various circles. It's hard to say where that would lead, because he did die rather suddenly. The official report is he committed suicide.
Really?
In England.
Really?
By the way, his family
always
disputes
be the
that.
case.
His family disputes that, Tom. So, but that's, you're absolutely right. It seems to be sometimes that we have to look at the geometry and say, what is it representative of? So that's one instance. I wish I could answer your question completely, but that's the reason that we couldn't afford to lose Paul, really.
I always found that very fascinating, because I think music would be definitely one universal way to communicate.
Well, music is sort of math, right?
Yeah, it's about periods, and so you can have, and in fact, there is. I've mentioned this man before, John Martineau, wrote a book called The Little Book of Coincidences, Tom, that you might find very interesting, about the things like the fact that Venus is described in the sky as an almost complete pentagon every 8 years, and you get these really lovely, stunningly beautiful geometries when you describe the relationship of the orbits of Mars to Earth and Mercury to Mars. And he's done all these in this book by Wooden Press, A Little Book of Coincidences. So you can see those periods and those orbitals, and they're amazing. They're so, again, it looks like just really impressive, cohesive geometry.
Well, thank you, Charles, and thank you, Art. I hope your daughter's feeling a lot better.
She is, actually. Thank you very much. And so far, cross fingers, I have not caught it. Somebody asks, why always in wheat fields? And that's a pretty interesting question. In other words, why not on grass? Why not in the snow? Why not? I think the answer to that would be, I hate to answer it myself, but if you do it in a wheat field, it's a lot more durable, isn't it? In other words, if you do it in ice or something and it rains, it's gone. If you want it to be seen, if you are from elsewhere and you want us to notice this, then how could you do better than a wheat field? What do you think, Charles?
I have to be honest, they have come down in ice. We get ice circles.
I know it has happened, but it's usually wheat fields, right?
It is usually wheat. And not to bore the audience, but the reason I think, again, goes back to the fertility science. If you look at a stalk of wheat on its own, it's almost like a freestanding capacitor. And in fact, the way that the head of wheat is designed, it's like an antenna. I think that this has a lot to do with these telluric tides at sunrise.
In May. All right. We've got a break here, so we will be back. Be glad to take your calls. It's fascinating stuff. Eventually, one of these is going to turn out to be a real drive. Who knows? Maybe it's this one.
Who's gonna drive you home tonight?
Want to take a ride? From the high desert and the great American Southwest, this is Midnight in the Desert, exclusively on the Dark Matter Digital Network. To call the show, dial 1-952-CALL-ART. That's 1-952-225-5278.
Or by Skype, That is the MITD51, or outside North America, MITD55. Listen, I would not send you on a goose chase. This is, well, worth your seeing. What you need to do is go to artbell.com, my page. You'll see a picture of Charles Maxwell, my guest. At that point, click on it, and then find the link to his page. When you get to his page, do watch this trailer. It includes the crop circle, and then the 3D rendering of the crop circle, and then even a picture of the craft that was created. I mean, it's quite remarkable and well worth seeing. Guy went out and spent $150,000 of his own money. My goodness. Incredible stuff. Absolutely incredible. Okay, Charles, welcome back. Is there anything, before we go back to the phones, important in your story that I have missed?
Goodness me. I think that as long as, we get across the point that we are coming from observational science here, that we're not just, we're not channeling the Pleiadians or anything. We really are.
I know.
You know what I mean? We're trying to work with observational data, and our model is the electrical universe. So we contend that there's actually a lot of electricity out there and a lot of plasma. And this is David Talbot's wonderful work that kind of turned me onto this. But this idea that curvature space-time, the Einsteinian relativistic model, it's got all kinds of problems. And when you really look at who's making the advances, who makes the major inventions, the Marconis, the Teslas, the Edisons, these are electrical engineers working in the real world with electricity.
Oh, yes.
They're not theoretical physicists.
For the record, I don't interview people who channel at all.
No, didn't think you did, sir.
No, I don't. Kelsey on Skype. Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
You're on the air?
Hey, how are you guys doing?
Fine.
Good.
This is actually Cody in Vancouver.
Well, Kelsey's what's written.
Yeah, that's the Skype that I'm using there.
Okay, get good and close to your mic, or you're going to cut out on us.
Okay, can you hear me better?
You're not.
I was curious to know Charles was familiar with the work of Lawrence Krauss.
Lawrence Krauss. Now remind me, is this the physicist?
Yeah, he's a theoretical physicist.
Yeah, not entirely. I mean, I saw his film. He did a film with Dawkins, did he not?
I think so, I'm not sure.
Okay, caller, are you on your speakerphone?
Oh.
Pardon me?
I don't think so.
Well, you're cutting out like crazy.
Okay, I'll try. I'm walking around. I'll try to stay in one spot. I was curious to know why, because my theory of crop circles is that I think that they're being created through...
Okay, well, I'm sorry. You're going to have to come up with a better way to do this, because I cannot make out what you're saying. That's life, I guess. All right, let's go to the phones, and whoever comes up next, you're on the air. Hi.
Yeah, hi, Art. Hi, Charles. It's Scott in San Diego.
Hi, Scott.
And I've got a question for Charles about crop circles. And something he said earlier made me think of this. I wonder if crop circles are meant to help us in these times of global climate change and with the recent incursion of genetically modified foods. He said something about reports of protein increases in the affected grains in the circles. So given that kind of makes sense.
Yeah, that's a great point, mate. And let me direct you to the real science again. And there's a peer-reviewed article by the late W.C. Levengood in a journal called Physiologia Plantarum, which is a Dutch publication. And this is issue 92. And the article is called Anatomical Anomalies in Crop Formation Plants, and it goes into these protein discoveries, the yields. But it's very simple. All that Mr. Levengood did was that he took controls from outside the circle, and he grew them. He germinated the seeds, and then he went to what's called the shadow of a former circle, where we knew there'd been a really interesting crop circle the year before, and he did that again with that. And this was done statistically, so they did it with tens of thousands of plant samples. This was not random; it was very scientific. And that's what they found. They found that they're stronger, healthier. They have 20 to 30% more protein. And you can see this in the side-by-side comparisons that Levengood provided, which are in our film as well, actually. So you can literally see that the crop circle affected plants, they're just taller and healthier and more vital. So that's what we found.
Okay.
That's pretty amazing. I'll check that out. Thanks.
It is amazing. Thank you. Thank you very much. Going to Skype for Wayne.
Hi there.
Hi.
Earlier on, your guest made a reference to the Chilbolton radio telescope crop circle, and I've always been really fascinated by that one, particularly the response where they show, it looks like a bizarre radio antenna, kind of like a fractal antenna.
I know exactly what you're talking about. Yes.
So do I.
Is that a real crop circle, or is that?
Okay, I'm going to be brutally honest with you now. First of all, I didn't mention Chilbolton earlier, but I should have, so thank you. The antenna array, I have no idea, and the reason I don't is because I'm only willing to comment on circles I was in physically, that I studied, or that I got or that we got, fantastically reliable data about blown nodes. And if that's the case, there has to be a lot of photographic evidence. I like to talk to people who've been in this circle. This is just kind of doing primary context research. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
Going to Chilbolton, the antenna, I really don't know. I can tell you that the disc, the ASCII disc in the face, as much as people have fallen in love with that thing, is fake. It came down over 3 days. And I know this because Andres Muller went down there to Chilbolton and talked to a farm manager, and he said, clear as day, it was a 3-day formation. So the ASCII disc that everyone goes nuts about, with the alien, the typical gray holding that disc, is undoubtedly fake.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Thank you for carrying the call. We appreciate it. And let's go here to the phone. You're next, whoever you are.
Yeah, hi, this is Ronald calling from Malibu, California.
Hey there.
Hi, thanks for taking my call. Charles, I have just two quick questions.
Wait a minute. Ronald.
Yeah.
You're the Ronald who was packing up with his wife to go running away.
Yeah, in fact, we finished packing up today.
When do you leave?
We are actually leaving Wednesday.
Wednesday?
Because, Wednesday. We're going Wednesday. And then we're going to stay until the 28th.
All right. Sorry. Go ahead for the guest.
Okay. My first question is, have you thought about putting up like a closed-circuit TV surveillance cameras near the crop circle site so that you can actually capture footage of the crop circles being made, which I think would lend a lot of credit. It would lend a lot of credibility to it, I think, and attract some real scientists. And then my second question is, and I've used this to crowdfund web series before, have you thought about doing like Indiegogo or Kickstarter or GoFundMe to gather not only funds to continue with your project, but also gather possibly some real technicians who can come in there and make your saucer and drive work for you?
Okay, those are both good questions. Let's go to the camera one first.
Right, the camera ones are great. Thank you for mentioning that. There's a very good reason why we didn't set up hidden cameras. One, it's expensive, and we couldn't budget for that. Two, and this goes to the kind of political side of crop circles, there are hoaxes everywhere. Mm-hmm. If they even suspect that you have a camera in a field, the first thing they're going to do is the first thing they're going to do is try and trick you. The second thing they're going to do is steal your camera. So that has been considered. In fact, my director of photography said, why haven't we done that? He was very cavalier about catching hoaxes and really went the extra mile. It's just not financially feasible for us 5-6 years ago. It might be now, I think. You could put GoPros, camouflage them, and hide them all around us.
That's what I was going to say. Get a drone. Yeah. Why not get a drone? Wait until something's in the middle of a formation, fly that sucker up, and take a look-see with night vision.
Yeah, night vision's a great way to do it. I think that you've just hit on the way to really get to the bottom of this. There's another way. I mentioned earlier weather satellites, and Art corrected me about the Klystron array, but weather satellites in Britain scan every field in the nation every 15 minutes. This is our food source, so of course we want it protected. So I've always said, why can't we simply see the weather data? Because we could, 15 minutes is not enough to make a large circle. We would definitely catch them in the act if we could have access to those weather satellites.
All right. His next question concerned continued funding for your project. Crowdfunding, GoFundMe, something.
Yeah, that's, again, a very good idea. What I've decided, and I didn't arrive at this, easily, is that we have some significant flaws in our design. So that if I were to continue funding, I would hit the same problems. And those problems we've discussed a little bit, stuff like mounting, the fact that I could never get that disk to rotate anywhere close to the speed it needed to bend that plasma with an EM field. So what I would prefer to do, mate, is to find a more viable version like Nassim's and invest there. And I think that we need to be smart and discerning about which technologies we endorse. Do you know what I mean?
Yes, I do. And in your case, you don't want to use GoFundMe. You want to use Please Pay Me Back.
Please pay me back, yes, because I'm still in the red. Yes.
All right. On the phone, you're on the air with Charles Maxwell. Hello.
Hello?
Yes, hello.
Yeah, this is Donnie from Delmar, Maryland, Roswell's to you, Art.
Thank you.
Hi, Don.
I have a couple of questions. Can I pick you up on shortwave radio?
Yes.
What channels?
5085. 5.085.
Okay.
Okay.
And my second question is, we sent a message into space with our DNA coding, and right below it was the shape of a human.
Yes.
And then I guess I'm not sure years later if we received the message back, and it had different DNA coding and an alien right below it in the crop circle.
Well, are you in the crop circle? Okay. What about that?
Well, you're referring to, let me see, that's the data strip response is what you're referring to, where actually the little gray fellow was supposed to be silicon-based.
That's right, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, that was really interesting. Unfortunately, because it was that's a Chibolton formation as well, or that part of the world. So I'm afraid to say I don't have a lot of data on that one. It did come down, I think, about 10 years ago. And so rather than put my foot in it, I don't have enough kind of empirical data about what the lay of that crop circle was. But off the top of my head, based on the ASCII disk, I have serious questions as to the legitimacy of that circle, I'm afraid.
All right. You're on the air with Charles Maxwell. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Go ahead, sir.
Oh, this is Art Bell. My gosh, I can't believe it.
Try to believe it.
Huh?
Yes, try to believe it. You're on the air, so go ahead.
I do. My favorite guest of yours from 2000 or so was a guy named Michael Schumann, Dr. Michael Schumann, man from Skeptics magazine.
Yes.
And I'm not a total skeptic, but I kind of look at all things in a roundabout way. Now, crop circles, I've heard many people speak of them. Most every one of them have approached them from the idea of debunking them. And then they mostly find out they can debunk about 93% of them, and they accept the other 7% as being real. And I would kind of think, from my skepticism, that maybe there's 7% of people who can fool that person. But in this guy, this guy's name is Charles, is it?
That's correct, yeah.
Yes.
Hi. In your case, I would say there is a good possibility that observing crop circles triggered something in your mind that answered some questions in your mind, and that you came to these worthwhile conclusions and built something, which may be the right thing, may not. But I've seen elephants in the clouds, so to speak. You know, your imagination can be stimulated, and it can confirm.
So, are you suggesting that he just, his imagination went wild with what he saw? And
no, not that his imagination went wild. His imagination put together, and maybe it is. Maybe those crop circles are from aliens. I keep an open mind about it. It's just that most of the people who look into them say that same thing. Oh, I can debunk 93% of them, and the other 3% are real. Or maybe the other 3% are just by some very clever Englishmen who have too much time on their hand and too many pints of bass.
Yeah, well, could be.
Yeah. Well, you struck on a very good point, my friend, and I'm not going to just let it go. I think what you're saying to some extent is, and I've noticed this, I'm not going to dispute it, is that crop circles can be something like a Rorschach test. So there is the possibility that you bring your own kind of decoding, as it were, that what you see what you want to see. And you could certainly levy that argument against me and say, well, he was looking for technology and he found it. I think actually that's a very legit question, and I don't really know how to answer, except that we tried very hard by using scientific method to kind of divorce ourselves from that possibility.
Well, to spend $150,000 of your own money, you must have thought pretty hard about it before you took the bite of the apple.
Absolutely, of course, yeah. And the other thing, is that we have to decide, and this is another point that your question raised, is who's actually making them? Who is actually behind the real ones? Are we assuming that it's aliens? Because I think that's a false assumption. We just have to assume they're real because, and this is the distinction, there's ones that are boarded, where it's the weight of a human being has crushed and killed those plants. They're never coming back up again. They're not going to be 30% stronger the next year. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
And yet we have these real ones. So we have to decide first, is this, like Art says, is this a military satellite? Is it aliens? Is it the planet itself? There's some real mind scratches, benders that you have to come to terms with. And it's clearly, it could be us. We could be doing this to ourselves. It could be a joke. It could be some kind of projection technology that doesn't require boards, but doesn't require aliens either.
Well, you must have thought about all this before spending all that money. Now, you've got a video. Is that for sale? You're selling the video or just available?
The film, you mean?
Yes.
Field Full of Secrets.
Yes.
Actually, it's available on Netflix right now. It's also on iTunes, Amazon Instant, Hulu, Vudu, on various of those pay systems. I think that's the easiest way to find it if you do want to give it a try and see what we got up to.
All right, well, I hope they do. I think that we pretty well wound through your story, Charles, so I'm going to thank you, tell you that it was a wonderful night. I wish you all the luck in the world. One of these is going to work out, buddy. One of these days, somebody's going to come up with it, and if they don't, we're stuck on this planet. So,
thank you very much, Art. It's been a pleasure.
Charles Maxwell, thank you. So what we will do is take a break. And when we come back, we'll do open lines. Absolute open lines. I'm not even going to suggest a topic. I'm going to take 1 hour of solid open lines on the phone or from Skype. Either way. So if you've got anything you want to say, the next hour ahead is the place to say it. From the high desert, this is Midnight in the Desert.
Night, my body's weak. I'm on the run, no time to sleep. I've got to run like the wind to be free again.
Midnight in the Desert spans the world. To call us from outside the U.S. and Canada only, use Skype with a headset mic if on a computer, and call MITD 55. That's MITD 55.
One time a night, right? Has to do that. Randomly. Oh, boy. All right. As I mentioned, open lines, no parameters. I'm not even going to suggest a special line. I'm just going to say open lines. Come get it. Whatever you want to talk about, fair game. So here we go. We'll start with Billy on Skype. Hello, Billy. Hello, Billy.
Hello.
Yes, I can. You sound like you're in a cave, Billy. Hello, Billy. Billy is gone. What a shame. Okay, let's go to the phone and say hello. You're on the air.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Arbel, you are great.
No, just me.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to give a shout out to everybody under the hashtag of DM Talk. This is the Gestalt, and if anybody searches through the tweets, they'll know what I'm talking about. But I just wanted to say that guy was blowing smoke. It's a sad situation that he's living in northern Malibu, and he's cut short of $150,000. I don't know what.
Exactly. Oh, now you're talking about Ronald.
Yeah, I really don't know what you can spend $150,000 on.
No. Oh, wait. You're confusing guests here. You're talking about Charles now, Maxwell, not Ronald, right?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Charles Maxwell.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Yes. So I really don't understand what you can do to literally dump $150,000.
It's not that hard.
That's a lot of money.
I know it is a lot of money, but it's not that hard. If you start building something like he was talking about, trust me, you can, in a blink of an eye, you can go through $150,000.
I mean, I'll just speak on behalf of the majority, and the whole thing is that it just seems like it's a circle. And the only crop circle that's been created is the one that he's created, and he's probably running around in it. Because, I mean, it's just, come on, Art. I mean, there's, real stuff out there, but this guy's blowing smoke. I can't buy it.
Maybe. I mean, he blew $150,000 of his own smoke.
But can we prove that?
Oh, yeah, I think you can. I'm sure he's got receipts. No, sure.
God bless you, Art.
Right, take care. Can I prove No, you'd have to drag out receipts. I don't doubt him. I believe him. Chelsea, I think it is on Skype. Hello.
Hi. I wanted to... Oh, I'm getting an echo. Sorry.
Depends how you set up Skype, Chelsea.
Yeah, it's only...
But anyway, I hear you fine, so what's up?
Okay. So I had this great argument for the atheists the other night, but didn't get a chance to bring it up.
That's true. And I tried. Good Lord, I tried. I had several on who said, yes, I can get them. Just put me on with them. And, I know God's not dead, but I mean, some of his former worshipers are down on the job.
Well, my argument was near-death experiences.
It's a good one.
So you have Dr. Raymond Moody wrote Life After Life, and he did extensive studies interviewing dozens, I don't know how many people, but quite a number of people that died and came back.
Mm-hmm.
And they all had very similar stories about seeing a being of light, of loving white light, and some of them called it Jesus, some of them called it God. Some of them didn't say it was God, but there was definitely a presence there. And the thing that was really, really convinced me was that after they had very vivid experiences, even though their brains were shut off and their hearts weren't beating. They described it as more real than this existence.
Mm-hmm. Chelsea, did you watch a recent program called Proof?
No, I didn't.
Well, I recommend you go back and watch it. It's about a doctor seeking answers and doing NDEs. And as I was watching that show, I commented to my wife, that at my age, I would be willing to give it a try. I would, given the opportunity, assuming that I was healthy, giant leap, I would be willing to try a flat line myself to try and find out. At my age, not a great risk, right? Or always a great risk. Nevertheless, I would be willing to try it, and that is what she did in that program. And I was constantly complaining about the program until the final episode, where what would be considered proof was actually reached, because prior to that there was always the hint or the taunt of possible proof and never any real proof. Anyway, interesting stuff, and we are going to examine on this program NDEs in great detail. We're going to try to get as close as we can get to the truth without actually flatlining, unless I got the right equipment and a good doctor and so forth and so on. Let's go to the phone. You're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art. This is Colorado Springs. Just wanted to wish a happy Rosh Hashanah to all my Jewish friends. And I wanted to ask if maybe we could get some updates from Ronald while he goes underground.
You mean that he would call in as he's underground waiting for the big one?
Yeah, letting us know what's happening from, I guess you would call it, the underside or whatever, and when he decides to come back out, or if not, if he decides to stay.
Well, I guess when he comes out, he could say, well, it didn't happen. I'm glad. Now I'm going home.
Well, I guess, but I obviously am a skeptic about it, but I think I'm kind of fascinated at the mindset of someone that would go to that length and is so convinced that it's going to happen.
I do agree. I really do agree that somebody would be so convinced of something that just sort of grew and germinated on the internet that they would flee where they live. Yeah, I know. It's remarkable.
And I'd kind of like to follow that mindset as it progresses throughout the next week. And who knows if he's right, we may never know. But if he's wrong, I'd kind of like to follow that progress and what maybe truths he comes to.
Well, we'll see what he has to say, that's for sure. All right, thank you very much. When you call, folks, people are requesting video. Don't do that. We don't accept video. We don't want to see you. We don't want you to see us. This is radio. We are an audio medium, so by all means, please do not try to bring up video when you call it. On top of that, it kind of interrupts the bandwidth. Steve, you're on the air. Hello.
Oh, hi, Art.
Hi.
Hey, the gentleman earlier that called and asked about shortwave.
Yes.
It brought up a question I wanted to ask you when you had open lines.
Sure.
You remember a few years back on shortwave there was the series of numbers?
They're called numbers stations, yes.
And what were those? Did they ever find out?
Oh, no. They are ways to communicate with agents in the field, like CIA agents and other nations' agents. Those number stations are there, and all you hear is a girl going 37, 64.
Right, I remember hearing those.
Yes, So that's a way of communicating a cipher code.
So it wasn't a mystery after all. I always heard it was a mystery. Nobody knew what it was.
Well, that is the healthiest theory, Steve, of what they are.
I see. Okay. Well, I have one more question.
Sure.
What's your theory on orbs? Like I saw one once, and I have no idea what it was, and I wondered if you had any ideas what you might think it is. And
okay.
It was
you saw an orb.
It was like
Wait. You saw an orb with your eye or something that was rendered on a camera?
Okay, I was outside, and I saw it passing across the street, and it rested on the roof of the garage across the street from me, and just sat there, and it was like it was observing me, like I was observing it.
That's really weird. I'm sorry, Steve. I don't have a theory for you. The ones they catch on camera are pretty much baloney, in my opinion. But seeing one with your bare eyes beats me.
And the strangest thing of it is, it was like 20 years before. This happened like 4 years ago, I think. But a fella that I became friends with where I worked about 20 years prior to this was telling me that he was going home one day, and this was like in the middle of the afternoon, and he was describing what I saw, an orb.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't know whether he was making it up or what, because I didn't know him that well at the time. And until I saw one, and I'm going through my mind when I saw it, I'm thinking different things on what it could be, and then all of a sudden it dawned on me this is what it is. And the light that it gave out was unlike any kind of light I've ever observed. It didn't, like when it was passing behind trees, it didn't light up any. The trees should have been lit up. The leaves, the surface of the garage roof should have had some kind of light.
I'm going to make a guess, Steve, that what you saw was a plasma ball, and that's all it is a guess. But light that would exist, perpetuate itself like that, sounds to me like a plasma ball. And they do have them. Scientists don't fully understand them. It's another one of those things that's just plain weird. But we know they do exist, and they move in ways that make no sense. And they pop in and out of existence, sometimes associated with thunderstorms, sometimes not. So I wish I could tell you more, but that's kind of what I know. El Paso, Texas. Hello.
Hello, Art. How are you doing tonight?
Just great. Thank you.
I've been listening to you since I was about 13 or 14 years old.
Thank you for that.
And I am so glad that I finally got to speak with you. I'm so excited. And I just wanted to share a quick story, if I could, with your audience.
Okay.
This happened when I was in middle school. There's a pauper cemetery behind the middle school.
Yes.
Me and a friend of mine, we were walking back there. We were walking on the graves, actually. And my leg, it sank into one of the graves. And,
very bad.
It was pretty scary, yeah. My friend didn't help me out or nothing. He just laughed at me. And, yeah, that's pretty much it. I wanted to share with you. I'm sorry?
Well, that was it, huh?
Yeah, I mean...
you yanked your leg out with bones hanging on it or something, or...
No. It was just very scary experience.
Oh, you're really, really, really excited to get through, huh?
I am. Can you tell?
Yeah, I can. All right, thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Art. Good night.
Right. Have a good night. Open lines, folks. Anything you want to talk about. Not even a suggestion from me. You name it, we'll talk about it. Midnight in the Desert. I'm Art Bell, rocking in the nighttime.
Tonight, we're gonna make this happen.
Proudly part of the Dark Matter Digital Network. This is Midnight in the Desert with your host, Art Bell. Now, here's Art.
We're in open lines. Anything you want to talk about is fair game. Anything at all. Let's go overseas. Hello there somewhere. Peter.
G'day, Art. Can you hear me well?
Good day. I do indeed.
Oh, great. I've got a story about possibly alternate timelines that happened to me about 7 years ago. I was in the car with my children and I was going to the heated pool, and I asked my children to put their valuables in the glove compartment, and which they did. And then we went to the pool. We were travelling home, and we got home, and I decided I would go inside, and I didn't. I forgot to remind my children to get their stuff out of the glove compartment. A day went by. I still hadn't reminded my son to get his watch from the glove compartment. And then the next day go by, I'd forget again. For about 3 days, I forgot. And then on the third or fourth day, we were going to go to the pool again, and we got into the car. And I said to my son, Kyle, I forgot to tell you to get your watch from the glove compartment. And there was dead silence from the back of the car. And I couldn't work out what was going on, why there was such silence, because he normally would respond straight away. And I turned around and he was white in the face. And he said to me, that's funny, Dad, because I've been wearing my watch all day, and and I've been showing my friend at school. And at that point, I reached over to the glove box and I took the watch out of the glove compartment and I gave it to him. And we can't really work out what happened.
Are you telling me that was an identical watch?
It was an identical watch. At the time, I decided I'd get the kids while their memories were fresh, and we'd write down exactly what happened, and so that we wouldn't get the mistakes mixed up later on. And so anyway, he said he couldn't really remember where he got his watch from, and he thought he might have got it from my room. And I did have a watch that was on the floor of my room, but it wasn't the same watch, and it wasn't working. And that watch was still there anyway. And he still remembers it. He's not here at the moment, but he still remembers it. And, like I said, it's been about 7 years since that happened. And the only thing I can think of that would explain it would be if that, he somehow we moved into a different timeline, and I remembered the old timeline, and the old timeline came back.
That's
the only,
absolutely weird, Peter. And both watches remained in this timeline.
There was only one watch that was in this timeline.
No, wait a minute. Wait.
Yeah.
We were in the car when you opened the glove box, picked out the watch, and he was wearing it at the same time.
No, it wasn't on his wrist anymore.
Oh, man.
Sorry, I didn't include that part. But
no, that's a very important part, Peter. Very important part.
Yeah, it's hard. I'm a little nervous because I've never rang in.
Yes, where are you, by the way?
In Australia.
Well, yes.
You want to be specific?
Sure, why not?
All right, Bendigo.
Okay. Well, see, I don't even know
there's
where
a place north of Melbourne that's about 150 k's.
All right, that was a very important part of the story. Oh my goodness, what a story! Good one too.
Yeah.
All right, buddy. Thank you very, very much. He left out the part that suddenly made you go, "Oops." My goodness, Chris, somewhere or another. Hello.
Hello, Art.
Hi.
This is Chris in Virginia. I'm getting a little bit of echo here. Okay. So I actually called in on Friday to debate with Matt, and I had something weird happen. I went outside because I have roommates and they're all sleeping. They have class in the morning.
You were fully prepared to debate my atheist.
Yes, I was, or at least on certain points. I had something I wanted to correct him on.
Yes.
But while I was out there, I was out there for about 30 minutes, and I was looking at the stars, and I saw what looked like 3 stars that were moving across the sky.
Yeah.
However, they would get closer to each other and further apart from each other. They were about an inch or so in visual terms.
Pretty creepy.
Away from each other.
Yep.
And they would switch positions.
Oh, stars.
Not like it was a single object rotating.
Stars don't do that.
Yeah. So I live, I guess, near the second largest shipyard in the U.S. and near an air base and an airport. And I'm familiar with jets. The F-22 flies over my house all the time, and it's quite disruptive.
Mm-hmm.
But there was no sound or anything. And, I mean, I've never seen anything like it. I don't know if it was some type of test aircraft or what, but it was flying westward, and it went across the whole sky in about 12 seconds.
I know of no aircraft that would display anything like that.
Yeah, me either. But I did want to correct Matt on something, because I actually used to believe it myself. But
what was that?
I'm a student of comparative religion at Christopher Newport University.
Yes.
And he made a comment about Horus and Mithra and Jesus, and how these were all basically the same figure. And I actually, for a while, believed that myself, but upon doing a little bit more investigation, I found out that's not really true. That Mithras, for instance, was born of a rock and not of a virgin. And he sacrificed a bull to eat a dinner with the sun god, which is about the closest parallel you could draw. And Horus was never baptized, nor was he killed. Osiris, his father, was. but he himself was not. And these claims, I found out when I was actually doing a research paper on it last year, originate from a guy called Gerald Massey, who was a 19th century, he was involved with Madame Blavatsky. And,
well, what do you say to an atheist? I mean, he just doesn't believe, period.
Well, from what I heard from him, it's sort of a contention that I have with a lot of atheists. I obviously can't force someone to believe anything.
No.
But
I mean, there is torture. You can torture them until they say they believe.
Well, I try to stay away from that, at least with people I don't know very well. But he did not sound like a particularly scientifically minded person, even though I do believe that he studies, or at least reads about science. I find it hard to believe that he himself actually participates in any scientific experiments. And that's one of the issues that I have with a lot of, I guess popular atheists is that they will rely on scientific theories, but they themselves do very little exploration in those matters. So in the end, they are still relying on other people to get their information. So a
lot of us rely on others for information, right?
Oh, well, we have to. But ultimately, that is a degree of faith.
Even the Bible.
Exactly.
That's on others.
Any religious text. I mean, and the thing is that if you're going to rely on another human for information, I think, especially when you yourself have never examined any of these things, it's a little hypocritical to me to call someone out on their faith, whatever it may be.
Well, I think, thank you. I think an atheist is interesting because it's just, you don't believe anything. You don't believe any of it. It's just all fairy tales. So it would have, if we had ever come up with a good debater, it would have been very interesting. But I tried really hard. You're on the air on the phone. Hi.
Hi, Art. Thanks for taking my call, and I just want to give a quick shout-out to the Facebook group. I'm just curious if you're familiar with simulation theory. I know I mentioned it a different day that I called.
I'm sorry, which theory?
Simulation theory. Essentially, it posits that we live in what we would consider a computer simulation.
Oh, the Matrix.
Sort of. It's a little bit different, but similar idea.
Same idea.
Really what's really interesting is that there's more and more... I would hesitate to call it evidence, but some science that suggests spooky things. For example, there are quasars, which are these large galaxies which have supermassive black holes in the middle of them. And they're all aligned in certain filaments in the universe that's non-random. And there are different other things like Planck length and quantum superpositioning, which kind of, it's reminiscent for if you're playing a video game. You can see that walls will render when you look at them, but when you're not looking at them, the walls aren't really part of the game because it would use up too much power. And it's sort of it's a similar idea to how you can see electrons that will exist in, every sort of possibility until you look directly at them when then they're in one place.
Imagine how horrible it would be if you sat down in front of your computer, moved your mouse, and your wife suddenly shifted rooms.
I think that would be incredible because then I would never have to move.
That's the direction we're headed anyway, aren't we?
A little bit. But what I think is really interesting is what you do if this is true, what the solution is to this. And I think the solution is what someone has said.
Reboot.
To make your own simulation.
Yes, sir.
The people watching us would see.
Let me say it again. Reboot.
Sure.
Hold on.
Thank you, Art.
Hold on. We'll be back. This is Midnight.
To find an answer on the road, I used to be a heart for the...
My heart needs protection, and so do I.
Remember, when calling Calling Midnight in the Desert. Let the phone ring until answered. These calls are unscreened for your listening pleasure. Call 1-952-CALL-ART. That's 1-952-225-5278.
And that applies, by the way, to Skype as well. If you don't get through and, it'll only ring so long, just try again. Don't give up. Persistence will pay off. And I was thinking about this caller and what he said. How cool would that be or uncool, if one day you went to your computer, you just jogged the mouse a little bit, and your wife went across the room, or your child, or something in your environment went whoosh. How weird would that be? Anyway, you're back on the air, sir.
Thanks, Art. You play the best music in between, I gotta say.
Thank you.
But what I think is really interesting is if we are a simulation, how do we respond to it? What do we do if we want to survive? What does surviving even mean? And what some people think is the right answer, which I think is pretty elegant, is we should be in a race to make our own simulation and to make it as accurate as we can to some type of universe. Because assuming that we're being watched, right?
Oh, yes.
Someone who's watching us will look and see that we've made a simulation, and then they're going to wonder if they're a simulation. So they'll stop them from pulling the plug on us. And it becomes turtles all the way down. And what's interesting is where does it end? Where is the top? And I think that's a very fun question to think about, and I think it's a very freeing idea, and it makes technology seem all the more interesting to me.
It does. All right, thank you so very much for the call. And
thank you.
I'm going to ponder that for some time, actually. A number of people have posited this theory that we may be living in a simulation, and for all we know, we are, right? What do we know? Again, if I were doing a new Twilight Zone, that's where I'd be going. Just jog that mouse a little bit. Nicola on Skype, you're on the air.
Hi, Art. This is Nicola. The Nicola that Charles was referring to, actually.
Really?
Yes.
Well, excellent. I'm glad you decided to call the show. I'm glad you made it in. He's not still here, but as you heard, he mentioned you any number of times.
I tried to send you a couple of pictures as well. I don't know if you got them, but they might be useful for the discussion if necessary.
When did you send them?
I already did.
You mean during the show? Nicola, during the show?
Yes, it was.
Yeah, see, I can't check my email when I'm doing the program, so I'll get them after the program.
Okay. If you have any questions or anything like that, I just thought I'd call in and touch base. If not, fine.
Well, what did you think of his project?
This project was very interesting. They could have put more time and attention to detail into it, but as he said, the funding had run out and there wasn't very much we could do beyond that. Some of the things he did not mention were the limitations that were placed on the project because of safety. Primarily, it's like nobody in production really wanted to get burned alive, so we kind of like tabled that for something else some other time.
All right. Getting splashed with liquid aluminum is nobody's idea of a good day.
Either that or exposure to high-intensity microwaves either, It's like good day of ruiners.
I do. Thank you very much, Nicola, and I'm glad you called to kind of back him up. Obviously, the man thought he was really onto something. Apparently, he was, because the people who have looked at it, yourself, Nassim Haramein, really, I think he was on to something, and he spent $150,000 of his own money. So, God bless people like that. And one day, somebody like that man, if not that man, will invent something that will take us to the stars. Don't doubt it. Okay, let's go to the phones, I guess. You're on the air. Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, I was taken by the guest that you had tonight. There were certain questions I had for him about the particular crop circle that he has on his trailer. but I'm not able to ask him directly, so there's no point in bringing that up. But it did lead into...
well, let me ask a question of you. You saw the trailer. It was very impressive, huh?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Very impressive.
And that particular crop circle has actually been notorious on the website for being one of the more complicated ones. There was an actual alien script that came up 20 days after that initial radar dish crop circle showed up. And then after the radar dish showed up on June 2nd, 2009, this mysterious script showed up shortly after. And I was really hoping to hear how he had interpreted that script, but that's all water under the bridge in that case. But anyway, you did bring up, Ellie Arroway's coming together with a third-dimensional construct from the message that she received. And I've put a lot of thought into...
Oh, into what? You're gone. That's too bad. Just gone. Well, let's stick with the phone, I guess, and go here. You're on the air. Hi.
Hello, Art.
Hi.
Hello, this is Hubert from Reading, Pennsylvania.
Yes, sir.
First-time caller, about 20-year listener. I had some suggestions for possible guests.
Okay.
There's a Dr. Joseph P. Farrell. I don't know if you ever heard of him.
Here's what I would ask you to do. I have a really, really nice producer named Heather. And if you would email the suggestions to her, you would get action. She is producer@artbell.com.
Okay.
And that'll get the job done.
All righty.
Okay, thank you very much. Anybody with ideas, by all means, go to my producer, and, that's the way to get it actually on the way. In the meantime, let's, I guess, go to Skype and say hello to Ryan.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going okay, Ryan.
Hey, so, Art, I have a question for you.
Okay.
What would you do if you had 8 days to live?
If I had a what?
If you had 8 days to live.
8 days to live?
Yes.
That's really a good question. 8 days to live. Why 8 days, by the way?
Well, 8 days from now will be September 23rd.
You think that's going to be the case?
Yeah, I believe an asteroid will hit the Earth on that day.
Here we are again. Another one. So then it's really better to ask you, because you obviously believe we have 8 days to live. So what you going to do?
Probably, you know what? I'm probably just going to drink some beer, hang out on my back porch, and just kind of watch it all end.
Really? You honestly believe it's going to end?
I mean, yeah. I think NASA is hiding that fact from us to not induce panic.
Okay. Well, I don't know what to say to you. Enjoy your beer.
Yeah, you should have one too, Art.
I should. I rarely drink a beer. Maybe on a very, very hot day. Or the last day. I might enjoy a beer. I wonder how many people really believe this. I really do wonder that. I'm beginning to get nervous. So many people seem to believe it, actually believe it. Why would that be? I know there's a conjunction of many things all at once, and I guess that's what's doing it. Or maybe you all are right. Ryan, hello?
Yes.
Yes. So anything else, or is that it?
Well, that's pretty much it. I just, anyone who's listening, just relax. Don't worry about it.
Why worry?
Go.
It's going to end. All right. Good enough. Let's go to the phone and somebody or another. Hello.
Hello, Art.
Hi.
Hi there. I'm a long-time listener and so happy that you're back.
Well, thank
you. To me, you are radio.
Well, thank you.
Anyway, I'm calling to suggest a topic that I believe you've probably touched on in the past. I'm interested in the theory of multiple universes and the likelihood of us slipping between them, mostly without being noticed. But I'm calling because of my husband and I have both had strange events happen to us in the past, in different states at different times. his is really weird, and I'd like to tell you about that. We were in a car accident, T-boned by a truck when we were in a small car. He was temporarily paralyzed, but we were on the way to the doctor, and so we just continued on to the doctor. He was all right after about 15, 20 minutes. So a few days later, he had to go in for an MRI. And this is where it gets strange. He goes into the hospital. We get the paperwork, go up to that department, and there's a people sitting behind the desk, and specifically one woman, another one that left. And anyway, so we hand over the paperwork and say he's here for his MRI.
Right.
And she said, well, he was just here. He just had an MRI. And she looked around, I guess, for the paperwork and maybe couldn't find it. I don't know. Anyway, I said, no, we weren't just here, and he didn't have an MRI. And she became so frightened that she stayed there for a few minutes and argued with us that he had just been in. And she sent us to sit down and wait for the technician because there wasn't anything else she could do, and she got up and ran out of the room. So I think, well, maybe that's a little strange. But then, of course, I don't go in with him, but the technician, the man comes to the door, calls his name, and says, well, you can't have an MRI. I just gave you one. And we argue again that, no, we just got here, and he has not had this MRI. Well, the technician didn't know what to do, but at least he didn't leave the scene. He took him in, and he had his MRI, and there was some damage, but nothing, we're still around after 46 years of marriage. So that was the experience, and that's always stuck with me.
Would have been interesting to compare the two MRIs.
Well, yes, and I don't know what the hospital did. I mean, we just kind of let it go at that. But I've been thinking about it. This happened in 2000, and I have just been wondering about it ever since, and always wanting to approach you with it. My experience, that was in Nebraska, and my experience happened in Sedona, Arizona. And he was waiting out front. He wasn't with me when that happened. We had got into there, and I had never set my foot on the ground in that state. But we were hungry. It was late at night. We stopped in at a hamburger joint that was very crowded. There was a whole row of registers and lines of people, and the room was very crowded. I walk into that room, and a lot of people turn around and look at me and say, well, you're back already? You were just here.
Yes.
And that could have been like somebody who looked like me or was dressed like me or whatever. So, I mean, I didn't give as much credence to that as I did. You can't be giving people one MRI after another one, and that's what really stuck with me. And I know you've touched on a lot of different subjects, but I've often wondered if there aren't really multiple universes, and oftentimes people can slip from one to another without actually realizing it.
I'm with you all the way. But it's interesting that you get witnesses to it. In other words, in that case, there was an absolute witness. And actually in both cases. Perhaps the first case a little stronger. Yes, it is. It's certainly possible. We could slip in and out of the current reality into something else. We'd never notice. But yes, I guess others would. Marvin, hello.
Good evening, Art.
Hi. Please turn off your device.
Well, I don't have a device on.
Whatever it is playing the show.
Oh, I don't have anything playing the show. I'm in the other complete end of the house with an earbud in my ear on my iPhone on Skype.
Okay.
So it's some kind of weird Skype thing.
I guess.
Anyway, I wanted to talk a second about ham radio. and HARP, because I really think that, I don't know whether you've had much time to play on 75 meters this season, but the bands are acting different than they've ever acted before.
I could not agree with you more. I absolutely agree with you. Conditions, if you want to call them that. Okay, I'm hearing that in the background very strongly. All right, I'm going to have to terminate because of that. But anyway, he's right. That man is absolutely right. Conditions have changed in a way that is kind of suspicious, frankly, of HARP. I have never quite seen anything like it. For those of you who are not ham operators, this will not mean much to you. But 75 meters was an old, dependable amateur radio band, one in which you could go back night after night after night and talk to friends reliably in, a 1,500-mile or less range. And that has changed. It is now true that 75 meters is no longer reliable in that regard. It does what's called going long, and the people that you generally associate and be able to, normally you're able to talk to them reliably, are no longer there. In other words, you can no longer receive them. So I want to, even though we had that going in the background, I had to cut the call. The fact of the matter is that he's right. Something profound has changed about the lower frequencies of the amateur radio band. I don't know what that something is. I just know that it has changed. It began a few years ago. It could be associated with the sunspot cycle, I suppose, or
in the desert, shooting stars across the sky.
Or it could be associated with HARP, and a lot of ham operators blame it on HARP. HARP, by the way, has now been turned over from the military to a university, and what they're going to do with it, I'm going to have to wait to find out. Listen, so many hanging on all the lines and all the callers. Thank you. Sorry I can't get to you. We'll do it again. I guarantee open lines every time we get the opportunity.
From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are in the world's time zones, each and every one of them covered like a blanket by midnight in the desert. My name is Art Bell, and I've got so much breaking news tonight that I have no idea where to start. Rules of the show. Try to keep it normal. Rules of the show. No bad language, because it is unnecessary. And just, we've got a lot of young listeners, too, so keep it in mind. Only one call per show. That's an absolute rule that I try to enforce, and you better follow. All right, down to the breaking news. First item, I'm just going to throw this out there. No confirmation of any kind right now, but I do have a photograph for you. Have the Phoenix Lights returned? Now, this is a photograph that was taken out somebody's car window not very many hours ago, and it sure as hell looks like the Phoenix Lights. So I don't know what to say. We have a lot of I could give something away. We're going to be in the Phoenix market big time real soon, but I can't give that away right now. So if you're listening in Phoenix on the net, know that you've got a big affiliate coming. But moreover, if you're listening and you really have seen these lights, go to artbell.com. Scroll down a little bit below my guest info, and you're going to see there's a very clear shot out of car. And boy, oh boy, it looks like the Phoenix Lights. So nothing beyond that. This could be a one-time forget-it deal. What I'm going to talk about now is not a one-time forget-it deal. And I have breaking news next hour, too, that is creepy. Ooh. But this hour, returning to what we broke last night on this program. Today, I had 1 million emails in my box saying, oh, another hoax. You got caught in a hoax.
No, I didn't. And no, it's not. What I said last night is exactly what I say today. Only today, it's in places like, well, the Washington Post. I heard ABC TV did a story on it tonight. Headline being The Strange Star that has serious scientists talking about an alien megastructure. That's the headline in the Washington Post, folks. Let me read a little bit from this article. It was kind of unbelievable that it was real data, said Yale University astronomer Tabitha Boyajian. We were scratching our heads for any idea that came up. There was always something that would argue against it. She was talking to the New Scientist about KIC 8462852, a distant star with a very unusual flickering habit. Interesting way to put it. Something was making the star dim drastically every few years, and she wasn't sure what. I'd like to add that at times as much as 22% dimming. Boyajian wrote up a paper on possible explanation for the star's bizarre behavior, and it was published recently in monthly notices of the Royal Astronomical Society. But she also sent her data to fellow astronomer Jason Wright. He's at Penn State, a researcher who helped develop a protocol for seeking signs of unearthly civilization, wondering what he'd make of it. Well, to Wright, when he got it, it looked like the kind of star that he and his colleagues had been waiting for. If none of the ordinary reasons for the star's flux quite seemed to fit, perhaps an extraordinary one was in order. Aliens. Or to be more specific, something built by aliens. A swarm of megastructures. That's in quotes. As he told The Atlantic, likely outfitted with solar panels to collect energy from the star. When she showed me the data, I was fascinated about how crazy it looked. Wright said aliens should always be the very last hypothesis you consider, but this looked like something you would expect from an alien civilization, or an alien civilization to build. Skipping down, but finding from the finding from the program was unlike anything else scientists had ever seen. Volunteers marked it out as unusual in 2011, right after the program began, actually, a star whose light curve seemed to dip tremendously at irregular intervals. At one point, about 800 days into the survey, the star's brightness dropped by an astounding 15%. Later that day, later that day at about 1500, it dropped by a shocking 22%. Whatever was causing the dips, it could not have been a planet. Even something the size of Jupiter, the biggest in our solar system, would only dim this star by 1% as it transited across, Slate reported. The Kepler telescope was badly damaged in 2013, so the researchers don't have data from recent dips, if there have been any. Skipping down again, scientists, at least the ones who like to theorize about these things, have long said that an advanced alien civilization would be marked by its ability to harness the energy from its sun, rather a scrabbling over its planet's resources like us puny earthlings. They envision something like a Dyson sphere. What is a Dyson sphere? A hypothetical megastructure first proposed by physicist Freeman Dyson that would orbit or even encompass a star, capturing its power and putting it to use, reminding you, well, obviously a Dyson sphere has never been spotted in real life. They're all over science fiction, but if one were to exist, it wouldn't look like a metal ball around the sun. It'd probably be a compromised chain of smaller satellites or space habitats, something that would block its star's light as weirdly and irregularly as this star's light has been blocked. That's why researchers who are interested in finding alien life are very excited about the finding. So that gives you a little clue. That's from the Washington Post today, and now it's going viral. Jim Elvidge holds a master's degree in electrical engineering from Cornell University. He's applied his training in the high-tech world as a leader in technology. He also holds 4 patents in digital signal processing, has written articles for publication as diverse as Monitoring Times and the IEEE Transactions on Geoscience. For many years, Elvidge has kept pace with the latest research, theories, and discoveries in the varied fields of subatomic physics, cosmology, artificial intelligence, and nanotechnology. So, at another date, we will have much to talk about with Jim. This unique knowledge base has provided the foundation for his first book, The Universe Solved. But not tonight. Tonight, we are going to concentrate on one thing and one thing only. But we're going to have you back, Jim, to discuss all the rest of these things. I really want to talk about AI and nanotechnology. Would you be up for that at a future date?
Absolutely. I think we have something on the schedule already. And I should just say, Art, too, it's an honor to be on your show, and I'm really looking forward to this hour.
Okay. All right. In that case, I want you to stay right where you are, and we're going to take our normal quick break. And we're going to come back and we're going to talk about what's out there, I guess. I'm Art Bell, and this is Midnight in the Desert.
The devil went down to Georgia. He was looking for a soul to steal. He was in a bind because he was way behind. He was willing to make a deal. When he came across this young man sewing on a fiddle and playing it hot.
Take a walk on the wild side of midnight. From the Kingdom of Nye, this is Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell. Please call the show at 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952-CALL-ART.
Well, all right. Here comes Jim Elvidge, introduced to you a moment ago. And so, Jim, I'm sure you've had time to at least absorb the Washington Post article and whatever else you could scrounge up. This story began as nothing but breaking news here last night, and then it seems like it's now viral.
Yeah, absolutely. I noticed it yesterday, Art. I sent the article to a number of my friends and, kind of wanted to investigate a little bit more. But what a lot of the media outlets seem to be doing is kind of regurgitating a lot of the same information. So it's hard to kind of dig through and find some new ideas here. Oh, yes. But you definitely can do that if you dig enough.
Well, there's probably not a whole lot new right now. I guess the telescope's damaged, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we can't get another good look at the moment. Now, obviously, SETI can, and by the way, is swinging the Allen group of telescopes toward that exact direction right now. So they're listening. But this thing is, 15 light?
It's 1,500
light years away from us, right?
Right.
So a radio signal would take roughly 1,500 light years to get here.
Right.
Yeah,
my guess is that they're not going to find something, but of course it's always possible there could be another wow signal associated with this. And if there is, that's incredibly significant.
If there is, we'd be having a very different conversation, but even the one we're going to have, in my view, and you and I are going to differ on a few things, perhaps, is going to be an interesting one no matter what. Now,
absolutely.
These light dips, what explains these light dips?
Okay, so I'm sure you probably talked about this a little bit last night, too, if you introduced this last night. But for new listeners, if you could imagine, if you're looking at the sun, but from a position fixed relative to the sun behind, say, Jupiter, every time Jupiter moved in front of you, it would block out some of the sun's luminosity, and the total amount of light that you would be receiving would be dropping down. That's essentially the way the Kepler Space Telescope works. It points at certain stars, certain distant stars, and it looks for these small dips in light, in the intensity of the light that it's receiving from those stars. And it has ways to kind of, check the data and make sure that this isn't something that's an aberration. But that little dip is usually caused by a planet that transits, is the word that's used, transits in front of that star, and blocks out some of the light. And they found so far over 1,000 exoplanets, is what they call them, in 440 star systems. They've got a bunch of unconfirmed ones that they're still trying to test, and the nearest one's about 12 light years away.
In other words, this is the process they're using to locate these perhaps Earth-like planets.
Exactly. And the interesting thing is when they first started doing this, all you saw were these huge planets. You know, they would find something that was, you know, smaller and smaller perturbations in the light, which then reflect a smaller planet. And they've gotten down to the point where now they've seen Earth-sized planets, rocky planet types, which is even more interesting.
Yeah, they named one Earth 2 not very long ago.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay, so using this method, and it was being used by Kepler, is that correct?
Yes.
Using this method, they suddenly began seeing something that did not look like a planet blocking out the light. And why would it be different, Jim, than a planet blocking out the light, what they saw?
Because it really has to do with the size of the planet. We're so far away from these stars that it's not like if you were right up against Jupiter, it would block out all of the sun. But since we're so far away from the stars, the actual size of the planet relative to the size of the sun is reflected in this light. So if something's going to block out, a major portion of the light of that star, it has to be very large in comparison to the size of the star. So you'd use the ratio of, if you remember the area of a circle is relative to the square of the radius of that circle.
Yes.
So, something like Jupiter is about, it's about a tenth the size of the sun. So from a distance, Jupiter would block out 1% of the sun's light as it transits the sun.
Yeah.
But this thing is blocking 15%. So 15% means...
Actually, 22% at one point.
Yeah, 22% at one point. And the star is, by the way, it's about 1.5 times the size of the sun. So it's roughly the size of our sun, which means that this thing that's blocking it has to be way, way larger than Jupiter. In fact, it has to be close to half or 40% the size of the star itself.
God.
If they're interpreting this correctly.
Okay, but there's another gotcha here, and it is a planet going across. Well, first of all, would be predictable eventually, and second of all, its passage would be very easy for Kepler or the scientists watching it to note. What they've noticed here, and what makes it so different, if I'm understanding this correctly, is that it's intermittent. In other words, small object, medium object, giant object, medium object, small object. In other words, the light is being dimmed in a staggered, weird, not repeated fashion.
Correct, yeah. And one of the things to mention, too, is that an object of the size we talked about wouldn't even be a planet. It would have enough gravity to create its own fusion, and it would be a brown dwarf or a small star, and then we would see light from it, which we don't. So it's something dark. So if you were looking at all the information that we're going to get out of this is from these two kind of signal events, and they were separated by a couple of years. The first one happened 800 days after they started recording, so a little more than 2 years.
Yes,
and then the second one happened a couple of years after that.
Would it be fair to call this the equivalent of the big SETI WOW signal?
Oh, I think so. Yeah, this would be the Kepler WOW signal.
Yeah, there you go.
Absolutely.
The Kepler WOW signal.
Sure.
All right, so there have been various theories, and I know that you don't agree with this one, but the Dyson sphere is one from science fiction. In other words, an alien race somehow building something that would harness the power of a sun, which seems like a really good idea on the face of it. If you need a lot of power, it's a fusion reactor going all the time. If you could harness it, you would have one whale of a lot of power, but only a race that we would think of as our Dr. Michio Kaku would think of as type 3 would be harnessing the power of a star. And this is where you and I differ, because I think you don't imagine a Dyson sphere, right?
No, I don't really. I had actually blogged about this a couple of years ago, and I'm certainly, open to the possibility that it could be. But the reason I don't think that is because the Dyson sphere, the concept was developed back in the early 60s. Freeman Dyson came up with this idea, which was around the same time that Kardashev came up with his level 1, 2, and 3 type civilizations. And right. If we put ourselves back in that time frame, we were in, nuclear Armageddon fear, Cold War with Russia. The world domination was on everybody's mind.
By the way, a lot of that fear is coming back these days.
Oh, it is, and it definitely in a different way. But I think the idea of harnessing lots of energy and harnessing all the energy of a planet isn't necessarily something we want to do anymore. We're maybe facing like a sixth extinction because we're trying to do that. Now, it's not to say that there could be some other civilization that's progressed technologically in a completely different way than we have.
Wait a minute. I'm sorry. Back up to what you just said. You said we are facing the possibility of an extinction because of what?
Well, because of global warming, because of what we've done to the oceans, maybe man-made, maybe not, but one way or another, so many species and subspecies have gone extinct that people are talking about this as this time period as the beginning of another great extinction.
Okay, and this, I agree 100% with you, everything you just said, but I thought it related somehow to the concept of a Dyson sphere.
No, the point I was just trying to make here is that, I think that the idea of harnessing all energy is similar to the idea of harnessing all the resources of the world, and that mentality may be what has led to some of the problems that we're having.
Oh, I see.
Harnessing all the energy of a sun, I would ask the question, what's the purpose of that? Certainly not to power laptops, right? But... power a death ray?
Well, this is where the two of us, before the show, clashed a little bit, and I said, look, and I'll say it now, how can we know the needs or the motives or the ideas of somebody that many light years away who probably wouldn't have, we might be as ants to them. They might be so different.
Yeah, and I agree with you there. We can't place ourselves in that mindset, and for the same reason, I think it's kind of odd that SETI is looking for radio waves. Distant civilizations, if they exist, may not be using radio waves. They may be communicating via their mind or via I don't know what else, something completely different. So, but we only know what we know, and it's kind of hard for us to think out of the box and to think in a completely different way than humans.
Yeah, that's right. You got to get way out of the box. And right. As I mentioned to you, I talked to Seth, and they're going to be looking. But, in recent years, Jim, people have been sort of rapping on SETI's door pretty hard and saying, why are you looking for radio? Mm-hmm. You should be looking at light.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of things that they could be looking at, and maybe not SETI, but some other organization like spectral signatures of biological molecules or something like that would be kind of interesting. And I think the technology is just not sensitive enough for that yet. But those might be better ways to detect life elsewhere than radio waves. But
just traveling along with this for a moment, if what they suggest could be, or they conjecture could be, that these are actually alien megastructures of some sort, whether it be a Dyson sphere or Trump times 5 million, Trump Tower times 5 million. It's something big, and if it's built by intelligent beings, then, what then, Jim?
Here's where I'll come to maybe a second argument, Art.
Sure.
Looking at the chart, they've really only seen 2 instances. There was a cluster of dips in luminosity in the most recent one, but the first one was a single dip down to 15%.
Right.
So that's kind of 2 events. And those 2 events, they're not periodic. They if you went back the number of days between those two and turned the clock back that number of days before, we didn't see an event, and it was just before that they actually started recording this. So
yes.
What that means is that it's probably not something that's orbiting, that the drop in luminosity didn't come from the same thing that was orbiting. So if it was a Dyson sphere and it was maybe, an array of collectors or something like that, the second one was probably not the same as the first one. Maybe it was something different. The other thing, looking at the second signal, it looks really messy. It drops by 22%, and then there's a few days later, there's another drop by 5%, and then a few days later, there's a drop by 10%, and that doesn't smack of something artificial and clean and neat. It smacks of something like, the second Death Star that they created in Star Wars, it was all half built.
Yes.
It's something that's got holes in it. So it doesn't look like a nice clean Dyson sphere that would be revolving around the star, unless it's got, some holes in it that just happen to be seen the second time around.
Okay, let me ask you this. What is it that you think made the researcher at Penn State look at this and go, and actually utter the word megastructures? What would it be that would cause him to do that? I mean, he had to think about his career and his life and a lot of things before he uttered a word like that would begin to set off these headlines, right?
Absolutely. And I think it was definitely excitement that got him to say that. And there's nothing wrong with what he said. It may be the first thing that makes logical sense when you rule out some of the other ideas like large planets. But he did retract later on, and he said, I don't remember the words exactly, but they said we should approach it skeptically. It's very remote that it's alien megastructures.
Yes. Oh, yes. Yes, I do agree. He's being cautious, and he damn well ought to be. But if this is alien, and it does represent life, I doubt we're going to get a radio signal. I'm glad they're pointing the telescopes that way, but if it is alien, how far ahead of us would that put them, considering what we're seeing was how many years ago, actually, when it happened?
Right, 1,500 years ago.
1,500 years ago.
And it's a really good question. Again, we don't have much to go on in terms of projecting how fast a civilization would advance or how fast they would evolve. We only have ourselves as a data point.
That's true.
So if we use that, we would say, like, when would we hit Type 2? Maybe 1,000 years out. Those are all right.
Hold on. We're at a break point here. Take a big, deep breath, and all of you think about it. That would have been 1,500 years ago that blinking occurred. I wonder how far they've come in the last 1,500 years. So they're how far ahead of us? I can't count that high.
Who's gonna tell you when? If you really. Who's gonna tell you things?
Midnight in the Desert doesn't screen calls. We trust you, but remember, the NSA, well, to call the show, please dial 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952-CALL-ART.
Actually, don't do it yet, please. We've got so much news to get out. And by the way, at the beginning of the next hour, I'm going to send a chill right down your spine. It may be nothing, and when things may be nothing, I'll tell you so. But the Washington Post article and this story is what I ought to say, certainly is something, and worth talking about. Jim, just play along with me a little bit. It's going to be an interesting, if this keeps blowing up, as it were, it's going to be interesting in the sense that the Brookings Institution years ago did a study that basically said that, the people out there, the American people, and others would go batsoid. Institutions would collapse, and, dogs and cats would get along and whatever, if we heard about aliens. This is so far away and so tentative that it's not going to bring that on. But it's already provoking an interesting reaction Jim, very interesting. I'm getting emails that are angry. There are people actually quite angry about this, Jim. Any thoughts on why that might be?
Well, what's their beef? What are they angry about?
I think just the concept. It might be upsetting a religious view they might hold. It might be.
Okay.
I don't know. I really don't know. But, Brookings said there would be a very poor reaction. And
well, that is interesting. I mean, I think that, and I don't necessarily disagree with the idea that we might be shielded from something significant that so as to protect the collapse of an economy or a culture or something like that. I could see that happening. I don't know that something 1,500 light years away is going to scare people that much, like you said.
And that might be exactly why they might be willing to see something like this released and talked about, because it is so far away that people would go, no problem.
Not going to affect us. They're not going to zip here in the next week or so.
Well, now that brings up another topic. I don't think so either, Jim. However, if you're willing to play with the idea that an alien civilization has done what they're suggesting might be done out there, they might well have a way to cover the distance between there and here, well, somewhat in excess of the speed of light.
Oh yeah, and I'm with you there, Art. Definitely, I've read a lot of things about bending of space and then having your rocket follow the bend of space so that you kind of cheat relativity and actually you get from point A to point B faster than the speed of light would otherwise allow you to do. Other things, remote entanglement where you could actually communicate with something remotely if those particles were originally entangled. I mean, who knows what technologies are out there 50 years ahead of us. We can barely understand that, let alone thousands of years ahead, which a level 2 civilization obviously would be at least.
Well, I'm old. I'm 70. So I can remember the very, very early days of radio. I remember the first television in the house. And I'm still alive. So a hell of a lot has happened. I am now holding in my hand an iPhone 6, and it has technology that was probably, I don't know, maybe 100 times, 1,000 times, or even greater than that, greater than what the astronauts had when we went to the moon.
Yep, absolutely.
So given another 1,500 years, you couldn't even reasonably guess.
No, I think you're right there. I think our horizon for coming up with reasonable projections into the future is barely 50 years. It's really hard for us to go beyond that. I mean, I think JSTOR's Hall had this great concept of a utility fog, these nanotech foglets that could, you could turn your living room into a kitchen at the flick of a switch.
Right.
And that was maybe 60, 70 years out. So he was thinking pretty far out there. That's a mind-blowing idea. And we're actually making progress toward that, believe it or not. But yeah, it's pretty hard to think what things are going to be like 100 years out, let alone 1,000 or more. And in some of these civilizations, if we think that, the Earth or the universe is really 13.7 billion years old, 1,000 years is just tiny compared to that. So if there are other intelligent life forms out there, they're probably way beyond 1,000 years ahead of us, and most certainly know of our existence and don't really care much about us, or we'd know about it.
Well,
maybe
yes.
we do.
I mean, just take this particular situation again. These are megastructures, if they are megastructures, that are so gigantic that you would have to imagine, a type 2, I think type 3 civilization to build them, if that's what they are. And if that's what they are, and they were that, then we're seeing the results of whatever it is they did 1,500 years ago.
Right.
Makes them really, really, really ahead of us. Not just a little, but a mind-blowing amount. And, so here's a question, Jim. If we met an alien group from something this far ahead, how do you imagine that would come out? I mean, we are still a warlike people.
Right.
America is a warlike nation. A lot of people don't like to hear that, but we are. We're constantly at war, more or less. In fact, today I think it was said that we will remain in Afghanistan. We have wars. So that far ahead I don't think it would be a good thing for a civilization that far ahead to encounter a civilization at our stage. What do you think?
I don't think they'd be that interested. They would probably, laugh at our warlike ways. And again, I'm projecting, where we might evolve to. I actually believe that our humanity is evolving in a positive direction based on certain things. But
I'd love to hear that.
Well, one example is the murder rate. If you ever read the book Freakonomics, I think they talked about how the murder rate in Europe in the 1600s was maybe 100 times what it is today.
That's a good point. Did they look at Chicago?
The way we treat animals. I remember back in, when I was young, the idea of euthanizing a pet or dropping them off the side of the road was not a big deal. And today we have so many vegetarians and animal rights activists, and I think we've evolved our thinking about who's conscious and how they should be treated.
Not far enough, Jim. Not far enough. I'm with you again. We're going to have fun on the show because I think if we were a little more advanced, we would be considering animal rights.
And I think we are starting to now. I have heard some discussions about rights for chimpanzees, treating them like people and things like this. And I totally agree with that, Art. And I think my point is only that I believe we're making progress in that direction, not in the opposite direction.
Well, there is that side of the story. The other side of the story is we've got guys dressed in black lobbing off heads in the Middle East fast as they can, spreading as fast as they can. We're not doing one hell of a lot about it, and it's really scary, and they're trying to get their hands on nuclear materials, and proliferation is sort of runaway.
Yeah.
I did a show a few weeks ago now, a couple weeks ago at least, on nuclear war from somebody who knows. And if you get a chance, if you're in our archives, you might want to go back and listen to that, a scientist talking about what would be left. So, on the one hand, I'm with you. I think we are becoming better. But on the other hand, we're becoming worse. So it's like everything else, the yin and the yang.
Yes.
It's a race. Do we get better or do we blow ourselves to smithereens?
You're absolutely right. It's a race because the question is whether access to these things, and I've read recently about access to DNA manipulation equipment is now, frighteningly close to almost anybody. Access to those things, access to nukes and so forth, if that is outpacing our conscious evolution, then we're in trouble. The thing that I kind of look at, though, in a big picture way is every generation we have something like this. In the 60s, there was the nuclear fear. In the 70s, there was overpopulation fear. Back in, the Industrial Revolution, we thought that was going to destroy civilization. And somehow it never quite does. We seem to push ourselves to the brink, and something comes along to
save us,
even us out. And I think that's an interesting effect. I'm not, betting the farm on that's going to continue, but it does seem to be that there is this evening out effect of society that happens over the years.
Well, there are many scientists who believe, with respect to the environment, Jim, there's a tipping point.
Right.
And the big debate now seems to be whether we've already passed it or not.
And one of the things that I don't think they consider, and again, I hate to rely on our ingenuity, our potential ingenuity to solve these things, but they haven't necessarily considered ideas like, I don't know, you probably read about this teenager that came up with a way to clean up the ocean. Or nanotechnology, where these little bots just go out there and clean up the mess.
I so want to talk to you about that. We're going to do a whole show on that and other nanotechnological events that could happen.
Yeah, and like everything else, all these have a downside. There's the gray goo downside to nanotech, but and so the question is, how do you prevent that, that negative side from overshadowing the gains?
Well, I like that you're an optimist, but here's what I would say. Let us imagine gray goo is actually possible. Is it, by the way?
Theoretically, I think it is, sure.
Okay. In the old world, Jim, the one you were talking about a little while ago, back in the 60s, that I lived through, we managed not to destroy each other because of the fear of mutual destruction, right? Absolute suicide, virtual suicide. And that was a rational way for us to stay alive as a world.
So now we're going to have a gray goo gap.
Well, all right, so...
Possibly.
Yes, well, so imagine one of those guys in black that I talked about, who manages to get their hands on a little gray goo. Now, here's the thing. Their ideological center is Armageddon. They want to precipitate Armageddon. That's what they believe. So, does the mad scenario survive people like that? Or do we survive people like that who don't care if they live?
Yeah, I guess the way I look at it is, you mentioned a bell curve before, and if you imagine on the right-hand side of the bell curve is the Mother Teresa's, and on the left-hand side of the bell curve is the ISIS. And, the large population is in the middle, and that bell curve continues to move to the right, and yet you still have that trailing tail on the left-hand side of evildoers. So, the question is, again, is technology going to be accessible to them at a more rapid race than they tail off as the bell curve moves to the right?
I hope not. If they get gray goo, then I hope we get blue goo that eats gray goo.
Exactly. There's always an antidote to things. And, when I was a kid, I had this idea. It was just a harebrained idea, but the idea was, what if there was something that you could send out into the world, and it was, kind of a precursor to the idea of the nanobots, that would seek out all nuclear devices for however they could find them and dismantle them. So what a great invention that would be.
Kind of like a Star Trek Genesis, only marked just for the nukes.
Exactly. And I kind of think that kind of thinking may outpace the thinking of developing something that is catastrophic.
I really like you, Jim. You're a hell of an optimist. I'm afraid I'm not that optimistic. Anyway, back to this story for a moment. You must admit that this is one whale of a story, and it's going to be fun to see when can we find out something else, Jim? In other words, how long do you think Kepler will be down? When can we take another look? When can we know more?
Yeah, actually, to be honest, Art, I'm not sure what the plan is for resurrecting it. There are a couple of possibilities that have been posited so far on this that are interesting. And there's one that I looked up myself that I haven't seen anybody talk about. There was a planet discovered earlier this year that was orbiting a star called J1407b, and it had super rings. They call it a super Saturn. The rings were 200 times the size of Saturn, and they claimed that those rings blocked out 95% of the light from the sun, from its star. So that's an interesting possibility. Now, this couldn't be that because it's not periodic enough, or maybe it's wobbling or something. So the second time around, it had a little bit different signature. I don't know. There's a possibility. Another one that makes sense to me is some sort of debris field. And the question is, how would that be created?
Well, they were asked about that, and they kind of ruled that one out.
The debris field?
And they also ruled out error at that time in Kepler. In other words, before they announced this, they ruled a lot of things out.
They did, and they ruled out the debris field because of the lack of infrared radiation, but that is based on the assumption that it was created by a collision. Maybe there's another reason for a debris field. I can't think of one right now, but some like we have an asteroid belt. We have a very old solar system, but we have an asteroid belt. It's not opaque enough to block out much of the sun, but maybe there is this very unusual type of asteroid belt debris field that orbits between stars. It doesn't happen very often, and of the 145,000 stars that Kepler has tracked, and it just happened to find one where there is this thing. I don't know. I mean, these are really tough questions, but I think the more they look at the data and maybe find other ways to confirm or deny some of these hypotheses, hopefully they'll come up with something that's a little more credible.
Well, again, you have the Yale University astronomer, right, as well as Penn State saying, look, we looked at all this stuff, and what we're saying is alien megastructures. Now, I can't imagine how much they must have sat around thinking about whether it would be really advisable to say these words before they said them.
No, I agree. And it would be great to get one of them on the show.
Oh, trust me. I started on this yesterday. And as soon as the news broke, of course, every media outlet from here to Andromeda was knocking on the door. So, no way, but I did get Jim.
Good. Well, I hope, gave a little bit of a perspective here and some things to think about. And again, I don't rule out an artificial structure. It's just that second signal looks unartificial to me. It looks almost more like what you'd think when a cloud passes in front of the sun or something, and that's why I am kind of gravitating toward the debris field. But I'll leave it to the
in the story. What do you think had them go for the Dyson sphere? Why even mention something from the sci-fi realm?
I think because of the depth of the dip in luminosity. A planet can exist, and there's no known astronomical structure that's that big and that opaque that could cause that. So what's left? Man-made.
Everybody has experienced less sunlight. I think most of us have been through a sun eclipse, which is really weird. The sun starts going away and going away and going away, and the air starts to look thin. It's really, really weird.
It is. It's very weird. One of the things I thought was interesting about this, when I first saw it, I thought, okay, it's possible that there could be something that moved in front of the telescope, but far closer to the telescope than the actual star was, and so it transited the star, but it was much, much smaller.
Well, maybe. Jim, we're out of time. We're out of time.
It could only be one time, and the fact that it happened twice means that can't be the case.
Right. Jim, thank you for being here. We'll do a whole show soon.
Thank you very much.
Take care, buddy. Take care. I'm Art Bell. By the way, look out next hour.
I see you lying back in a satin dress in a room where you do. Sometimes I think it's a sin when I feel like I'm winning, when I'm losing again.
Want to take a ride? Exclusively on the Dark Matter Digital Network. This is Midnight in the Desert with your host, Art Bell. To call Art, please dial 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952-CALL-ART.
Welcome back, everybody. All right. What we're going to do next is a little unorthodox. We've got Dr. Cynthia Larson, I hope, coming on, if we can straighten up the Skype connection in a moment. But first, what a day, huh? I would appreciate many of you looking at the photograph we've got up on the website right now, the one that talks about Phoenix, and give us your take on that, as well as hearing from anybody in Phoenix who has seen what appears to be in that person's window. Anyway, on to this. How many of you, hold up your hands, have heard of numbers stations? Well, that's a fair amount of hands. Numbers stations are used by, spies. Typically, they appear on shortwave frequencies. All around the shortwave band, you can hear them, and there'll be some lady saying 61, 7, 18, 4, 30, 32. And, you know, it goes on and on like that, droning in a sort of a boring voice. What those actually are codes to operatives in the field way out there somewhere, other side of the world. Yeah, it lives on from the Cold War days. Now, having said that, there is a frequency which is no secret. It is 11,175 megahertz. And on 11,175 we have SAC, the acronym for the Strategic Air Command, the guys who carry the big bombs. Now, this is a well-known SAC frequency where planes communicate with base and each other and what have you, and it's done in plain English. What I'm about to play for you was recorded by a shortwave listener, and I don't know who it is. It's on Reddit. You can investigate this further. But they claim they recorded it on 11,175. If they did, then it's pretty chilling. This, if it's that frequency, this would be coming from SAC to I don't know who. Now, the person that recorded it missed the very beginning, and the very beginning just said, to all stations, alert all stations. And then this is going to seem strange to you. It's not numbers, but it's clearly a code transmitted on the SAC frequency. And at the end, it's going to be hard for you to hear. I grabbed the wrong recording, but he says, collapse out. That's the call sign, collapse. So listen very carefully. And also one other thing for you to note as you're listening to this, you're going to hear a little tiny echo. And that echo is the signal going all the way around the world. That's what's producing the echo that you're going to hear in this recording. So you're not going to make anything out of it. It's a code, but what's it doing on a SAC frequency? Here you go.
Clap. Break. Quebec. Sierra. X-ray. Delta. 5. Oscar. Quebec, Sierra, X-ray, Delta, 5, Oscar, stand by. Quebec, Sierra, X-ray, Delta, 5, Oscar, stand by. Message follows. Quebec, Sierra, X-ray, Delta, 5, Oscar, Foxtrot, Paul, uniform, Oscar, Alpha, Oscar, Hotel, Sierra, Kilo, Foxtrot, 7, Quebec, Bravo, Alpha, X-ray, 4, Golf, Foxtrot, 5, uniform, Bravo, Foxtrot. Quebec, Sierra, X-ray, Delta, 5, Oscar, Foxtrot, Paul, uniform, Oscar, Alpha, Whiskey, Oscar, Hotel, Sierra, Kilo, Foxtrot, 7, Quebec, Bravo, Alpha, X-ray, 4, Golf, Foxtrot, 5, uniform, Romeo, Foxtrot, Kilo. This is collapse out.
There you go. That was it. And he said collapse out. And then you heard a couple touch tones designed to trip something. Perhaps to turn the radio off on the other end. I have no way of knowing. But if in fact, and again, I didn't record it. It was recorded by somebody on Reddit. But if in fact it really was, as they advertised, 11,175, then that was a little chilling. Beyond that, I have no guesses for you about what you just heard. So, coming up in a moment, Dr. Cynthia Sue Larson, has a degree in physics from UC Berkeley, an MBA degree, and a Doctor of Divinity. Dr. Larson is a best-selling author, researcher, and transformational speaker who helps people visualize and access new worlds of possibility. She writes and teaches about the science of spirituality, how consciousness changes the physical world. She's presented papers at international conferences on science, spirituality, and consciousness. Results from Cynthia's How Do You Shift Reality surveys, conducted in April of 2000 and June of 2013, document incidences of the most commonly experienced types of reality shifts. And her Reality Shifters website has compiled one of the most extensive collections of reality shift reports in the world. Her popular e-zine, also called Reality Shifters, is eagerly awaited each month by thousands of subscribers worldwide. So coming up in a few moments, Dr. Cynthia Larson. Man, what a night. Was that weird or what? I wonder what that... You'd have to have the book to know what it meant.
I don't care where I go, when I'm with, when I cry, you don't laugh, 'cause
anybody could be that guy. Night is young and music high.
Proudly part of the Dark Matter Digital Network, this is Midnight in the Desert with your host, Art Bell. Now, here's Art.
Here I am. Well, again, I make absolutely no claims about what that signal is, where it came from, or anything else, other than to tell you that it's on Reddit, and it may or may not be from 11175, but if it is, that's weird. I'm a long-time listener to the Zach frequency, and you don't hear that kind of thing. That's something more like from a numbers station plus. No idea what it means, but it kind of creeped me out a bit. All right, let us now go to Dr. Larson and say hello there.
Hello. I hope you can hear me okay.
I do. I hear you now fine. Dr. Larson, welcome to Midnight in the Desert.
Oh, thank you. It's a pleasure to be on the show, and what an amazing news day this has been.
It's really difficult. It's kind of like they were waiting for me to get back and dump all this on me. Anyway, I'm good. I want to give you a chance before we break into what we're going to talk about as the main event, to react to the first story. What an amazing story. I wonder how it hit you.
Well, I was, the first impression I had was, like you said, amazement, just pretty much, because I do have some background working in space sciences, studying solar flare data. This was many years ago, and I know how boring most of that data can be. It usually is extremely boring. So the fact that anything was discovered on this magnitude is quite, well, it's attention
grabbing.
Yeah, it's just extraordinary.
Yeah.
At a loss for words. But then I did look at the paper and some of the research, because you can actually look that up and see why the researcher at Yale, and that would be Boyajian, she was basically coming to the conclusion in her paper that this looks like a breakup of an exocomet or a family of exocomets. So
could be.
Yeah, it could be. And then I'd be disappointed, because I feel like there's got to be something out there, and I think it's pretty amazing to think that we might be able to see something like these Dyson structures.
Yeah, well, you know, as I said to Jim, these scientists must have thought awfully hard before uttering the words megastructures. My goodness, you would think of your career and your future and a lot of things before you'd say something like that, I would think.
Well, there could be a lot of enthusiasm on the part of even scientists who do have feelings that maybe we are finally going to see some kind of evidence of other life than humans.
Oh, yes. Well, it does beg a few questions. I mean, any race that could do that would be way ahead of us, and I'm not sure we want to meet them.
Well, probably that is who we're going to meet first, because most likely they'll come to us, or we'll be able to see signs of them. And it's probably not going to be us venturing out that far with our current technology. So.
Well, I'm sure that's right. The problem with it is, though, that we would be to them probably lesser than ants. In other words, if they stepped on us and or our planet by mistake, they might not even know it on their way to wherever.
Right. Reminds me of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy and, getting the Earth blown away to make room for an interstellar spaceway.
Or they might be so advanced that they would be socially advanced as well and would greet us somehow warmly and say, hello, ants, here we are.
And if it's anything like what we see when we look at our just our Earth environmental systems, we see a diversity of life forms that are out there.
We sure do.
So I would expect there'd be a range of different extraterrestrial intelligences.
Well, one would kind of imagine that they would be so far out of what we imagine that we can't even imagine. They would be so different, that far away, and that in every way far away. Anyway, it's kind of fun to think about, or worrisome, depending on your point of view. What you research is really, really interesting, and this is how we're going to start it out. I'm not sure if I was the first one, Doctor, but I may have been the first one. This was back in the 80s, back in the 1980s. I actually went on the air. I don't know whether you know this is true or not. You can go back. People can go back and find the show, either the late 80s or early 90s. And somebody called me on the phone. That's what you do on a talk show. And they said, Art, something about Nelson Mandela. And I said, well, Nelson Mandela died, didn't he? I actually said that on the air. And I had never heard anything of a so-called Nelson Mandela effect or Mandela effect before. Maybe it was before that, but it's the first I had ever heard of it. Actually, when I said it on the air, that doesn't mean I was the first to say it, and I'm not claiming that. I'm just claiming that's the first I ever heard of it. I thought Nelson Mandela had died.
Right.
And you are actually researching something you call the Mandela effect. Am I right?
Right. Well, it's I've been calling it the alive again phenomenon before the term Mandela effect became quite popularized. And because I've been noticing sometimes people, or in my case, a cat had passed away, and then the cat was alive again. So it could be a celebrity. In the case of Nelson Mandela, what's really interesting about the Nelson Mandela situation is that we, this year, 2015, have reached kind of a tipping point where there are something like maybe about 30% of the people asked, do you remember Nelson Mandela passed away when he was still incarcerated? About 30% of the people believe that they do remember that. And then the best way to ask these questions, of course, is to ask when did a person die without tilting it one way or the other.
Right,
So,
but no, you're correct. Now, you said 30%. What could possibly affect everybody in such a mass, seemingly time-shifting or twisting, I don't even know how to put it, way? What are we talking about here?
well, the actual figure that I got in my survey conducted in 2013 was 27%. So I'm saying, that's pretty high. It's more than a quarter. And so what seems to be going on, and this is the reason I've been taking a look at it for so long, is that we're witnessing alternate histories. And that really gets interesting, because it seems like time is not what we think it is. Facts may not be what we think they are. And if someone can be dead and then die a second time or be alive again, as lots of people are reporting this phenomenon. And it's not just Nelson Mandela. Interestingly, just today, I heard about someone wrote me an email and mentioned that they thought Freeman Dyson had passed away, about 6-7 years ago. And actually, I sort of remembered that, too. As of earlier today, he was still alive, so hopefully he's alive to see that his name is being mentioned in conjunction with this amazing find with the this KIC 8462852 situation. So what we're noticing is that lots of things can change, and we seem to take it in stride when people have a spontaneous remission of disease. Well, we might be happy, of course, if it's our loved one that no longer has cancer and it's inexplicably cleared up. And this did happen to my grandmother, so I've had a personal case in my family of witnessing this. And I've known other people as well that have had these amazing spontaneous remissions without any kind of medical intervention. And so that's another case of alternate history. And it's the kind of thing that is studied at places like
Wait a minute. Hold on a sec. You said if somebody has a spontaneous remission, it is like an alternate history. How so? I understand the Mandela thing effect and what you're talking about. I don't understand how it relates to a spontaneous remission.
Okay, well, this is where it gets interesting. It has to do with the way, like I said, facts and events could actually be different. And so it starts getting important to keep a logbook or a ledger that includes 3 points in time, like X, Y, Z. So when you notice, like you did in the 1980s, that would be point Y, the bifurcation point. And that would be, we'd mark it down, Art Bell in the late 1980s, so whatever date that was, remembered that Nelson Mandela had died at point X, which was, I don't know what date you remember. And then the Z point would be the date that you recorded. So that's why 3 times matter. And then later, you can record another event. For example, Nelson Mandela might pass away again, as he did for some of us recently. And that seems unusual because now, you don't expect someone to die twice. So it's you can, again, notice at this point in time, I heard that he had died at point X, and I'm hearing it here on day Y and recording it on day Z.
All right, somebody will go back.
The similarity you're asking about, how is this similar to spontaneous remission?
Yes, I am. But somebody will go back, please, and find what show that was and what year. I'd love to know. Somebody will tell me. Go ahead.
Okay, so a spontaneous remission would be an example which is similar to death in a sense. We'll take the case of my grandmother. She was diagnosed with inoperable liver cancer when they were doing some exploratory surgery to check out adhesions in her intestinal area.
Right.
So what they found out, and everything matched. They matched the tissue sample with the CAT scans, with the blood tests, and it all came back saying she would be dead of liver cancer pretty much within 6 months' time.
Right.
And she was she was quite elderly, so she chose to have no chemotherapy, no surgery, but she was very spiritual, so lots of people prayed for her. And then the next thing that happened is when she went in for one of the routine checkups, they were checking the blood constantly. They didn't see the usual signs and evidence of cancer in the system, so they took another set of CAT scans. And that's when the doctors were stunned to report, you have no trace whatsoever of any kind of liver cancer.
Wow.
And they have no way to explain it. That kind of a complete remission within just a couple months' time.
So what do the doctors say? I mean, he sees evidence of impending mortality, and then just a short while later, no evidence whatsoever. Sadly, a good friend of mine got the same diagnosis and didn't last 6 weeks with liver cancer. But I would demand, wouldn't you, some kind of medical explanation for how that could possibly be?
Well, actually, the doctor looked at my grandmother. She is such a spiritual woman, she was, and so she was smiling as he was just looking completely baffled. So he had no explanation to give her. But she knew, because she was a woman of faith, that obviously she was Lutheran and very firmly believed that God absolutely delivers this kind of miracle. So for her, it was obvious. To me, looking at it from the scientific standpoint, I don't see much difference between someone coming back to life and completely clearing out all the cancer cells from their liver within just a couple of months. That is very fast. I mean, it's inexplicably fast. There's no mechanism to explain exactly what happened other than to say that some of the same kinds of quantum phenomena that we witness on the microscopic scale could absolutely be happening in our daily lives as well.
I go farther. I'd say impossible. And yet I know these things, they do happen. It's just impossible, though. We all know what cancer is. It doesn't spontaneously completely disappear, and yet it does. So if you were to reach out for any sort of explanation that might make sense to anybody, what would it be?
Well, this is what I'm proposing, and it's just what I have so far. It's because I'm definitely looking to science and saying you've got some explaining to do here.
Yeah, explaining.
So I really am looking as much as I can to find out what's going on, and thank goodness that we have scientists such as Dr. Yasunori Nomura at UC Berkeley, and he and Raphael Busso have both been working with the Large Hadron Collider. And I know Yasunori, I interviewed him recently, and he has basically an outlook that says that the many worlds of the multiverse is the same thing as, the many worlds of, I got that a little backwards. The many worlds of quantum physics is the same thing as the multiverse. So he's bringing the quantum to the macroscopic scale and saying that it could be that time all exists around us, and then these bifurcations in time happen in kind of little pockets near us, so things can change.
Okay.
In fact, the interesting thing about Yasunori is I swear he didn't exist when I was writing my book, Quantum Jumps, or I definitely would have mentioned all of the amazing papers he's written.
Okay.
And that's another example. Someone who doesn't seem to exist, and then suddenly
it exists. All right.
I can tell him that? Okay.
Do you actually believe or suspect that CERN, the Large Hadron Collider, actually might be responsible for these shifts that we're talking about right now?
Well, it certainly is bringing people's awareness to the possibility of many worlds, of many possible realities, and just getting their minds going that direction.
But
so
why the collider? Why the collider?
Well, there is a lot of actually public awareness. I think that does make a difference, because what I've noticed in 2015 is that finally people are noticing things like the Berenstain Bears, that famous children's book, and they're noticing the spelling of it. Like if you just listeners right now, ask yourself, how do you spell, if you know this book with the bears, it's a family of bears, they're drawn as cartoons, how would you spell Berenstain Bears?
S-T-I-N at the end, right?
S-T, and then you said E-I-N?
E-I-N, I think, yes.
That's also what I remember. And that's currently not the case. If you look at any of the children's books, you'll see that they're all spelled S-T-A-I-N.
Really?
Really.
Okay, are you suggesting the Large Collider is somehow directly responsible for these time shifts, or are you suggesting people's awareness of the amazing things this collider is doing, the fact that they're, what am I trying to say? Hold on, please, we're at a break point. That human consciousness has been enlarged just by thinking about the collider, or is it the collider itself doing this? Holy mackerel, what a night. I'm Art Bell, and this is Midnight in the Desert, raging in the night.
Doing alright, a little driving on a Saturday night. And come walk me on a down way. Can never sleep.
You're raging into the night with Midnight in the Desert. To be part of the show, please call 1-952-CALL-ART. That's 1-952-225-5278.
My guest is Dr. Cynthia Larson, and the discussion is centered on reality shifting. That's right, reality shifting. She talks about the Mandela effect, and I certainly have been around that one myself. It's not the only example that she cites, and I'm sure or will cite. But again, I want to come back so that I can understand. You make reference to CERN, the Large Hadron Collider, and the question is written as though it might be responsible for these reality shifts. And is that what you believe, that actually the collisions they're doing are affecting the human psyche or whatever in some way directly?
Right. What I'm suggesting is we've finally reached a point where more than 2/3 of the physicists who are surveyed believe that you and I and every object, no matter how large, is actually in a superposition. So, like you've heard of Schrodinger's cat that's alive and dead.
Yes.
You can have a live Nelson Mandela
and a dead
Nelson Mandela. So,
all right, you still haven't answered my question. You think the Large Hadron Collider and what it's doing is directly having this effect on humanity? That's just a straight-on question.
Okay, only from the point of view that the collective conscious awareness of the possibility of a multiverse is having an effect. I believe that is what you might call the causative factor, much more than, I don't think that actually what's happening inside the Large Hadron Collider is doing anything. So it's not like you need to stop that and then everything would stop.
Okay,
because
all right.
if it was just the physical action of the collider, I believe we'd still be, just like before the collider was built, you were noticing, and because we didn't have a collider when you were on the air.
That's right.
You noticed that Nelson Mandela had already died.
One more thing to remind me of my age. Yes, that's right. We didn't have it.
So we can't blame the collider for, all of this. Because I know some people get they get spooked, they get scared. Dead people coming alive again. What's the difference between that and a zombie? How do we know if they're the real person, or do we have evil twins? These kind of things.
Well, these are head scratchers, to be sure. The Mandela effect, the whole thing is a head scratcher. And you believe that. Do you believe that large chunks of history, Doctor, are actually shifted and that remembered in a different way? You know what they say about wars, right? The victors get to write the history.
Right. Well, that's what we're observing, certainly. That's what I'm observing when I conduct surveys. That's what I'm witnessing, that people that respond to the surveys are observing. And we mentioned the Berenstain Bears example.
Yes.
There are lots of other examples like that, from lines in movies, such as in Star Wars, when Darth Vader says, that famous line saying that he says something, and he says, "I am your father." And a lot of people remember that what he says is, "Luke, I am your father." But now if you watch the movie, you'll see he actually says, "No, I am your father." And it's little things like that just seem like, well, who cares? It's a small blip. Berenstain, what's the difference?
Okay, well, right. But if we project this, could it be that we remember a lot of historical things, big ones, Doctor, inaccurately? Or
that is what I am suggesting exactly. And that's where it ties back into spontaneous remission from disease. I do see an absolute tie-in right there. And it comes from looking at reality from a quantum point of view. And that's where I go to Dr. Yasunori Nomura at UC Berkeley. Because when I was talking with him in an interview, he really clarified it for me, explaining that if you look at time as, the universe is really having no beginning and no ending, which is very much what indigenous people have said, then what you're looking at is we live in a small branch of a complete quantum state. And so we know what's going on in our immediate vicinity, but everything else that we're not looking at is a little fuzzy, so it might be changing.
Yes.
And this is exactly what has been observed by researchers who conducted an experiment after the space shuttle explosion. And they were at a university asking their students in the psychology class to write down what they were doing, how they found out, where they were when they heard the news. This is called a flashbulb memory. And then this is all in their own handwriting. And then about a year later, they were asked the same questions again. And this time, actually, I think maybe, it may have been more than a year. Anyway, some period of time had passed. The students, again, wrote down in their own handwriting where they were, how they found out, all this stuff. And then they were given side-by-side comparison with their original response. And in several cases, people said, this is my handwriting, but that is not what happened.
Yikes. I guess if you wanted to, you could attribute this to, I don't know, what would a skeptic say to you, Doctor?
Well, some say that, this can't be happening. It just doesn't sound like, they can't. What's happening is they're keeping things within that classical physics viewpoint. Right. And from there, you want to be able to measure everything. You need to be able to see that things do stay the same. Can't have facts changing on you.
Right.
You've got to be able to observe a system. And after you've observed it, then you've taken the measurement. And only the observer, can clearly see what happened. And they're certainly not affecting anything. But we're now finding out, thanks to this push to develop quantum computers, that observers definitely are affecting things, that there are entanglements between components of any system, a quantum system, and there is that superposition of states. And in the field of quantum biology, we're finding that this is actually mutating our DNA. We're having quantum superposition of states within our DNA that's leading to jumps in the development of new features in our species.
Oh, yes. Doctor, you sound like an exceptionally bright person to me, so let me run this by you. The one thing that I've been trying to wrap my head around now for a long time is quantum entanglement. I guess it cannot be explained, so it's not like I'm expecting you to explain it to me, but if you can, feel free. But two particles that are close together flip and flop, to put it crudely, together, and then when separated, no matter how far we separate them, they continue to flip and flop together, regardless of everything, including the speed of light, and that's just impossible, absolutely impossible. And if you want to add a little to it, I recently read that some scientists have discovered something called quantum twisting. That's really new science, and that is going to suggest to some that quantum communication may become possible for us. So let's see, where to begin? Would you like to try and explain quantum entanglement and how that works?
Yes. So
really?
The idea with quantum entanglement is that it's basically, just like you said, you start by noticing that you've got a couple of particles that are in that relationship.
Yes.
And it's definitely a situation where they move in total synchronization, regardless of what could be a rather large distance separating the two of them, in such a way that when you do something to take a measurement with one of the entangled particles, its pair simultaneously exhibits the opposite property. So if one is spin up, then the other one is spin down. And this is exactly what Albert Einstein was calling spooky action at a distance.
Right. Exactly correct. But I mean, can you actually explain it?
No, it's this is one of those. It really requires that you start thinking in a quantum way. And when we look around our world, what I mean by that is we tend to assume that the only thing that matters is what we can measure. And nature is giving us a Zen koan. Nature is handing us, when we look at this sort of a thing, when we look at superposition, when we look at entanglement,
right,
we're being given an opportunity to get into that meditative state and recognize, what if this is the real reality? Instead of saying, oh, wow, that's weird, that can't be real, coming at it from the other state of mind and saying, well, it's the sound of one hand clapping.
Yes. So these particles do this at, nobody can measure it. It's faster than the speed of light. It is instantaneous, nearly as scientists can measure. And that, dear doctor, is impossible. Just like the remission of the kind of cancer you talked about. It's just, with what we know, impossible. And yet it is.
Right. Well, it seems impossible, but this is exactly the technology that we'll be utilizing with these new quantum computers that NASA has just now, and Google, they've signed up for just kind of like the smartphones deal where every time the new smartphone comes out, they get the new one. They're going to get the new D-Wave computer every time the new one rolls off the assembly line. And that's millions of dollars of computing technology. So obviously, something is going on. And I know there are skeptics that say that's not a real quantum computer.
Okay, there are people, Doctor.
They're always skeptics.
Oh, yes, I meet them all the time. I just dealt with them yesterday. Doctor, there are some theoretical physicists who think that a quantum computer could possibly communicate with a parallel dimension.
Right.
You've heard that?
Yes. Well, this is that idea again that we've got these superpositions of states, and so what you're thinking of is one branch communicating with another. And this would be exactly the kind of things that we're talking about tonight, about the Mandela effect, about the Berenstain Bears, and
let me suggest another possibility to you. And that is that we are living in the Matrix, and that the changes that we're seeing, that you're describing tonight, are actually being manipulated, and we are but puppets on strings.
That's another option. And this gets into artificial intelligence, which you mentioned it earlier with the previous guest, and I would say as soon as you start talking about being in the Matrix, that is the first thing that comes up, because what you're really talking about is the possible absence of free will and the fact that maybe everything is preordained. But I would hope that we don't ever live in that kind of a nightmarish situation.
I hope not, too. But it's one alternative explanation for the kinds of things you're talking about.
It's a possible explanation, yes. And Max Tegmark and people like that have definitely put it out there. But then when you look at your own life and you ask yourself, does that feel? And here we get into the idea of consciousness, and what is that, which is the so-called hard problem, because we really don't know what it is that makes each of us aware of who we are and how we uniquely feel about things. Why when you hear a certain song, you get a certain feeling about it that's different than what someone else gets.
It's true. Doctor, since you are obviously fascinated with AI, good question for you would be, what test would you use to determine that a real AI state had been reached?
Wow, that's a really good question.
It is, yes.
And this is very interesting. Well, one of my favorite questions to ask people is for them to describe how good they think something can get. So, imagination is definitely a characteristic of our individual personalities, and it can show, where things, where a person feels passionate about something, what troubles them.
Yes.
And so that would be an interesting way to see if you get anything that actually sounds informative. But what's happening with a lot of these people that are trying to pass these kind of AI tests is they're, designing to the tests. So they would hear something like this and say, aha, now we'll make it very clever so they can't tell that, our AI system is actually, going to be ready for that question.
Conventional wisdom has always said self-awareness would be the big one. You think so, or you think it'd take more than that?
It takes more than that, because remember, we just said that we don't even know what consciousness is. So that means we don't know what I am, and we don't know what self-awareness is. We're actually just I know it sounds crazy, but we're just at the point right now of differentiating between what we pay attention to and what general background awareness is. It gets into the field of quantum cognition and the way our memory system actually has a very quantum nature to it. Also,
I've got cats. I think they're self-aware.
Right.
They are aware that they exist, I believe.
Right.
I, of course, have no way of scientifically proving that, but I believe it.
You can see it with dogs, and I love cats too, but they have dog shaming websites, and when you can't shame a dog unless it has self-awareness, you know.
That's a good point. How can you shame a dog unless it is aware of its own misdeed?
And the interesting thing is you can see it, the expression on these dogs' faces, that clearly something has gone terribly wrong.
I know. Eventually, I feel, Doctor, it'll take us off to the side here, but I think, and I said to my last guest, that we're eventually going to have to talk about animal rights. I bet we're going to get there. It may not be, and probably will not be, in my lifetime, but it's coming.
Yes.
You agree?
Well, we've taken some first steps. There was a gathering of scientists that agreed that a lot of animals definitely have consciousness. And that's, these are the steps that you have to go through to get to that place where they do have rights.
Mm-hmm.
So, yes. And in fact, they're showing that plants have consciousness as well.
Well, that'll be a little further down the road.
Right.
When it gets to be believed by the masses. Actually, it almost comes back to what we began talking about in the first place, and that is what people believe and what is or isn't really true, and how much could really be false about everything we think is true. It's horrible to even try and wrap your head around this. It gets painful.
Well, fortunately, thanks to that entanglement concept we mentioned earlier, this is actually a saving kind of grace, because thanks to entanglement and coherence, which are two aspects of quantum physics, then we know that something, you just see a little bit of it, like you see one part of your cat and then the rest of it's behind a chair, you know the rest of the cat is there.
Yes, Doctor, but you're using the inexplicable to explain the unknown.
Well, we're at a very exciting time right now.
We are.
Learning so much about these basic aspects of quantum physics, and we have to understand it better than we ever have before in order to build the quantum information systems that are necessary for quantum computing.
Have you looked at, you've studied, I take it, consciousness?
Yes.
Uh-huh. It has been studied at many universities. Are you aware of the work being done that has little sampling computers around the world looking at consciousness? They think that was going on at Princeton?
Yes. Yes, I'm aware of that. It's a fantastic system, and it does show that there's an awareness in general before incidents occur, like 9/11 and so forth.
Yes, but that's precognitive. I mean, the registration is definitely occurring, but it's occurring ahead of the actual events. How does that happen?
And that is another aspect of quantum logic. And so what's going on, a lot of the things I'm talking about tonight have to do with this revolution that's occurring, that we're actually in the quantum age right now, thanks to the fact that the technology of the quantum computers are here. So it's just like the new age of fire has arrived. And in the quantum logic, you definitely have logic gates that go backward and forward through time. So there is some kind of like a handshake between a past event and a future event. And that's definitely absolutely part of the way that these logic gates function. And we don't tend to think much. We think we've got logic. We think we know what we're talking about when we say that's not logical.
Uh-huh.
But we're really only thinking in terms of classical computing logic, that Boolean symbolic logic developed back in 1847.
So, well, sometimes when we think the handshake has taken place, I think the hand was missed. And that's what you're looking at with some of this. Stay right where you are, Doctor. We'll be back. My goodness. How you doing, folks? Can you get your head wrapped around some of this? Midnight in the Desert. I'm Art Bell.
And if it's bad, oh baby, I'll take you down. That no one's ever gone before. If you want to know,
To initiate a dialogue sequence with Art Bell, please coordinate your phalanges and call 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952-CALL-ART.
All right. Dr. Larson, Dr. Cynthia Larson is my guest, and obviously we're going to have her back for another program because I can hear 2 more programs than what we've already done, and we've only just begun. Let me give you the phone number information so we can get some of you in on this discussion. My public number is 952, that's area code 952-225-5278. So you would dial 1 in front of it, of course, 952-225-5278. There are other ways. You can join us on Skype, of course. If you have a smartphone or of some sort or a tablet or whatever, download Skype. It's free. And then when you do, go into Skype, go to the add a contact place. It's usually a little plus sign in the upper right-hand side, and add us. It's that simple. Add us. It's in North America, Canada, and America, MITD 51. M as in Mary, I as in India, T as in Tom, D as in Denmark. 51. Then we'll be in your contact list, and you can punch us up and call us for free anytime. Outside the USA and Canada, it's MITD 55. That's MITD 55. All that in mind, we'll get to the phones quite quickly here, I think. There are, however, a couple of other areas I want to go down. Your book is called Quantum Jumps, and I just love the sound of that. So, Doctor, what does that mean, quantum jumps?
Well, essentially, it's pretty much the subject we're talking about tonight, that we can experience instantaneous transformation. And it's not so much a magical thing. It's basically pointing out that you can work with a very natural method that's already going on in your life. It's just that most people are not aware of it. They don't know what's going on. But unbeknownst to most people, things are being studied at some of our great universities right now, such as Harvard, where they're looking at embodied cognition. And so there are examples in my book that actually show...
Wait. Embodied cognition. Lay that one out for me in English, please.
Well, something that you could think of as a power pose, such as putting your hands behind your neck, or if you're able to just stand up and put your hands on your hips.
Yes.
Or if you're sitting with a chair next to you and you put your arm out, extending it on the chair next to you.
Yes.
Basically, any of those expansive movements have a physiological effect of improving your levels of testosterone while decreasing the stress hormone of cortisone. And it's giving you a measurable improvement in confidence that other people can instantly pick up on if they're just assessing you in a surveying, such as an interview situation. So basically, it's based on this idea that St. Augustine presented years ago, a long time ago, where he said the mind commands the body and it obeys. And there's so much research happening. I'm mentioning the work that Amy Cuddy is doing, but there are lots of research laboratories around the world, from Chicago to Singapore. Just lots of universities are studying ways that you can make a fist or stretch your fingers to increase willpower. And you can do things like skipping just to increase energy, so that you can get up and wiggle from time to time to stay awake. So this is something that some of the university professors are using in their classes to keep the students. You know
what I do before I do a program, before I go on the air at night? I do jumping jacks.
Excellent. That's like the best thing you could do.
I don't know. I've always done it. I don't know why it works. Well, you tell me. You're the doctor. Why does it work?
So what's happening is you're definitely, obviously instructing your body that no matter how you were feeling before that, you're getting the benefit of the exercise itself, of course. So skeptics would say, well, you're just getting the blood flowing and so forth. And that's true.
True.
But it doesn't explain why some of these other things would work, such as making a fist and then suddenly you can stick to your diet or resist temptation, that kind of thing.
Right.
And so there's definitely a bigger factor at work. So the fact that you're doing jumping jacks is not just working the body, but it's the body, mind, and spirit together. So that's what I would say. You're basically jumping, you're literally jumping into that reality where you've got that kind of energy. You're feeling, so I'm sure you've experienced this. You might not be feeling that great before you do the jumping jacks.
That's right. It definitely helps. I'm not sure why. I just know it does. Now, I'm not so sure that the fist helps avoid temptation, but I'll work on that one.
Well, you could give it a try.
So, Quantum Jumps must be quite an interesting book, I would think, huh?
Yes, because I did my best to just pack it full of incontrovertible, non-controversial research that people can all agree with. Is, you know, this is something that has been tested. It absolutely works. As well as, I actually love a lot of the mind-matter interaction situations that people share. And so I've got, the book starts out kind of normally, and then as you go through it, it gets weirder and weirder, till it gets to the point where people are bilocating and avoiding tremendous accidents by teleportation. And what I'm suggesting is a lot of the things that you witness
Can I stop you for a second?
Sure, yes.
I had a caller this last week in my open lines session. And she was one of several people in a vehicle in the back seat. And she said they were at a very, very high rate of speed. And they came to an intersection, and they had a truck directly in their path. I mean, you know, one of the big 18-wheeler type trucks. And she said it was like something skipped, something changed, but the car passed right through the truck. We survived. It was on my scot-free line, which I might do again tomorrow night because I like it so much. So anyway, so she went right through the truck. Something in time skipped. Have you heard stories like that?
Absolutely, yes. And that's the kind of thing I've been tracking for 16 years through my website, Reality Shifters. That's exactly what I document in this book, Quantum Jumps.
Oh, really?
And yes. So, and the explanation, what's going on, once again, it's the same thing that I was telling you Dr. Yasunori Nomura at UC Berkeley has explained to me, that we basically can expect to see these occasional sorts of behaviors and phenomena, the quantum physics that we would witness, things like tunneling that you expect to see, where, for example, an electron can go through a barrier. It's not that different. It's just a different size scale when occasionally, now it's not happening all the time. You're not routinely seeing cars go through 18-wheelers, but
that's right,
that exact
do not
scenario
go out
that you're describing
do not
is
test
that
this.
I've heard about.
Right. Do not test this.
No, do not test this at home. It's too dangerous because it's not something that would happen every time.
No, it wouldn't. Doctor, what would you even suspect is driving that instance? If it really happens, if somebody really passes through a vehicle unharmed and lives where they should have died, definitely should have died, what agent is at work that allows that?
This is where we're back to that. Science has a lot of explaining to do. And this is all I've got to offer right now is just the idea that as above, so below, that we've got this idea of quantum physics is the primary logic in the universe. So a lot of people assume that quantum is something you can sweep under the rug, kind of like you sweep dust under the rug. And so that tunneling and that weird entanglement and the superposition of states, that's happening down where we don't have to see it, and the computers are going to take care of it. We don't have to look at it. We don't have to deal with it.
I know that's what Einstein wanted to do with the whole idea, sweep it under the rug.
Yeah.
Spooky stuff at a distance, get rid of this, put it under the rug. Yeah.
Right, because we don't want to deal with it. It's too scary. It gets back to, what does it mean if there's a superposition of states? And what we're finding through quantum biology and wonderful work of researchers that are taking a look at the way photosynthesis works and so forth is this whole idea of quantum physics and all the so-called weirdness of it is happening at pretty much every scale. It's happening with DNA. It's happening with photosynthesis. I know those are small things, but then you go to the large scale.
Yes.
You're looking at the universe. You're looking at star clusters. And absolutely, scientists are definitely in agreement that we should expect to see, as above, so below, that idea of quantum superposition of states should hold for every single level of reality.
Do you think that a person could put themselves in a state in which they could precipitate a quantum jump, save their own life, or change what otherwise was going to happen? In other words, could it be a very strong projected intent that would cause this?
Yes, I do believe, that's what I'm saying. This is one of those things that we're all doing this all the time, usually without noticing it's happening.
Subconsciously?
Yes, subconsciously. It's because our minds are kind of slow to process, and we are very habit-based creatures.
Oh, yes.
So until we get to a point where we start envisioning things differently and having a different idea about the way things work. So just the fact that you have your program is wonderful, because people, their minds are expanding. They're not limited by the kind of confinements that, most educators would, keep us to. Because people can have doctoral degrees and not quite understand what's going on because they're so narrowly focused. And so one of the best things you can do is just recognize these things can happen, that it's possible that no matter what a dangerous situation might be happening, some people have absolutely seen what you would call a miracle, that you can actually tunnel through an 18-wheel vehicle as it's barreling directly toward you.
Yes, ma'am. All right, let's begin to take some calls. I don't have any idea where this is going to go. We don't screen calls, so you get what you get, okay?
Sounds good.
Well, we'll see. Hello there. You're on the air with Dr. Larson.
Well, good. I'm so glad you're back on the air, Art.
Thank you.
I've listened to you for years, and when you disappeared there for a while, it was just kind of like, oh, no. And Cynthia, you're a genius. And, I've had the Mandela thing myself, because I remember reading in the paper and watching television that he had died, and then years later, he's back. And I'm like, what?
Yeah.
But the big one was back in between 1973 and 75, I distinctly remember watching the nightly news, and it was in the papers the next day, that Iran had come into the nuclear age with a above-ground nuclear test. I mean, just distinct. I remember that exactly. And when they started talking about all this stuff about Iran developing nuclear weapons, they're going, well, they had them 40 years ago.
You almost have to wonder, Doctor, if there are very large differences individually, or whether these things are sort of across the board with a healthy percentage of the population.
Right, that's a good question. And I guess what you mean is, do people agree generally?
Yeah.
Are they experiencing different things?
That's right.
What I've found is people experience, there can be little pocket clusters where people tend to agree. And on something like the Mandela effect, where people do remember Nelson Mandela passing away while he was incarcerated, then there can be kind of a huge cluster where lots and lots of people are noticing that. But it is possible for one person in a family to remember their childhood quite differently than other family members, for example.
Boy, isn't that the truth? That's amazing. Any idea what modulates the effect? I know I'm asking for impossible questions, but in other words, when I say modulates the effect, are they small clusters, and then what modulates it up to, a healthy percentage of the whole damn population?
Right. Well, the idea of, I mentioned quantum cognition earlier, and so there's something, and these ideas from quantum physics of entanglement, we touched on that. So you can actually think of it in terms of the way the memory system works, and there's some fabulous work being done by Zhang Wang in the University of Ohio, and she collaborates with a number of other quantum cognition experts. This is a brand new field. All these areas we're talking about, this is cutting-edge science right now.
It sure is.
And what we're finding is that that systems of memory definitely act a lot more like the quantum logic that we've been talking about, where, for example, there's kind of a fuzziness, and what scientists used to think was a very illogical memory system that humans have. It's not classical logic. It is definitely quantum logic. So it depends. If you give someone a survey, for example, and you ask the questions in a certain sequence, their answers will depend on what order the questions came in. And according to the old classical logic, that should not be the case, but that definitely is the case. And so in a similar vein, getting back to your question, this is how, for example, two individuals can have different memories, and also how one person could even notice an alternate history from something, like you could put your keys down, walk away, come back, and the keys are not there. So it's what I would call a reality shift, and it's one of the more common ones, or noticing your socks, are not there in the dryer. These are just
been there, done that a million
where,
times.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mike on Skype. You're on the air with Dr. Larson. Hello.
Hi, how are you? All right.
Fine.
It's Wolfman here from Wolf. Just wondering about this. I'm thinking if there's two particles that can, like Dr. Larson said, are like the one is reacts with the other one. So you send it to, say, another planet. Well, you could possibly use the quantum connection to telecommunicate, or communicate, between the two
You're absolutely
points.
right, sir. You're
absolutely with no...
Yeah.
Like, it would be bang on, like it just boom.
No, you're absolutely right. Now, as far as we've come with quantum entanglement, not yet. Communication is not yet there. However, as I mentioned earlier, I'm reading about quantum twisting, and they think there are communication possibilities for it. So, Doctor, have you read about this quantum twisting at all?
Not too much, but there's so much going on right now. It's amazing. Like I said, we're in this boom time period of developments happening, so it's extraordinary. And I would expect that something, right now we don't have the distance that you would need between planets.
Right.
Like between Earth and Mars, for example. But it seems like every year the distance between two entangled particles is getting farther and farther, so I would expect if you can get to miles, then why not get from Earth to Mars?
Sure would be a great experiment for the, the first manned Martian mission. By the way, do you see The Martian?
Not yet, but I'm looking forward to it.
Trust me. Yes, I have. Trust me, you don't want to miss it. Period. Next caller, in Orlando, I believe. No, they just jumped off the line. Let's go to this one. Hi, you're on the air. Hello. Going once, going twice.
Can you hear me, Art?
Oh, sir.
Can you hear me?
I hear you. Yes.
It's Jeff in Aberdeen, Maryland.
Okay, Jeff. Something weird happened with the phones. Anyway, go ahead.
I was probably on speakerphone listening, and that's what happened. I sent a shout out to Art Self, Undercover fans, everybody. We're always listening to you and chatting while we're listening to you. And the guest tonight is awesome.
Yes.
And I wanted to, with what you mentioned about the doctoral degrees and in their mind, it's like I've really noticed a lot of doctors now are starting to, be more awakened, and possibly like you would say, like a quickening and a shifting. A lot of the more younger, like at least some of the younger doctors. But one of the things that I've noticed, and it's just a simple little thing, and it could be something that has to do with concentration. Like, it's gone on all my life, but whenever I lose something, a girl told me one time, dropped a lighter, walking through the woods. Yeah, we were young, we shouldn't have been smoking. And in the snow, and she said, I was looking all over this place for it. She said, don't worry, it'll turn up. I'm like, it'll turn up? How's it going to turn up? I got home that night, and the lighter was in my sock drawer. And it's something that's always going on.
Yes.
All my life, and I say that all the time. Like, I'll be fighting and I'll be looking for something, getting upset. I'll stop, breathe, say it'll turn up. And like a lot of things, like the reality, like we create our own reality. I believe in all that stuff. And the guest, I've really been looking her up, so I'm really going to be checking her out, like on YouTube. And
all right, Sarah. Thank you very much for the call, and check her out by all means. He's right about things that go missing and then sometimes turn up in absolutely, completely impossible places.
And again, this is, I would say it's the same kind of a quantum behavior occurring on a macroscopic scale. And I love the way that he's pointing out his process, because we touched on that briefly. Is there something you can do if you want to avert disaster? Is there something you can do if you want to find something that's been lost, even if it does come back?
Right.
Because sometimes you lose things and they've fallen into the ocean or, out of a vehicle or what have you, and it might seem impossible to get it back. But he's got exactly the right attitude when you just have that. It's just a very open-minded state of being in that state of relaxed, energized awareness.
Some people say you can be so open-minded that the brains spill out, But I don't think in this case that's what we're dealing with. Let's go to Skype, and somebody named Tiny, really?
Yes. Hi, Art.
Hi.
I'd like to ask a question for Dr. Larson. I'd like her to explain how to entangle particles to achieve quantum entanglement. I'll take the answer off the air.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Doctor? Uh-oh. I see what I did. I'm sorry to somebody overseas. You have my apologies. And I'm trying to get the doctor back, and I think I've done it. There, I've done it. Did you hear the question?
Yeah, I heard the question. I think.
Go ahead.
Part of it.
Go ahead.
Was there more? Okay. Yeah, so it seems that to entangle something like diamonds, which is what's happening now as quantum computers are being built, this is actually going on. And so they're very tiny diamonds, and usually there needs to initially be some state of proximity so that there can be a shared kind of a crystalline structure or a shared, just this sort of a group.
Are you suggesting a quantum? Are you suggesting a quantum sharing with diamonds?
Well, this would be an answer to the question: how do you entangle something?
Right.
Yeah.
But I wasn't aware of the diamonds, but maybe they do.
Yeah, diamonds have been entangled in laboratory conditions, and once again, the purpose of it was to see if they could be used for building future quantum computers.
All right, let me try to do what I messed up just a moment ago and ask if Richard is there overseas someplace or another. Hello, Richard. Richard, going once.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, hello. I have a question for the
Doctor, yeah, you've got to answer the phone when I come to you. Very important.
I was wondering if this could possibly be evidence of time travel. Maybe someone's stirring up the time stream.
Good question. Very good question, actually. Richard, where are you, by the way? Richard? No.
Yes, Richard is here.
Where are you, Richard?
I'm in Yokohama, Japan.
Okay. All right, Doctor? Time travel?
Yes. Well, it's this again. We were talking earlier about time gates in quantum logic going two directions. So, some people have noticed things like the Vardiger situation, which is common in Norway, where people are noticed arriving before they get there.
Japan.
Yes, we got that. Yokohama, Japan. Thank you. So, the people arriving, did you say before they left?
Yes, it's people arrive before they get there. So it seems almost like teleportation or something, or like kind of like an echo effect or something. You'll hear this happened to me actually. I heard my daughter and her friends coming to the front door, which was open, and I could hear voices and lots of noise. I was in the kitchen, and by the time in just a couple seconds that it took me to get from the kitchen to the front door, I found there was nobody there, nobody at all. And then some period of time later, like several minutes later, my daughter and her friends arrived. And I asked, did you get here earlier and then you went somewhere? And no. That was definitely, they have a word for it in Norwegian, Vardiger. And so in some cultures, it's expected and understood that these kind of phenomenon exist. But I think the caller wanted to know if some kind of time traveler might have been initiating all of these things.
Or if time travel could have been involved, yes.
Right. And time travel definitely does get involved with a lot of these reality shifts. I've also experienced sort of a big gap in talking with a future self or a past self.
Really?
Yes. So definitely some what you might call aberrations in time can occur.
All right. Well, here's an aberration in distance. Jazz Munda, welcome to the show from Australia.
Hi, Art. It's a fascinating show and a great topic. What I want to know is, do you think it's possible that reality is shifting all the time and we're not even aware of it? For example, maybe I was homeless yesterday, I didn't have a family, and today I've got a wife and kids and all that. And do you think that these shifts are only happening on the individual level, or is the whole world shifting at the same time?
Good questions.
Yes.
Well, to answer the first one about is reality shifting constantly, I would say it does appear to be so, but it's usually not on that level that you're talking about, where you might have been homeless the day before and now you've got a wife and children, because as near as I can figure it, it has to do with our entanglement, with our connections, with our loved ones, with what we believe our reality to be. Mm. So people that can get into a state of real detachment where, as Art was joking, their brains might be falling out. And that could actually be true. Because I know one woman, a friend of hers had died, and she drank herself into a stupor for almost a year.
Well, I've been going to say for the last few minutes, I don't drink, but I feel like I need a stiff one. Jazz?
Yeah, I'll have one too. Thank you.
This is tough stuff, but, it kind of makes sense. Anything else, Jazz?
No, that's all. Great show, guys.
All right, buddy. Thank you very much for the call. We sort of reach out and cover a lot of territory. Jareen on Skype. Hello.
Hello. Thanks, Cynthia, for coming on. Art, when I called on the Truth or Trash, I was talking about a object that I left that I misplaced in a room and took everything out of the room, and then there was nothing there and was complaining, hey, where is it? Went back in the room, and boom, there the object is.
Right.
This is, to me, making some sense now of the reality shifting. I'm curious. She's talking about hearing something at the door and family coming up and some kind of emotional attachment. Is that a necessary thing, or is something perhaps just jokingly doing things of, playful things where things are shifting around us and it's nothing tragic
you mean
happening.
Like a poltergeist playing with our matrix?
Oh, yeah, it's a humorous type of thing instead of, anything tragic or, deeply seated.
All right.
Hey, let's screw with this guy.
Yeah, I got you. All right. Thank you for the call and the comment, Doctor. We'll address it when we come back. We're at a break point. Please stay right there. Yeah, big stiff drink from the high desert. This is Midnight in the Desert, raging away in the night.
Remember, when calling Midnight in the Desert, let the phone ring until answered. These calls are unscreened for your listening pleasure. Call 1-952-CALL-ART. That's 1-952-225-5278.
Okay, so it actually goes for everything. Skype too. If you don't get through first time around, give it a try next time. And for those who think that I'm dancing on my guests, not just stepping on them, it's a function of Skype. Sometimes with Skype, we get, of course, the very, very good audio. But if it's more of a simplex setup, it's very, very hard for the other person to hear that you're even saying anything. Just for the record. And this is a very, very interesting comment from Gilletta, who says, my husband and I have time slips all the time, where what is experienced, heard, recalled, and so forth, is completely different from the other's experience, even in the same car. Kind of like being in two different realities in the same space. Doctor?
Yes, exactly. I did co-author a paper on this called When Worlds Collide, and presented it with an anthropologist at a conference. It's such a common phenomena, and I'm glad that someone called in with that one, because I think unless people hear about it, they might not realize what's going on, and it's a very special relationship where two people trust each other well enough to believe the other person instead of just assuming that they're wrong and, that they're obviously totally screwed up or something.
It wasn't called in. It came as a computer message through what I call the wormhole, and I get them as I do the program. Trish, you're on the air with Dr. Larson. Hi.
Hello there, Art. Can you hear me okay?
I hear you just fine.
Okay. I've had so many times I've tried to call and had problems trying to get through, but I just wanted to say big shout out to the Art Bell Time Travelers group on Facebook, all my friends over there. I wanted to say hello and tell Cynthia that I love everything she talks about. Everything is so interesting, and we're very much enjoying her tonight. And we would like to hear more topics like this, if it at all possible.
Well, they're entirely mind-boggling, obviously, but I think we can arrange it for you as we have arranged it this eve, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, Trish, take care. So they want to hear more, Doctor.
Right. Well, there's a lot we could talk about having to do with time, with loops of time, and we just touched on some of it. So, and I think once people start recognizing that these kind of things can happen, like a sequence of events can repeat, very much like if people remember the movie The Matrix, where
yes.
Do you remember that scene where Neo says, he sees a cat walk by a doorway, and then he sees the cat walk by again.
Right.
And
that's right.
You might think that only happens in a movie, but then when it actually happens in real life, that's when things get weird. And I've seen a sequence of repeating events happen twice in my life so far, and it's quite extraordinary. And I've had witnesses, actually both times, but the first time that it happened, I was at a conference, and I was in a lobby where I was talking with another woman, and we both saw a woman enter from the parking lot, come through the doors, and she was a well-dressed lady coming back from somewhere, maybe dinner or something. It was nighttime. Mm-hmm. She walked right past us, and then she entered the other part of the hotel, going back to her room, I presume. I didn't follow her. And I continued talking to my friend, and then a few minutes later, exactly the same woman came through the doors and started walking toward us. And I had been talking with my friend, and she knew that I was interested in reality shifts. So I immediately took the opportunity to turn to her and ask, do you notice anything unusual here about this woman? And my friend said, isn't that the same woman that just walked through the doors? Really not that long ago.
I wonder, Doctor, how many of these micro or macro reality shifts occur and people just don't register them and or simply dismiss them?
Exactly. I would hazard to guess a huge number.
I would hazard that you're right. Silverdale, Washington on the phone. You're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art. Hello, Cynthia. I wanted to ask Cynthia, something happened to me years ago where I had gone for a mammogram and they found something really suspicious. So I had to go back like days later to the same doctor, the radiologist was going to do a sonogram. And I remember for that, when I was sitting there waiting for that first procedure, I had met several women that had breast cancer in there. I felt really a lot of compassion for them. And I then came back like a week later, and I had been taking healing classes in Hawaii. And when I went back a week later to have the sonogram, the same doctor was working on me. She passed over my breast, and she found the conspicuous lump. She made a map of it, and then she started around the breast for a few more moments to see if there was anything else suspicious. And the guy, I had been given guides during the healing classes that I'd taken, and I could hear a guide saying, she's found it. And I was like, and then she passed around the breast, and a moment later she came back, and she kept going over that area back and forth for several minutes and getting really frustrated. And then I heard the guide say, it's gone. And I was like, oh, my God, I don't know what's going on. So I heard the doctor tell me, she said, do you know what's happening? And what's just happened? And I said, no, I really don't. I was starting to sweat just profusely because I was so nervous.
Right.
And she said, it's gone. And she said, it was here a moment ago. I mapped it, and it was on your mammogram, and it's totally gone now. She said, do you know what just happened? And I was like, no, ma'am, I don't know. And then she said, this has been happening for the last days. This has been happening here over and over and over to women patients that have come in here. And I remember having, the guides were like, did we do something wrong? You know, you can have it back. I was like, no, I don't want it back. And she said several women had like spontaneous healing in there, and they said that they had done that for them because I was concerned about them.
Well, I really need that drink.
It was really upsetting. I mean, I left there, and I was very, very upset, and actually I got the guide saying, you know, should we just not do this anymore? And I was like, no, I'm sorry, you know, and I was just kind of praying to God, no, let the guides continue to help. It's just that I was too shaken by the accusatory nature of the doctor. She said, did you do something? And I said, I didn't do anything. I was very upset, you know.
Doctor, I don't know. It doesn't get any better than that, does it?
No, I think this is pretty good. And there's a similar story that I share.
Hold on, caller.
Okay.
Go ahead, doctor.
Yeah, thanks for sharing that story about the sonogram. It's wonderful. And I had a friend, Susan, that had a broken leg. She was camping and was jumping from boulder to boulder and slipped and fell and broke her leg at a terrible time because she was starting a new job. But she had a similar experience where she went in to have x-rays done, and they basically saw from one x-ray reading to another that her leg went from being broken to unbroken, and they were looking to her like, can you explain this? But
from broken to unbroken?
Yes. And I know it sounds outrageous. These things, well, it's the same thing as dead to undead. You know, all the things we're talking about. This is what I mean. There's a definite similarity. What's the difference between, you know, one almost impossible thing to another?
You're absolutely right.
This is quantum logic in action, and you know, if you can hear your guides, then I think that's tuning in. Who knows what that is, but you know, you're tuning into levels of consciousness. That topic we discussed earlier. What is consciousness? What am I? You know.
Yes. Techie Bryson, I think on Skype. Hello.
Hi, this is Techie Bryson off of Belgab. And I was going to ask the doctor, has she had any cases of pushed reality shifts where people have been pushed in their reality for maybe mind control? And maybe this would also explain the doppelganger effect with the quantum jumps where you see two people at the same time in different places.
Okay.
Not personally. I haven't encountered much of the mind control situation. But I've heard of it. I've heard people that have felt like they've definitely had some kind of interference of some sort.
Well, it's not exactly a quantum jump from what you've been talking about, Doctor, to, as the caller put it, a push, in effect, somebody making something happen.
Makes you wonder.
You can imagine one, you can imagine the other, I would think.
You could imagine it. It's not part of how good it could get, but maybe.
Yeah, I don't know if it'd be good. Anything else, caller?
No, that's it. I just work out here by the Oak Ridge National Lab Complex in East Tennessee, so we always hear about weird stuff.
All right. Well, say hello to the vaguely lovables for me.
Hello, vaguely lovable Belgangers.
Well, I didn't mean literally, but okay. Thank you very much. Okay, let's go to the phone, I guess. You're on the air with Dr. Larson. Hello.
Hi. Before I get to my main point, I just experienced a time stream thing while on hold. Might have just been a technical glitch, but prior to the last break, I heard the caller ask his question, and then you went to break, and then all of a sudden I heard the call again from the very start.
That was not a quantum jump. That was me bringing up the audio so that everybody could hear it during the news, the people that were on hold, so they could hear it. I do that occasionally. I bring up the news so people can understand that they're still connected. But I can understand why you felt like you had a jump.
Okay. Now, a couple nights ago, you had a guest on who presented a theory that, if is true, I think might explain all of this. It was the idea that that people's memories are stored outside of their bodies in sort of like an astral plane or some place where basically it's stored. And if that was the case, then maybe something can get in there and sort of corrupt the data and alter our memories.
Mm-hmm. All right. Doctor?
Well, it's an interesting model, and it's possible, but I don't know because I didn't hear that whole show, so it's hard to comment cogently. So.
Okay. All right. Going back to the break, talk about a time skip, there was a caller asking if this could be some sort of playful tampering going on by, I don't know, some great overseeing alien or something, or somebody toying with the Matrix. At times, it seems playful, almost like a poltergeist is just toying around with us. Remember that?
Yes, I do. Was that Jareen or something?
Yeah, I believe so, yes.
Yes, absolutely. And definitely, these can be playful. And I think it helps if you're in a playful mood yourself, then that kind of thing can happen.
Helps to have a sense of humor to be talking about all this.
It does help to have a sense of humor.
All right. Peter, you're on the air with Dr. Larson.
Hi, Art.
Hi.
I'm a big fan.
Thank you.
I had a really story to tell you. I'm an identical twin, and you were just telling the story about a lady coming through the door that was nicely dressed. You see her again. Well, I've actually done that to my boss once because we both dressed up in exactly the same clothes, and because we look so alike, I would come in one door, walk through, and go out the other, and then my twin brother would come through another door, dressed exactly the same, and go through another door, and we did that a couple times until our boss thought he was going nuts, and then we both walked into both.
Pretty cruel. Pretty cruel.
And then shook hands and then walked out. And he was like, "What?"
Well, that's interesting. When we asked the second walk, it seemed like the same person again. She was wearing the same outfit, same kind of expression on her face, and then she got totally exasperated when we asked her about it. So it wasn't that kind of look on your face like, "Ha, gotcha," or anything like that. It was just like, "Why are you bothering me? I don't know what you're talking about." She didn't seem to understand anything we were talking about. Like, didn't you just come through here? She thought we were nuts, and it was really obvious from her facial expression. There was no trace whatsoever of, ha-ha.
But to intentionally set out to do this to somebody, especially a boss, probably one you don't like that much, is pretty cruel, sir. I appreciate your call anyway. Let's go to Portland, Oregon on the phone. Hi.
Hi, Art. I want to say, Cynthia, your voice is so soothing. I could listen to you talk a whole lot.
Very kind, thank you.
I have a question that I'm not even sure how to frame. When you talked about the atoms that would do opposite of each other, no matter how far apart they were.
Particles.
Remember when you were, the particles.
Yes.
Is it possible at all for that to be true, maybe of people? That there's a person maybe that's just the opposite of when I go up, they go down somewhere in around.
I know what the doctor is saying in a way. Yes.
Yeah, that's pretty close to it. So it might not be emotionally up and down. We're talking about spin of that would be one property that particles can possess, But if I get your question right, then yes, absolutely, it could explain how you might know that someone's on the phone, or you might just get that feeling about someone you care about, and just, or you might know the exact moment when someone passes away, that kind of thing.
Oh,
yeah. All right, I'm having a drink for you, Art.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I don't really think we have time for another call, but we have time to do this. Dr. Larson, obviously, I've got every line I've got going, and Skype's thousands of them trying to get in. A lot of people want to talk to you. A A lot of people want to talk about this. Now, you were cut short by an hour because of continuing breaking news. And so I guess what I want to ask is, would you be willing to come back and do another full show? And if so, I will simply instruct right now my producer to get hold of you and book you for another entire full show somewhere down the line. Can you do that?
Absolutely. It would be my honor and my pleasure. I'm just so glad you're back on the air, as so many people are saying tonight.
Really? So you've been a listener for a while?
A long time ago, back when you were on the air. And I just feel that a lot of people are smart, but it's a whole different thing to use that intelligence and to stay active with it and pay attention. And you really do that. So.
I do try. Thank you, Doctor. It's been a wonderful night. Take care. Dr. Cynthia Larson. All right, well, what a night. That stiff drink that I know I really won't have sure does sound good right now. So everybody have a great night. Tomorrow is just a fun night. I'm really tempted to continue with the Scott-free line because I think it's really cool and not nearly enough people got through. So I'm going to think that one through a little bit and see you all tomorrow night for, well, who knows what. Open lines. Good night.